Oh, dang it, that's not the right one. Okay, here we go. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. It's finally time to do this. I've been putting it off for so long. Kind of. I put it off longer than I wanted to because I wanted to wait until we beat Elden Ring, and that took me way longer than I would have liked. And then when I finally beat it and I could start working on the graphics, which you'll see soon, what ended up happening was I had like the most inconvenient spring break known to man. There were tornadoes, power outages, there were days where I just couldn't be in my room. We had family over, and then the one day I could actually work on it, my computer updated without my consent, and I had to start all over on just everything I had done that week. Always save your projects. Alright, so, before we begin, I do want to talk a bit about the music that's going to be playing. It's going to be very quiet, and it's not going to be... Where is it? There we go. It's not going to be from the typical playlist, because I do not have, like, a proper music mix. So instead, I'm going to be using a pre-made one. Should just ask the week to stop. I didn't think about that, Fennec. You're right. What was I thinking? So if you're curious, like, what music's gonna be playing, you're welcome to ask, but it's... Here, I could probably... put on desktop capture, and then... It's gonna be this one. This is, like, the one everyone uses. It's Ezonator... Oops. Nintendo Switch Stream Music Safer Edition. So if you're ever curious what music's playing, it's from that playlist. You get it. You got it. Alright, so... I guess we'll just jump right in. Not quite immediately, but I do want to show the main list. Which is... right here. With a bonus graphical error. I don't know what happened there. Let me clean that up real quick. I have so many layers on this that they've been glitching. I really hope nothing broke in the time that, like, I've wrapped up and have started streaming. We'll have to wait and see. Oh, wait, whoops, I'm not back on. There we go. Alright, so immediately you'll notice this looks infinitely nicer and neater and clearer than last year. Also, hi, Vinny. Happy birthday. In fact, I went ahead and I even got this one already loaded up. This was last year. And you can notice it's a lot smaller, it's a lot blander, and it has a lot of unnecessary stuff on the sides. So basically last year I set it up to where you would have like a bunch of the game details and a bunch of notes that were supposed to help keep me on track because I wasn't as confident speaking on the mic as last year. Or, sorry, as this year. I'm more confident with making mistakes, so I don't mind messing up like that. But you get the idea. It's just, there was a lot of stuff that I put on screen that was supposed to help me talk about the games that weren't really needed, and so it caused things... I mean, I'm sure you can barely read some of this stuff because of how far away it is. Yes, this is last year's list, Vinny. And then the big other thing that I cut was... This is no longer a thing. The second chance. Basically, last year, if I felt like I didn't have a complete opinion of a game, I threw it in here, and I was like, oh, maybe I'll talk about it in a future year or whatever. I don't need that. If I want to talk about a game a second time, I'm just going to talk about it a second time. For example, Nickelodeon All-Star Brawl. I talked about it last year. I'm talking about it again. 3D World. I'm talking about it again because I just feel like talking about it, and I played it this year again. And so there were a few other things. I think I have them written down. Forgive me for this long intro, but I'm also warming up my voice right now because I'm going to be talking for about 6 hours straight. So I kind of want to, you know, get any nervousness out of my system before I need to focus on talking. So let's see. I removed the second chance. Moved everything around to make things clear. New color palette. Alright, and then the big thing Last year, I did everything in advance. I essentially rehearsed the whole thing in my head. Not yet, Maddie. We'll get there when we get there. I rehearsed the whole thing last year. I went from worst to best. From the game I found to be the worst to my game of the year. That's not how it's going to work this year. This year, we're going in a completely random order based on just whatever we feel like talking about. And so, I don't know what we're going to talk about first, but I will say we're actually not going to be starting with the tier list the way you might expect. This year, it's going to be split up into 4 segments instead of 3. This is segment number 2, because the first one, the one I have up here, very short. But this right here, it's going to be the bulk of it. It's the thing everyone cares about the most. And then once we do it, we're going to rank the games from worst to best. I don't think there's 60 games. I think there's just barely under. But, yeah, I mean, you kind of see it, you get it. This one I'm not as confident in. I don't know how long this is going to take. I don't even know if we'll finish it. We'll see. But I thought it would be fun to do. And then to end the night off, we're going to have this, which is where we go over all the different little mini awards that I made. It's not a surprise this year. Last year, I kind of threw this in out of nowhere. This year, I'm just telling you in advance for when we get there. But before we start anything, I got a bit of a last-second idea that I liked the sound of. I intend to stream for years. I intend to stream through college. I intend to stream when I move out. I want it to be a main hobby of mine, a primary hobby. And so I thought it would be fun if every year we set up goals. And so I made this. It's just 18 little goals. I threw this together pretty quickly. And I think we're just going to go over these real quick. And then next year, whenever we do next year's ranking, we're going to come back to this year and see how many we did. Favorite game I didn't play? Unfortunately, Vinny, it has to be a game that came out last year. It can't just be any old game. Alright, so starting off, one of the things I wanted to do when I first started streaming was play the whole Shantae series, all 5 games. You know, Shantae, Risky's Revenge, The Pirate Curse, Half Genie Hero, and 7 Sirens. I've always wanted to play, like, the whole series. I've only played 2 of the games. So I'm hoping we can do that. I don't know how long they are, or if we'll be able to squeeze them in, but that's something I'd like to do. The big one, like, this is easily the biggest one for the entire just the entire year. Getting the heroic challenges and giants done. It's going to be, like what, 200 hours of gameplay? It's going to be monumental. But I'm going to try. Also, fair warning, if we finish this before, like, 6 p.m., I'll boot up Giants and we'll do a Nightmare Mode run. I doubt it, but we'll see. Number 3, I'd like to hit double-digit viewer average. I don't know if it'll happen, but I think Giants might actually push me into that territory. We'll see. People really like their Skylanders. Number 4, more channel point rewards. Oh my god, my throat's already getting dry, and we've barely done this for 10 minutes. Whew. This is probably the most requested thing on the channel currently. Give me things to spend points on. I want to spend my points on things. All your rewards are too expensive. And yeah, I kind of agree. The hard part is coming up with new ones. Coming up with rewards where... How do I put it? I don't want them to disrupt the stream. I don't want to have to, like, get up and do something or have a sound effect played or something flash on screen. I'm not really into that. They're fun gags, but I don't really want that on my stream personally, and so it's really hard to come up with some. So I'm hoping by the end of the year we'll have a few more. I've been brainstorming. I got a few ideas. It's just hard to implement them. Hit 1,000 hours streamed. As of literally right now, because I think like I only needed 10 more minutes to hit it, we're at 650. And Giants is probably going to be like 200 of that. 200 of whatever remains. So I need 350 hours by the end of the year. I think we could hit it. I'd be surprised if we didn't. Stream more multiplayer games. That one's pretty self-explanatory. We played a few last year. We played Overwatch, Paladins, Multiverses. But I want to do a few more. I want to bring y'all into games with me at times. Probably the biggest one I'm thinking of right now is Mario Kart, just because Birdo got added, and that makes me really want to play it for some reason. So I think we'll do a bunch of more multiplayer stuff where y'all can join. Next, I want 2 more major videos for the YouTube channel. So for those that don't know, I started doing scripted content. There's only 1 video out right now, but I have a ton. In production, I suppose is how I could phrase it. I have a few that I'm working on. Most notably, there's 2 really big ones, and they're probably the ones I'm going to focus on the most. One of them I actually had to wait until I could do this to work on it. But I'm not going to tell you what it is until probably further in working on it. We'll see. Properly speedrun a game. This one's, again, pretty self-explanatory. I want to try a speedrun. I think the one I'm thinking of doing, no joke, is a Disney Infinity speedrun, where I play through the playsets. Or I might be a basic bitch and do Mario 64. We'll see. Hit 50 streamed games on the Google Sheet. I don't know where we're at right now. 36. So play 14 more games this year. Although I don't want to count, like, open-ended stuff, or, you know, so stuff like Paladins, Overwatch, Multiverses. So I think it's closer to about 30. But I would love to hit just a flat 50. Can you be a guest on stream? Maybe. I guess it really depends on what I'm playing or doing. Next up, 2 to 3 tier list streams. I really want to get these started this year because I feel like I'm going to have a lot of fun with them. And I have a structure to them planned. Basically, what we're going to do is... people submit, like, meme tier lists for me to do with the channel point reward. And I get it. They're fun. They're probably going to be goofy. Oh, let's submit something that the streamer knows nothing about. And make him make a tier list of it. Still have 3. Technically 2, Vinny, because one of them is so big that it can't be grouped with others. Here's the thing. I was waiting for a proper 3rd one. And it never came. And in that time, I got an idea. Basically, I want each tier list stream to be like 3 different tier lists minimum. I'm going to do 2 viewer tier lists, and then I'm going to pick one. So that way, each time, there's going to be something that, at the very least, there will be 1 tier list of quality. And I have a few picked out, like, for example, all the different Bugsnax is one of them, Elden Ring bosses, you know, things that I'm pretty confident I could talk about. Hit 300 followers on Twitch. That's pretty easy. I think we're close to 200 right now. I think hitting another 100, that's a reasonable goal. Set proper milestones. So basically what this one means... Overwatch Heroes. Oh, Christ. Alright, Vinny, I'll try to remember that. When we do that, I might ask for, like, a specific category, if that makes sense. Like, how good they are, how much I like them, something like that. Did I play the DLC for Bugsnax? I did not. I have a reason, though. Kind of. We'll talk about it when we get there. So proper milestones, goals, and rewards. You know sub goals? Like, oh, if I hit 100 subs, I'll do this. If I hit 1,000 followers, I'll do that. I kind of want to set some of these up. I don't know what they're going to be yet, because I don't really like begging and asking for followers and subs. But I think I might set some fun stuff up. Just to encourage y'all a little bit. And encourage anyone that stops by. Alright, almost done. Complete a non-Pokemon JRPG. Simply put, I plan on playing a Pokemon game this year. It's going to be Pokemon Shield. I want to play a JRPG on stream. I don't know which yet. I used a Xenoblade picture. It might be Xenoblade, it might be Dragon Quest, it might be Valkyria Chronicles. I don't know yet, but I want to play one. I want to have fun with one. Might be the Final Fantasy VII Remake. We'll see. Proper stream schedule. Pretty obvious. I don't have one. I should really invest in getting one. Fill every emote slot. I have like 10 empty slots right now because people keep subbing, and I need to fill them up. I want to hire an artist, but they're so expensive. It's like $40 per emote. It's just hard to want to drop the money. So I might take it slow. I might get like 1 emote a month. We'll see. Get a way to capture retro consoles. I want to play GameCube and N64 stuff without an emulator, because emulators are so finicky for me. I don't know why. Ever since Metroid Fusion, I just haven't wanted to play on an emulator because it had like lag issues, visual issues, audio issues, and it really hurt my enjoyment of the game. Special guest. I want to start bringing people onto the stream, doing streams with other people. I've been on other people's streams. I've been on Bob's stream. I've been on Maddie's stream. I've even been on Matt's stream, who hasn't really stopped by in a while, but he's focusing on his own life, so I don't want to really... I don't know why I felt the need to bring that up, but he's not someone that really hangs out in chat, but I have been over on his stream before. We've done Paladins together. It was fun. And lastly, I want to fix my microphone. Now I know what you're thinking. Your microphone sounds perfectly fine. It does, until I get loud or excited. In which case, it starts clipping. This music feels insulting for me to be complaining about my microphone. Basically, if I get too loud, my microphone clips, and I don't know why. Because if I'm on a Discord call, it doesn't do that. I sound better on other people's Discord calls on their streams than I do on my own stream. I have to fix this. I don't know how to do it, but I have to fix it. And so those are my goals for 2023. I think we'll hit at least a third. Maybe at least half. But a third is going to be my goal. Yeah, actually, no, half. Half is my goal. 9 out of 18, that's what we're going to shoot for. Alright, so, that being said, I feel insulted right now with this music. I really do. Let's talk about the tiers. So they're the same tiers from last year, but I've kind of adjusted them slightly. So it goes S to F. So we have F, E, D, C, B, A, and S tier. F tier, not worth playing, not even ironically. Self-explanatory enough. They're games that I genuinely don't think are worth your time in the slightest. Not even as a joke, not even if you're curious, just don't even bother, it's a waste of your time. E tier, there are better options out there. I don't recommend playing it unless you're curious. This is for things like a remake that kind of ruins the original. Just go play the original. Or maybe it's a game that isn't very good, but if you're truly curious and you have to know, like, what's the hype about, or maybe even just how bad is it, sure, knock yourself out. And typically there will also be a level of ironic enjoyment to it, if that's a possibility. So they're underwhelming games, essentially. D tier. I'm able to acknowledge its good aspects, but I struggle to want to play it again. These are kind of, to me, below average games. Or they're games that you probably shouldn't listen to my opinion of. They're games that I feel like could be better. I didn't hate playing it, but I don't see myself playing it again anytime soon. Or it's a game that I don't have a complete opinion of it, but I still wanted to include it in the list. You're welcome to hear my thoughts on it, but I wouldn't take them to heart. And I think a lot of you know what, like, a good chunk of the games that are probably going to go here. C tier. It's a decently solid game. If you think you'll like it, you most likely will. This is kind of like teetering on average and above average. You know, this is C tier. If you see a game concept and you're like, oh, that sounds pretty neat, I might like that, you're gonna like it. Chances are you're gonna enjoy it. Very small chance you won't. Alright, and then A and B tier, same as last year, they're very similar. B tier, I could easily recommend it if you asked me about it. If we were browsing the Steam store, or if we were chatting about games, and let's say one gets brought up. Like, you bring it up, and you're like, hey, have you ever played this? Would you recommend it? I would say yes. Sure. Go for it. I would tell you what I liked about it and whether or not you would like it. A tier is that same exact mindset. The main difference is I'm going out of my way to bring it up with you. I'm finding a way to slide it into the conversation to begin with. You know, I implore you to please check it out if you haven't. And then lastly, S tier, it's a favorite game of all time. It's one of the best games I've personally ever played, and it's going to go down as my favorites for forever to come. This is going a lot smoother than last year. I know we haven't technically started yet. Well, I mean, we got one of the segments done already, but I feel confident this year. And you know what, Vinny? You're the birthday boy. I'll let you pick. Don't go with, like, the first thing you want to see, though. Let's start a little soft, if we can. Yeah, like, don't start with, like, a Sonic Frontiers or an Elden Ring or a Bayonetta 3. Let's start with, like, a 3D... Madagascar. Oh, hell yeah. Okay, so here's how this is gonna work. I have all the games pictured here in alphabetical order. So I'm just gonna come up, Madagascar, boom. All right. By the way, is the chat lined up for y'all? I'm hoping it is. God, I can't believe this is actually what we're starting with. All right, so I guess this is actually a perfect time to mention, if there's a game that, like, I feel might be confusing, like, for example, it's a licensed game, or the game has different versions across different consoles, like they're completely different games, you're gonna see the box art. This is not gonna happen for every game, but it's games that I feel like people might get confused on. Alright, big sip of water and then we're starting. I can't believe you picked Madagascar to start with. Alright, so Madagascar for the GameCube. Lovely start. Should I put it on the tier list first, or should I wait? I think I should wait. Basically, Madagascar is typical 2000s licensed game 3D platformer, where you go through the events of the movie, and then a bunch of shit that doesn't happen in the movie happens. Put it in the blue cube. I could, but that's where... You know what? Yeah, okay. I doubt chat's gonna get, like, spammy enough to where y'all are gonna cover it up. It's kind of jarring to play this. This is one of those games that I feel like a lot of people that grew up in the 2000s played. There are just some licensed games that I feel like way more people played compared to others. And this is one of them. You play as the four main characters. You play as Alex, Gloria, Melman, and Marty. You go through the events of the movie. Well, you also play as the penguins. It has a bit of a strange setup. The levels are very linear. And the characters are very simple. Because they... I talked about this when we played Cosmic Shake. They essentially took one moveset. Like, you took Mario's moveset, but you split it among 4 characters. So, like, Alex, he's the only character that can double jump. Gloria gets the ground pound. Marty gets, like, a slide move. For some reason, Melman can glide. He just turns into a helicopter. And so you go through the movie. It starts out where you're at, like, the zoo, and then you break out of the zoo. But the moment you get to Madagascar, a bunch of weird shit happens. There's, like, this Alpha Fusa, who's the final boss. There's these crocodile gators that keep showing up as, like, mini-bosses. There's a warthog that flirts with Gloria the whole game. It's so bizarre. But it's kind of charming, because a lot of licensed games, they would have to develop the game when the movie itself wasn't even out yet, so they would just make shit up, and I kind of love it. that being said, the levels aren't very interesting. There are a couple that stand out, but most of them are just like, hey, play as one character, go down a linear path. Maybe we'll tell a couple jokes with a voice actor that's very clearly not the voice actor from the movie, and then that's that. But there were a few levels that did shine because they were way more open. I'm talking way longer about Madagascar than I thought. Canonical version, they were too scared to add this to the movie. Yeah, so there are these open levels. There's only 2 of them, I believe, where you can swap between all 4 characters freely. And they're way more open. And it's like, go find these 15 objects. And they're very fun. I like them. There's a lot of different puzzle solving, and there will be, like, different minigames and platforming challenges. It's kind of cool, and I wish the whole game was like that. And I believe the second Madagascar game is more like that, if my memory isn't lying to me. Besides that, all you really do is just you run around levels, you collect coins, you can buy a bunch of goofy stuff in the shop, like cosmetics for your character, where Alex can go through his whole character arc wearing a giant foam finger. The Melman can play the entire game with the clock on his head. It's great. And then another thing you can get in the shop that I loved. I love that these games would just add random minigames that weren't even a part of the game. And I love that it's almost always either a rhythm minigame or it's mini golf for some reason. I love this game's mini golf. I want to stream this game at some point as well. Just... I really do. Like, it's charming. Now, that being said, there is one major thing holding this game back, and I've been trying to figure out how to segue into it. It's a Toys for Bob game. For those that don't know who Toys for Bob is, that would be the developer of Skylanders, Spyro's Adventure, Skylanders Giants, and Crash Bandicoot 4. And... oh, wait, no, sorry. These were Vicarious Visions, weren't they? Toys for Bob was Swap Force, wasn't it? It was Swap Force, I think. I gotta look this up. I feel... I am misrepresenting Toys for Bob Skylanders. Oh, no, okay. Spyro's Adventure Giants, Trap Team Imaginators, Crash 4, the Spyro Reignited trilogy. You get it. And if you've played any of those games, you would know that Toys for Bob has a design philosophy that I simultaneously love and despise, which is putting collectibles in the most niche, obscure, and bullshit places imaginable. There is a set of, like, every level has a set amount of coins, right? And if you get all the coins, you complete the level 100%. There's a moment in one of those open levels where you just go out into the water, jump onto a rock, look at the ocean at a dolphin swimming by, and when it comes up to you, you jump at it and it will throw you a coin. And that is the only way to get that coin. Why? Why would you do that? No wonder Child Me never 100% this game. I feel like it's impossible without a guide. It's like the blue coins in Mario Sunshine. There were some levels where I was just running around for like a full hour trying to find them. Also, I did 100% the game because I wanted to. As goofy as it's gonna be, I think it gets C tier. I think it's good. Not like great, outstanding, amazing, but if you like okay 3D platformers based on licensed properties, you'll like it. It's an enjoyable experience. Just with a lot of weird nonsense mixed in. I guess the last thing to mention would be the voice acting. It's very clearly not the celebrity voice actors. It's not Ben Stiller and Chris Rock and David Schwimmer and whoever the voiced Gloria. I don't remember. But it's a fun game. It's fine. Alright, I'm gonna pick the next one. Nice tier list. Yeah, Bob, what do you think? This is the whole list. We're done. I'm sorry, you missed it. You're late. You know, I set this up, like, I didn't rehearse anything. I didn't do anything in advance. I don't even have, like, notes written down, by the way. I have it for a couple of games, because originally I was going to do the same setup as last year, where I make all the notes. But no, this year I want to do it, like, improv. What is My Time at Portia? Let's do that one next. My Time at Portia is... Oops. A sort of... It's... I don't want to just call it a farm game, because it's a lot more than that. But have you ever glanced at an indie game and you're like, oh, this is Animal Crossing / Stardew Valley / Harvest Moon? It's one of those kinds of games. My Time at Portia... It even has, like, the same setup as Stardew Valley. You inherit your father's workshop. It's a workshop in a land known as Portia. Actually, I believe the city is Portia. And it's in this huge, sprawling world, and the idea is you are a craftsman that... God, how do I put this? The town relies on workshops to make them things. So, like, people will put up orders like, hey, I need 2 tires done, or I need, oh, all this wood cut. And so you go out, you fill the need, and your workshop goes up on the ranks. But there is a lot more going on. There's an overarching story about you moving into town, a bunch of things happening with the different characters. The mayor of the town is trying his best to make Portia, like, a hotspot, so he keeps coming to you and ordering new things. What does gameplay look like? I don't believe this cover. You know, I didn't want to say it. Your character does not look like that in-game. Do I get a mean screenshot or a genuine one? Okay, you know, I'll get both. But I want to get a mean screenshot afterwards. But yeah, basically... That's kind of like the main thing about the game, is that you're filling in orders, and at your workshop you have a whole bunch of different crafting benches and tables and anything you want to make. Alright, here's a good, like, mid to end game workshop. Actually, I think this is an end game workshop. Boom. In fact, you know what? This would be a great way to help me talk about it. So this is your workshop. Basically, you have... different tables set up, assembly stations, decorations. God, it's so hard to talk about this game because there's so much going on outside of this. Outside of the workshop stuff, let's start there. It's kind of one of those games that's trying to do a little bit of everything. So, like, you have combat, you can go out, you can go to, like, dungeons and kill enemies. You can explore the world, go fishing, you know, do side quests, get to know the characters. Once you get to know the characters, it opens up more things to do with them. You can have relationships, you can get pets. It does all the same things you expect out of a lot of these games. I don't know how to put it, but My Time at Portia does something that I've wanted out of a game for a long time. It doesn't quite do it the way I've wanted it to. But basically, there is a game that I want to exist, where it's just owning a business in a multiplayer world, where you can issue, or, like, you can issue just, hey, I need some logs, so I can make this thing, or so I can do my own business, and then another player gets that order, and it's like, you know, they fill the need. They get the logs, they ship them to you. It's like that, but with NPCs. You can make requests, get requests, fill them in. It's busy work, basically. The game is busy work. I'm trying very hard not to get into the negatives, because I'm going to tell you now, this is not going in the positive half. It all seems nice and charming and pleasant for a while. But as you progress through the game, it gets a little too samey. And here's the thing. I've played this game before. But I stopped the moment I hit autumn, and then I put the game down for like 2.5 years. And so in 2022, I was like, hey, I want to give this game another shot. I need something to kill some time that isn't Elden Ring. And so I booted it up, and I loved it. You know, I loved a lot of what it had. It has very charming characters. The voice acting is the perfect amount of... What's the word? Not average. Oh, what's the word? Like, someone who's, like, average at something. Oh, it's right on the tip of my tongue. I gotta look it up. Not novice. Oh, this is killing me. Does anyone know the word I'm talking about? Beginner, newcomer, blah. Not rookie. I can't think of it. Mid or... No. They're... I don't want to say... I'm trying to find a word that isn't mean. I don't want to say mediocre because it's not mediocre. It's not the best voice acting, but it's very charming. You can tell everyone... Amateur! Thank you, cool kid. Thank you. That's exactly it. It's very amateurish, but it's very charming. Everyone's... Like, dude, the microphone qualities differ. You could tell they all recorded it in their own booth. But they're all going for something distinct and fun. Especially the mayor. I love the mayor's voice because it's like he's trying to combine... It almost sounds like he's trying to sort of hit the same sort of graveliness that Mel Brooks hits. Excuse me. And I love it. It's not very good, but I love it. And then, as you progress through the game, though, it feels like they cared less and less about finishing and fine-tuning things. Because the characters just stop getting voice acting about halfway through. The cutscenes just kind of stop, and it's just like all in-game dialogue with text. The missions get super grindy. Actually, that's a thing I didn't mention. You don't make things instantly in this game. If you have to cut a log, you take the wood, and you take it to the cutter, and it takes like 8 in-game hours to do. And you gotta wait. Now, thankfully, days are not, like, real time. I believe it is a, 1 minute is 1 second sort of deal, so a full day is 24 minutes. But that means, like, it takes 8 minutes just to make, like, a basic crafting material. And I get it. They want you to set it and forget it. You, like, set things up in the morning, go do errands, you come back home, and all your stuff's ready. But when everything in the game takes a fuel source of some kind, be it wood, coal, power crystals, whatever, it starts getting really frustrating. Because everything takes forever, and it takes all your fuel, and it's just... You feel like the game just turns into you going to chop wood nonstop over and over and over again. To the point where the game even introduces, like, automatic wood shipments because you need so much fuel for everything, and you can't craft multiple things at once. I can't do, like, wood planks, hardwood planks, and steel wood planks. I can only pick one. So I need 3 furnaces to do all 3, and they all 3 have to be fueled, and they all 3 need all their base crafting materials. And when you get to the end game, they want you to make these expensive things that require like 6 different machines, and it's just busy work. And the moment you hit autumn, like, here's the thing, I kept up with it decently well, but the moment you hit autumn, they just stop giving you things to do. Halfway through autumn, I didn't get like a single story mission to do. I had no quests. So there's just this whole 2-week span that I'm just wasting time when I could be making things. But I don't know what the game wants me to make. And it became, and like, pretty much the moment I hit, like, the halfway point of autumn, I realized why I never finished the game. It just... and the fact that, like, I've watched reviews, and I've looked at other people's opinions, and the fact that apparently, not only does it get worse, apparently the sequel has all of these problems. to an even bigger extent. The sequel, which is called My Time at Sandrock, is apparently just flat out unfinished. An unfinished product, and they're already working on a third game without even finishing Sandrock. And I know, there are, like, way more things I could talk about. I could talk about, like, the holiday events. They're fun. They're typically very simple. A lot of the mini-games that you can do and set up. Interacting with the characters is enjoyable. But it's that main progression that really holds the game back. The grind set. Yeah, I think a lot of people feel like they're just in it for money at this point, which is a shame. Because you could see, like, there was genuine passion put into My Time at Portia. Again, the voice acting, as amateurish as it is, it's so charming. I love it. I love the mayor's voice so much. You can tell that he's smiling like the whole time he's doing this. He's so excited to be doing it. I also like people like Merlin, you know, the scientist. That's another thing you can do. You can fill up, like, a museum and a lab with a bunch of artifacts that you find. Because you can go mining. It has everything you would expect out of one of these games. And it is fun. But I don't see myself going back to it anytime soon. There's a lot of other stuff I'm sure I haven't mentioned. In fact, I wonder if this is one of the games I wrote notes on. I don't think it is, but I might as well check. Okay, yeah, it's not. I would say watch a review. If you think you'll enjoy it for a while, go for it. Although, actually, I do want to give props to one cool thing. My biggest complaint in all of these games is that it feels like you never have enough time to do anything. Because there's never an in-between. You either have Stardew Valley, which gives you like 10 minutes to do everything you could possibly want to do in a single day, but you have to spend half of it watering your plants in the early game because you can't afford sprinklers. And so it's just every day starts with you watering, wasting time, using up your energy, and then you have nothing to do. You get to do maybe one thing. You can talk to one person, or you can go fishing, or you can go to the mine. Not enough time to do anything. And then on the other end, you have Animal Crossing, which is literally real time. And the only reason I'm thinking about this now is because of the music, where you have too much time to do things, to the point where you have to actively find things to do because stuff isn't happening. But My Time at Portia, in the settings, game speed. Do you want your days to be only 10 minutes? Bump it all the way up. Do you want your games to be, your days, do you want your days to be almost a full hour long? Bring it all the way down, and that's exactly what I did. And I hope more games do that, because I don't like rushing. These aren't games that you should be rushing in, you know? But yeah, it just felt like by the time you hit autumn, the dungeons are super long and boring. The crafting recipes are so tedious to do. The story, nothing's happening in the story, and it's very clear where they're going. Like, they keep pushing, like, the mayor's daughter onto you, and everyone's talking about, like his brother will be like, hey, you leave my sister alone. She has to deal with enough as it is. And her father, the mayor, is talking about that, oh, she doesn't do so well outside. And then when you actually talk to her, her name's Ginger. She talks about how she can only come out at nighttime, that she has, like, an illness. It's very... And as well as that, like, when you talk to Ginger, her relationship builds up faster than any other character. They very clearly want you to pick her as your spouse and marry her before she dies. It is so obvious they want you to do that, because there's literally an achievement for doing it. There is an achievement for marrying the dying girl before she dies. I don't care if it's a spoiler. Why would you do that? Also, apparently it's one of the hardest achievements to get in the game because you have to do, like, a bunch of tedious stuff. Oh, actually, no, sorry, it's not that one. There's a different girl that you can marry that's the hardest achievement. In fact, it's the one right here in the picture, Emily. You have to set up, like, a fairy tale wedding for her or something. I don't know. Give the game a shot if you're truly curious, but don't go into it expecting to finish it. You know what? I'm actually just gonna delete the game after we stop talking about it. That way I don't have to scroll through this whole thing every time. Stardew's way better, basically. I like Stardew, but I know there are mods that exist. If there is a mod that just makes it to where every day is half an hour long, I would enjoy it substantially more. Because I feel like I'm constantly being rushed. And that's why I slowed my Time at Portia down. You know, I like to be efficient. I like to take my time, think things through, and be efficient when it comes to farming. I don't want to have to, like, rush a decision in 5 minutes and then regret that decision in, like, 20 hours, you know? By the way, I do want to mention, if I put a game, like, because tier lists are typically like, oh, the further on the left it is, the better it is. This isn't ordered. Just keep that in mind. This is just, we're just slotting everything in. I feel like I need to go with a positive one. I have one that I want to do, but I shouldn't. I'm gonna do it, though. Y'all ever heard of Stumble Guys? Oh, hell yeah, Vinny was on the same track as me. Look at the picture. You know damn well what this is. Just look at this picture. You know what it is. Sorry, that's probably very bright. So Stumble Guys is literally just Fall Guys. But I can't say worse because, for those that don't know, I never played Fall Guys. And when they made it free to play, I went to go play it, and they took it off Steam. And I'm sure as hell not playing the Switch version or re-downloading the Epic Games Store. So this is my only way of playing Fall Guys. There's so little to say. And this is why I'm glad that I'm more confident in speaking, because I could just flat out say, hey, this game's basic as shit. Here's what it does. Rank it. Done in like a minute. But no, Stumble Guys, it's a knockoff of Fall Guys. It's not even subtle about it. It has one song that just loops the entire time you play. It's a very annoying song, but it's a fun game. Y'all are gonna hate me for this, but I think it's C tier. It's just simple and fun. A big reason I personally didn't get into Fall Guys is because whenever I looked it up, it felt like I would constantly see the same maps and game modes repeated over and over and over again. It felt like there were only like 10 maps. This has more. Maybe I'm blind to it. Maybe Fall Guys has added more stuff. But Stumble Guys had enough variety and I had enough fun with it where I played it for a while. I played it for a few hours and I liked it. Didn't they get a sponsor from Hot Wheels? No, I don't know about that one, but there is one that I feel obligated to bring up. I thought this was a potential shitpost when Maddie sent it to me. This is real. This is 100% real. And it make... This is recent, by the way. This is only from like a week ago. In fact, I think it was just a few days ago. I couldn't fucking believe it. So now I get to play as the Rabbids in Stumble Guys. I love it. I'll probably stream it at some point. We'll just dick around in Stumble Guys for an hour. Me and my fucking Rabbids. Oh, you know it. You know damn well where it's gonna go when we get to Sparks of Hope. But yeah, Stumble Guys, it's very basic, very simple. It has like microtransactions and shit. I don't care. You think I care about Stumble Guys skins? Other than the Rabbids? No. It gets a C tier though, because like if the idea of like knockoff Fall Guys sounds fun to you, I mean, hey, you're probably gonna like it. And that's a thing I should have established at the beginning. This is more of a recommendation list than how I feel about it. Except for S tier, I am completely biased with S tier. Aren't the paid emotes extremely pay to win? Oh my god, I forgot about that. Yeah, there's pay to win emotes in Stumble Guys. You can get, like, a punch, and if you hit someone with it, they just get stunned. It just sends them into ragdoll mode. I fucking love Stumble Guys. It's so bad it's good. It's not even that bad, though. I don't know. I like it. I like it well enough. I do think we will play it. You know, I did say I was going to play more multiplayer games. God, I feel like I need to be more I need to get, like an A or B tier going. Let's do... Actually, you know what? Let's go the opposite route. Let's get an F tier in here. Y'all have heard me rant about this game enough. I fucking hate Spy Kids for the GBA. Whose idea was this? I'll tell you whose it was. It was fucking Maddie. I was looking for games to play off-stream this year. And I asked Maddie, like, hey, give me a few games and I'll, like, spin a wheel and pick from them. And one of them was Spy Kids 3D Game Over for the GBA. This is Spy Kids 3D Game Over for the GBA. Look, it even comes with special 3D glasses. So basically... I'm not even gonna pretend like it's not going here. Spy Kids 3D on the GBA puts you into such a false sense of security. Because the first level is actually good. It's a 2D platformer. You just have, like, a little Mega Man blaster, if I recall. Actually, no, I think you get, like, melee attacks? I don't know. I've blocked out a good chunk of this game from my memory. And it opens up in, like, knockoff Mario Land. You can see that's very clearly, like, a rip-off Toad as an enemy. I thought the game was going to be like, oh, it's a cheesy platformer that's making fun of video games. I kind of love that. If it was like, hey, first level is Mario and you're fighting, like, knockoff Toads. Second world is a Sonic world. And you're fighting, like, real animals in shoes and gloves. Like, that could have been fun. But instead, you get through the first level, and it just turns into gimmicks. The moment you beat the first world, you get thrown into, like, the speed bike kind of level, which are near pixel-perfect stress tests, where you have to react on the fly to, like, rail switching, and, you know, I'm just gonna pull up a fucking video. I'll pull up a goddamn... Oh, one thing I want to point out, by the way, I'm about to pull up an entire walkthrough of the game. It's literally only half an hour long. I like that I'm getting better at, like, pulling stuff up. Okay, yeah, here. So this is the first level. Very laggy footage. It actually does run pretty smoothly in the actual game, but this is an old video, I'm sure. It zoomed in a little too much, but hey, whatever. It's making fun of Mario. There's a lot of goofy stuff. Fine. You're trying to find all your friends. And then, look, even the boss is like knockoff Bowser. I thought the whole game was gonna be this. I think that would actually be funny. And then they have this shit. With some of the worst physics known to mankind ever implemented into a video game. Okay, I know this level doesn't look like anything, but there's one towards the end that's, like, way worse. This one. Because it's a racetrack where you have to come in first, and it's a fucking maze with physics that don't work. This is a walkthrough, and the guy can't even do it! He can't even do it! Because it's just fucking random chance if it works. Go back to the giant mechs. Oh yeah, no. Here's the thing. You play that first level, and then you play this little speedster level, and then you get the mech level. This slow mech level, where you get 2 attacks, is 80% of the game. With this background, not in terms of like, oh, level, mech sections. This one specific level. It is so slow. It's so clunky. It is a labyrinth. You can't tell where you are. And if you die, they send you all the way back to the beginning. This is a walkthrough, and it took him this long, this portion of the game, to get to this point. By the way, those enemy mechs, if you're not careful, they'll kill you in 2 hits. Whatever, and then you fight the boss. The boss is thankfully pretty easy. And then you do a lava world, which is super easy. This isn't even the full game, by the way. I just realized. And then you do a final boss, and I stopped caring. I beat the final boss. It's whatever, it's the big monkey. Every old game punishes you hard for dying. That's the thing, Vinny, it's not even that old. It's like 2004. When did it come out? (2002). Okay, early 2000s. Alright, that's not that old. 04 is pretty old. It's old, but not as old as, like, NES stuff. NES stuff is still, like, 20 years older than that. But no, this game, it's not worth playing. If you want to get, like, a shitty laugh, go for it. Just don't bother. You wanna delete it? Thank you. I like doing this in a random order. This is more enjoyable than last year. How about... I'm just gonna spin my mouse or whatever it lands on. Ha! Okay, well, I don't want to do that yet. Okay, I want to save the big stuff for last at the very least. And open. Okay, well, it's close to this, so we're gonna do this. And with Phineas and Ferb, didn't this song already play? Yeah, whatever. With Phineas and Ferb on the DS, I'm also going to be talking about the sequel, Phineas and Ferb Ride Again. And you'll actually notice there are quite a few Phineas and Ferb games on here. I think there's 4. That's because I binged the series this year, and I just felt like playing all the games, because I grew up playing Across the Second Dimension. I actually had both of these DS games as a kid. And I'm going to be talking about it simultaneously, because they're very similar. It has a good setup, but it's just boring. It really is. So starting with the first game, it's like you Phineas and Ferb, they want to make, oh god, I want to make a roller coaster. Because it's always the fucking roller coaster. No one ever wants to talk about anything else. It's always the roller coaster. I don't even remember what you do the roller coaster, you do Swinter, you do like a bunch of season 1 Phineas and Ferb stuff. And you just walk through linear levels, you collect parts, and then you play a mini game to put something together, and you just get to the end of the level, and that's it. There's 4 levels. Very short. Very simple. I like that they kind of try to do the Mario and Luigi thing. Like where Phineas and Ferb will team up to do something together. That's cool. It's neat. They don't really go very far with it, though. It'll be like, Ferb, get on my shoulders so we can climb this ladder. Okay. Well, why did you need to be on each other's shoulders for that? I don't know. It's very peculiar. I had this game as a kid, and when I put it in my DS, because I have a physical copy, I noticed that Kid Me never made it past the first level. Hi, Major. Hope you're doing well today. I never made it past the first level out of the 4. I was like, why? Why is the case? Why is that the case? It's just not fun. It's even Kid Me thought, like, this is boring and bland. The soundtrack is like every DS soundtrack you've ever heard. I don't know why every licensed game used the same exact sound font for everything. God, I'm running out of things to talk about. The minigames, if you're wondering, they're very simple. It'll just be like, draw this shape on the touchscreen. Boom, you're done. Hit this nail like 3 times. Hit all the nails 4 times. Boom, you're done. And there's like a mechanic where Candace is trying to bust you, because, you know, that's what she does. But the way it works is, like, if you're doing dangerous things, if you're, like, building things or jumping around, or if you take fall damage, she wants to bust you more and more, and if the bar fills up, you gotta play a minigame where you gotta get away from Candace. Because otherwise, if she catches you, nothing happens. You just go right back where you were. What is even the point? It's like they throw you in a maze, and it's like, okay, Candace is gonna chase after you, get all the collectibles. Play Pac-Man. We're gonna play Pac-Man now. Point is, you got busted. You know what's funny? When the meter fills up, the whole game freezes, and it literally just slowly slides in. Like, you're busted! So it's not even if you're a fan of the show. If you're a fan of the show, play the other 2. We're gonna talk about... I'm probably gonna talk about these, like, right after. Now, right again, I will say, it is better. The levels, instead of just being like, oh, Swinter, it's the ice world, they actually go further with it, because they'll mix episodes together, and they'll do, like, the levels are more creative. For example, one of them is the car wash episode, when they're doing the thing for the, like, the star-nosed mole. You know, that's fun. They get, like, the mini-games are better. It feels better. After each level, there's, like, a Perry the Platypus level, which, truthfully, it's very basic. It's just, like, a quick boss fight that you can do in 5 minutes. But I like that they included him. You know, he's literally half the show. You know, it's not... You know, here, I know I said I wasn't going to do this, but I am going to order these two. It's still not really worth your time. Still pretty mediocre. But I could commend that they saw the first game and improved upon it. You know, that's commendable to me. They acknowledged, like, where things could have been better, and they actually, you know, went for it. I wish I had more to say, but it really isn't that much of a game. You get through it pretty quickly. And I think I want to talk about, like, just the next one immediately, which is Phineas and Ferb in the Quest for Cool Stuff. This is baby's first Donkey Kong Country. I'm not even kidding. It's like Phineas and Ferb, they build this mech in the shape of their heads. It's like both of their heads put together, and depending on who's controlling it, it'll actually change shape a little bit. It's baby's first Donkey Kong Country. It has, like, it's a 2D platformer. You have a bunch of secrets to find. There's a lot of momentum-based platforming. It's a pretty decent game. I don't think it's... spoilers, I think this is objectively the best Phineas and Ferb game out of all the ones we have on here. There was one that I wanted to play, which was Phineas and Ferb. It was like the Day of Doofenshmirtz, but it's a PSP exclusive. And it's apparently like a really rare game, and I didn't want to drop the money on it, and a PSP emulator doesn't really exist to my knowledge. And I know it's apparently a sequel to this game, so maybe it's good. I don't know. But the Quest for Cool Stuff, I actually love the setup. If I'm not mistaken, this one was like the newest game for Phineas and Ferb at the time. It was towards the end of the show. The story actually feels like it was a cut episode. Because it's like Phineas and Ferb, they want to make a museum. A museum of the coolest things in the world. A museum of cool. because they only have 1 week left of summer, and they feel like they don't have anything to show for it. So they just want to get a bunch of cool shit together, make a museum. That's that. Homebrewed PS TV. That's the thing, Fennec. Apparently, The Day of Doofenshmirtz is one of the only PSP games that is not compatible with PS TV. So I didn't go anywhere near it. Maybe I'll play it one day. I would like to. I'm curious. But I love the setup. It's very simple. I like the fact that it actually uses music from the show. That's always going to be charming. I don't like it when that's exclusively the soundtrack, which is the case for something like Lego Batman, where they just use, like, Danny Elfman's score. But they mesh, like, reused tracks, instrumental tracks. In fact, I think it has, like, official, never-before-released instrumental tracks. That's kind of neat. But then you get into the gameplay. It's very basic. Again, when I say baby's first Donkey Kong Country, I mean, like little baby. But it's fun enough. It's very short. You just break blocks, jump platform, find secrets, secret walls. Some of the collectibles actually were pretty hard. And then they have some fun stuff. They even have, like, an underwater level that looks a lot like what is it? Undersea Sego? Actually, is that Segu? Actually, there might be Sonic Lost World now I'm thinking of. What's the one in Donkey Kong called? Like that one water level everyone likes. Aquatic Ambience. That's the one people like. And on top of that, instead of, like, whereas this game, Perry the Platypus was just, like, boss fights, like, just really gimmicky boss fights, Quest for Cool Stuff actually gives him full-blown levels, and he's probably the most fun part of the game, probably because it plays his theme the whole time. But, all this being said, it's probably just a D tier for me. You don't really need to play it more than once. You probably don't even need to really finish it. I enjoyed my time with it well enough, though. Enough to feel semi-positively about it. It does drag out at the end. The final levels are really not that fun. But, yeah. Probably my second favorite of the Phineas and Ferb games, which leaves... Boom. Fucking Peak. For those that don't know, Phineas and Ferb Across the Second Dimension was the TV movie that they did for the show. And it's, if I'm not mistaken, the most successful TV movie ever released. I'm pretty sure it had higher viewership and higher numbers than any other straight-to-TV movie. Also, this one is way better than the Disney Plus movie that they recently did. In the movie, Phineas and Ferb Across the Second Dimension, obviously they go to the second dimension. But towards the end of the movie, I shouldn't say the end, probably right before the third act, they do a little montage where they go to a bunch of different dimensions so they could loop all the way back around to their own. That's where this game takes place. So this game takes place 2/3 into the movie. And so, rather than, something like, for example, Madagascar, where it's just trying to recreate the events of the movie, this goes in a lovely direction, is the only way I can put it, where it essentially turns into a multiverse game. Think you need the ball remote things? Yeah, if you play this on PS3, you need motion controls. Fair warning. Yeah, because I originally played this on a PS3 emulator, and I couldn't beat the game. So I had to replay it on a Wii emulator. That's why this one has the Wii box art. I did not play the DS version, by the way. I know it's a completely different game. I'll probably play it someday. How do you do motion control on PS3? That's not a thing. No, it is. It's, very few games utilized it. Last year we played a game called Folklore. Folklore is entirely designed around it. But Phineas and Ferb Across the Second Dimension, right. I love the fact that You know, I feel like the only way I can put it is to bring up the awards show. Hold on. So in the awards, right here, writing and narrative were the same category. But what I ended up doing, okay, what was in the original place of narrative, in fact, I think I might still have it here. Did I get rid of it? I think I got rid of it. Okay, well, that's unfortunate. Basically, I had Best Multiverse, because I played a lot of multiverse-themed games. Similar to how there's Best Open World, I played a lot of open world games. Last year, I had Best Mystery, because, like, what was the best written mystery to me? Because I played so many different mystery games. You get it. And I removed it simply because this game felt like the only one that they actually did something with their concept. If that, as mean as that sounds. Because you look at all the other multiverse stuff, and it feels like the same thing everyone does. Whereas this game runs with it. You get to see familiar locations in new, creative ways. You get to meet characters in those new creative ways. Like, for example, you go to a dimension that's all, like, Fleischer cartoon. It's black and white. It's very clearly playing on Steamboat Willie. And you get to meet, like, Doofenshmirtz, Phineas, and Isabella in that dimension, and they're all black and white. That's fun. It has fitting music. It has a filter over it. That's kind of neat. This world that you see, it's the first one. It's like the world, but it got overtaken by gelatin. They point out that, oh, in this dimension, there was a, you know, it's a different timeline where Baljeet also got a pet, and he got a pet turtle. And now that turtle's going to come with you through the whole story. There's a balloon world where it's just filled with references to the... God, what were they even called? Oingo Boingos? Is that what they were called? Bangaroos? Something like that. And it's just this whole world of balloons that you get to, like, look at the whole world with the new designs and the balloon designs, and they just get super creative and fun with it. And I wish more games like Cosmic Shake and this actually played with the worlds rather than, okay, let's just take this character and we're just going to put them in a new situation. Bayonetta 3, we got a multiverse. You know where she's going? She's going to China. And then she's going to go to Egypt. That's our multiverse. Crash Bandicoot is going to go to pirate times. And then he's going to go to Mad Max World. That's our multiverse. And it's like, that's not fun. Half the fun of a multiverse is seeing, like, the familiar world with new themes. It's not the character being thrown into a new theme. That's not as interesting. It can be interesting, but something like this nails it for me. And I love the fact that you can play as all the alternate dimension versions of the characters. This game has a stupidly large roster for some reason. You can play as, like, Phineas, Ferb, Baljeet, Isabella, Perry, Peter the Panda, Terry the Turtle, Pinky the Chihuahua, and then, like, all their alternate dimension forms. It's silly, it's fun, and I love that they just went with it. And I haven't even started talking about the gameplay yet. Now, the gameplay's pretty simple. It's kind of like a beat-em-up. It kind of see here, it's... How would I describe this? It almost plays like Skylanders in a way, if we're being honest. You get a bunch of different gadgets and inventions throughout the game. You get, like, a baseball launcher that homes in on enemies. You get a soda gun. You know, just sprays people, AoE damage. You get these sort of sticky ninja gloves for melee hits. And they're decently fun. A lot of them are mostly used for puzzle solving and aren't really designed for combat. Like, you get a gun that's, oh, it can lift heavy objects. But you can also attach it to an enemy to do the worst damage in the game. And then if they're about to die, you pick them up and throw them, and it's just, why would I do that? I could just hit him with the baseball 2 times and then he dies. The whole voice cast returns, that's cool, that's fun. I don't remember the humor really sticking out that much with this game, but it was enjoyable enough, I'm sure. It's mostly just getting to go to all the different dimensions. That's the really big fun part of it. Unfortunately, it's only like that for the first half of the game. Because you go to, like, the Gelatin World, and then Balloon World, and then, like, Steamboat Willie World. You go to, like, a Druselstinian dimension that was overtaken by lawn gnomes. They have so much fun with them. They really do. But then the entire back half of the game, you go back to the second dimension, which I don't understand because that's not what you were trying to do in the original movie. The whole point in the movie was you go from the second dimension to loop all the way back, you wrap all the way back around to the first. But in this game, we start in the second dimension and then go back. And then it's like, okay, well, we're just going to stop Doofenshmirtz here. And then the entire second half of the game happens, and it's all just a boring factory theme. And I like factory themes, so when I say it's boring, that's how you know it's boring. And then it just... I assume, and I don't know this for a fact, if I had to guess, the game probably came out before the movie, and they didn't want to spoil the movie. Because the final boss of this game is not second dimension Doofenshmirtz, it's regular Doofenshmirtz. Because the characters make fun like, oh, you're not, like, actually evil like this guy. Second dimension Doofenshmirtz is way more evil than you. You're just a little teddy bear that throws tantrums and makes inventions to deal with your teddy bear nonsense. And Doofenshmirtz turns into the final boss because of it. He throws a fucking tantrum, and then he takes over, and he gets, like, a giant mech suit, and he tries to kill a bunch of kids. That's not even an exaggeration. Dude, he uses, like, weaponry. He uses lasers and explosives. He wants them dead. But ultimately, it's a fun game. After every level, you could play like a little skee ball minigame and a little crane minigame to unlock things. He's never done anything like that. You know, if I recall, he gets the mech suit and then it starts autopiloting itself, if I had to guess. I think that's maybe what happened. You know, actually, I think this is one of the few games I actually wrote down notes on. Yeah, tons of fan service, simple but fun gameplay. Everything about Phineas and Ferb is there. Humor, music, oh yeah, the visuals. This game looks great. If you play it on Wii, obviously it's really blurry. They perfectly brought the Phineas and Ferb art style to 3D, I feel. No, yeah. Goes against the source material. Why is First Dimension Doofenshmirtz the villain? That's what I wrote down the moment I beat the game. I don't know why they did that. But I know this may seem like a bit much, and I'm probably biased because Phineas and Ferb is probably my favorite show. It's up there with classic Simpsons and classic SpongeBob for me. I'm gonna give it a B tier. I think it's the best thing we've talked about yet. Although, for being honest, if you're like a really big fan of the show, it's up here. I'm not gonna put it up here, because I do want to be a little objective, and, you know, the second half of the game does really drag it down. But it's a good game. It's a pretty good game. One of Disney's best back when they actually made video games, instead of just licensing their stuff out. Dude, I miss Disney Interactive. I hope it comes back one day. I'm sad that Disney Infinity kind of destroyed it. I guess something else I could just throw in at the end. Whole game is co-op, so that's cool. And then, yeah, just like a bunch of the stuff you can unlock. Like, there's just fan service everywhere. There's so many different references. Am I hating on Infinity? No, Vinny, it's just Disney Infinity 3 did so poorly that their studio went out of business. That's not me, like, being a hater. That's just actually what happened. Because you gotta remember, when Disney Infinity 3 came out, that's around the time that, like, I think Superchargers came out? Because 3 is bad? Probably. It has a good modding community, though, for the PC version, at least. Although the PC version... Oh, well, you know, we'll get there someday. Let's not get into that whole spiel again. I have a group of games on here. Should I do them back to back because they're all negative and I don't want to be a hater? But I'm gonna look like a hater because I picked 3 below average games from the series. And we gotta build up, we gotta build up to the bigger stuff eventually. Let's start small. Sonic Boom Shattered Crystal. I couldn't find an English version of this, so do forgive me. I sincerely tried. I really did. I could find anything for the sequel. Sonic Boom, Fire and Ice? I could find so much artwork for that. This is the only fucking thing I could find. I couldn't find this artwork in English. You found the English version? No, the logo. I could get I mean, obviously I have the English logo. It's this specific high-quality image with the high-quality English logo. Found it instantly. PM it to me right now. And if it's the box art, then that doesn't count, Vinny. Because the box art has a bunch of shit that I don't want, like, on the graphic. It has, like, the logo and things get blocked off. And it has to be rectangle as well. So, like, DS box art doesn't really work. That's why I've had to include, like, crappy screenshots beside game cases. Okay, Sonic Boom Shattered Crystal. For those that don't remember, there were 2 Sonic Boom games on the 3DS. I played Fire and Ice first, and I thought it was pretty decent, so I wanted to play Shattered Crystal. Should I just put English over it? Yeah, but this is funny. Keeping it like this is very funny to me, so I wanted to keep it. But you're right, I could have. Basically, it's kind of like you took Sonic Boom's world and you tried to give it gameplay similar to Sonic Rush, but not designed as well as Sonic Rush. You play as the 4 characters you see there, Sonic, Knuckles, Tails, and Sticks, because Amy is kidnapped in this game. Le Cristal? Le Cristal Brisé. I don't even know, I assume French. Is it bad to assume that? Probably. Yeah, so you play as those 4 characters because Amy's not there. Each of them has their own special power. If I recall, Sonic, I don't remember what he does. Tails can fly, Knuckles can dig through surfaces, Sticks can do like a remote-controlled boomerang. Oh, what is this song? I believe this is the Double Dash character select? Let me see. Menu music from Mario Kart Double Dash. I can't remember what Sonic does. Well, look, you play as the 4 characters, you can swap between them on the fly. It's not the fastest Sonic game, and it's not the most well-designed, but I think it's decent. The levels are kind of open. There are a lot of secrets. They're not hard to find. If you can find secrets in something like Donkey Kong or Shovel Knight, this is baby game. You can absolutely find these. You go through the levels, you find a bunch of collectibles, and then you get to the end, and then future levels are locked off behind those collectibles. If you're not finding them as you play, you're gonna have to replay levels and backtrack. Kind of boring, but at the very least, they give you a map. And the more collectibles you find, you can upgrade your different character... Well, not the characters exactly, but you can upgrade different aspects of the gameplay, including a better map that just shows you where everything is. That being said, one of the levels is a fucking labyrinth and took me like 2 hours to find all the collectibles in. Some of these levels get long if you go for everything. But I mean, it's simple enough. It's better than Rise of Lyric, but not as good as Fire and Ice. It's very... I don't want to say bare bones. It's probably just the definition of D tier. I can see what's good about it. It's cool that you get to play as multiple characters. I like the fact that
it uses the Sonic Boom world. Because I didn't like them as a kid, but as I've gotten older, I like the designs more. I've grown to like them. But at the end of the day, the levels are just kind of whatever. And then, I can't even remember a lot of other stuff about it. I think there were, like, bonus levels you could find that are, like, Mach Speed sections. I remember there being a race level of some kind. A lot of it kind of phases through your memory. Except for one thing. And I almost want to bump this down an entire tier because of this. So I spent hours playing this game, right? I spent so long doing everything. And so I get all the collectibles. Oh, I don't want to use this guy's commentary, my bad. You get all the collectibles. You get all the crystals and hammers and who's and what's it's. And it's just this. Oh, wait, no, this is an actual level. Whoops. Here we go, it's this. You save Amy and then this plays. This is your 100% completion bonus. I am being dead serious right now. I have never felt more insulted completing a game. And it's just blaring music, by the way. I'm not going to play it because, again, I don't want to steal this guy's commentary. Well, actually, no, he might be laughing.
100% Super Mario Sunshine.
He brought up Sunshine. You know what? This is worse than Sunshine. I feel like this, like, Sunshine was at least a thank you. This is so much worse. This is also destroying my bitrate. I should really get off of it. I've never felt more insulted. I felt like they were taunting me. Ha ha! You finished Sonic Boom? What a loser. Look at this shitty dance animation that we put on our 3DS models. Seizure warning. It's not that bad. Come on. Actually, I don't know how sensitive people get to seizures. So maybe it is that bad. But yeah, I mean, it's fun enough. It has the boost formula gameplay. It does do something weird with, like, you slingshot between a foreground and a background, but not really? Because I know Donkey Kong Country Returns 3D does that as well. But in this game, it's like you slingshot and you just end up somewhere else without any real context for where it is. It's, I don't know. It's a fine game, but if you have the option, just play Fire and Ice first. Because that one is better. However, you want to talk about newer things not being as good as their original. You know, the polar opposite of what we just talked about. Sonic Colors Ultimate. Now, here's the thing. I am going to be talking about this from the perspective of a remaster. I'm not really going to be, why you hating on Colors? Colors kind of... You know what? I'm going to be honest with you. I'm starting to just hate the boost formula for Sonic. I replayed Generations this year. I did not like it. I thought it was kind of boring. That being said, I would infinitely rather play it than this. But again, keep in mind, I'm talking about this purely as a remaster in terms of what was changed, updated, and all that from the original. Generations is the best Sonic. I don't know if I could say that. I don't want to get caught on that topic, though. So yeah, Sonic Colors Ultimate, what did it do? Rehauled the visuals. It brought the game to new platforms. It remixed basically all the music in the game. I'm not going to talk about a Sonic game with Mario music in the background. Skip this one.
it did all these things. But when I streamed it, I wasn't very vocal while streaming. I didn't really talk a lot. I had pretty bad microphone quality. So I didn't really give my opinion on the game. I feel like Colors Ultimate does everything worse. I feel like the things it adds, there's only really like one good thing, and it still kind of got botched. So that's the perspective I'm looking at it. I'm not talking about Sonic Colors. I'm talking about what was updated and changed. So I hope y'all realize that. If I was talking about just Colors, it would probably be around here. Because if you want like a 2D boost Sonic game, no, I know. Oh, it's 3D and 2D. It's like 90% 2D. It would probably go somewhere in C or B. Starting off, the visuals. Why is everything so bright? And not like a fun, colorful kind of bright. Like a hurt your eyes, good God, everything is reflecting every light known to man kind of bright. It's so distracting. And I feel like in a lot of cases, the game looks way worse. I could probably find a comparison screenshot. I like how I'm able to just pull stuff up. It feels good. Because it also helps me, like, help demonstrate my points on a lot of things. Here we go. I feel like Starlight Carnival is one of the most perfect examples. It's so bright, and I know some people would argue, like, oh, this looks way better. I get it. I can't stand this. It feels like you just maxed out. I don't even know what to call it. It makes everything look blurry and way too bright, and just so much of the game is lost to me. Now, there are some bits I do like, you know, this little yellow thing here. I think that looks a little bit better, because, you know, this here just looks way too polygonal. Changed art style for the worst. Yeah, kinda. But things like the road or like the giant lights, they just don't look right. They really don't. And so I'm not big on a lot of the art style changes. The music is a really weird case. Because here's the thing. Sonic Colors has 6 levels in each world. And what they did originally was each world got 3 tracks. Long story short, each world was only supposed to have 3 levels and then 3 challenge levels that just reused the same music. But then they changed it last second and made the challenge levels mandatory. Which I actually just found out about that not too long ago, like 2 days ago. So I thought that was neat. So what they did for this... Oh my god, that was the wrong bottle. I just drank out of the wrong bottle. They took the 3 tracks and they remixed them for the other 3 tracks. And so every other level you get like a remix, then the original track. Remix, original, remix, original. That is cool, but most of the remix music is not very good. It's not, I can't call it bad, but it feels like so much of the original soundtrack is lost, and I feel like Sweet Mountain and Tropical Resort are the perfect examples. If you, like, when you first load into the game, load into the game, there is just this obnoxious piano just blaring, just covering every other instrument in Tropical Resort. And then you get to Sweet Mountain, and it's like the drums are louder than everything else, and so all, like, the brass instruments and stuff, they just get drowned out by this super loud percussion. And I just don't really like any of the remixed music. And I think in a post-update, they made it to where you can just turn off the remix tracks. I could be wrong. That's nice, at least. But by default, you play with them on. And so... I'm not into it. I will say I like Planet Wisp, one or two of them. And I like the fully original track, which was Metal Sonic's theme, which is another thing they did. Basically, if you get enough collectibles in a world, you can race Metal Sonic. And it's basically a time trial, which, okay, that's kind of neat. It doesn't really work, and it's very abrupt. I'm sure y'all have seen it before. You click on the level, and it just pops up like an advertisement. Do you want to race Metal Sonic? There's no transition or sound effect. It's just shows up. It's very jarring. And then the race itself has horrible rubber banding and visual glitches. And it's just, you pretty much just play the level again. There was one that did make me, like, I felt challenged, and that was the one at Planet Wisp. That was the only one where it actually took multiple attempts for me to do it. And I thought that one was great. That one was super fun. It was frustrating, but it demanded that I learn the level and learn the fastest route, and I like it for that reason. Now, something that I'm sure happened during my playthrough, but I did not personally remember, were visual and audio glitches. I'm sure they happened. I know there's a lot of stuff like sound only playing in one ear, obviously the seizure glitches, which I don't think happened in my playthrough. Game crashes. It's a very poorly optimized remaster. I'm sure I experienced it, I just don't remember, and I wasn't vocal about it when I streamed it. Although I do remember the water levels looking weird. They had like a really weird filter over them for whatever reason. Aquarium Park just felt lesser overall. And then other new additions. They added a new Wisp, which, questionable. They added what was... So basically in the original Sonic Colors, if you don't know, you would get these little aliens, and they would give you powers. Oh, the rocket, you use it and then you shoot straight up. The laser can reflect off of crystals and you fly through the level. Spike is basically just the spin dash, but it can stick to walls. You know, stuff like that. Hover gives you, like, the light speed dash. Ghost makes it to where you can phase through walls and find out-of-bounds areas where they have put a collectible. Do you have any idea how easy it is to completely die doing this? Because you get thrown out of bounds in a section you're not supposed to be in, and you just fall through the world? Because it happens more often than you would think. I don't know if it happened to me on stream, but when I played a little bit in my own free time, I ended up in a part of the level where they did not spawn another Ghost Wisp. So I just got stuck, and I just had to restart the whole level. I get that breaking the level is kind of the point of it, but it shouldn't actually break it. You should feel like you're breaking it, but you don't actually break the level. But that's not what happened. You know, I broke it. I gotta restart it now. I wasn't supposed to be here, even though it felt like I was. It's a very strange addition. I don't know. Colors Ultimate... Just play the original. Honestly. There are plenty of other videos that go way more in-depth and in detail at all the different little problems with it. Sonic Colors, as time passes, becomes an iffier game for me. But if I ever feel like replaying it, I'm either gonna put it in my Wii U, or I'm gonna boot it up on Dolphin. I don't see myself buying this... I know it recently got put on Steam. You know, it's no longer an Epic Games exclusive. If it goes on sale for, like, less than $10, maybe. But I'd rather just play the original. You know, actually, there is one more thing I didn't mention. The cosmetics, those are actually funny. I like those. They're so stupid. You can give Sonic, like, shiny leopard print gloves and shoes, and then whenever he boosts, he lets out, like, purple flames behind him. That's funny. I like that. But overall, just play the original if you're going to play it, but Sonic Colors becomes an iffier game as more time passes.
All right. This is going to be our first big game. I would argue stuff like Elden Ring, Mario plus Rabbids, the Bayonetta trilogy, Crash 4, Sunset Overdrive, like those, you know, Overwatch, those are kind of like some of our big games. To me, this is going to be the first of those. With Sonic Frontiers. I don't know where to begin. I haven't finished Sparks of Hope. Vinny, we beat Sparks of Hope like a month ago. I have finished most of the games on here. If you're talking about the VOD channel, though, I did not. No, I did. Vinny, I literally beat the game. 100%. It was the stream right before this. This game fucking sucks. We gotta be more subtle about it, Maddie. We can't be too mean. You know, they spent over 5 years on it. Doesn't feel like it, but they did. Alright, look. I gotta level with you. I thought Sonic Frontiers was rough from the moment I started playing it, but I gave it the benefit of the doubt until one specific part of the game. I will detail it more as we get there, but here's the thing. This went from, like, top 10, maybe top 5 Sonic game to bottom 5. Like, oh my god. This has one of the worst drop-offs in quality I have ever seen in a game. To the point where if I ever feel like replaying it, I will just play, like, the first 10% of the game and then just won't play anymore. Okay. Let's back up a little bit, though. Let's just, I'm already angry. I clapped too hard for that emphasis. My hands are stinging. So, Sonic Frontiers is a new genre of game called Open Zone, as Sega keeps insisting upon. It's open world Sonic. Basically, you're thrown into the open world, and you sort of go on a chain reaction of collectibles to beat each strand type. I hate it when people try to make a genre. Does that make sense? Like something like Metroidvania, like that just caught on. Souls-like just caught on. Stop trying to make new genres. Make the game, and if people want to call it a new genre, let them. But no, it's open world Sonic. Just instead of one giant open world, you have... They're still pretty big, but it's like 5 smaller ones. Although it's technically 3. It's technically 3. 4 if you want to be generous. But yeah, you're thrown into the open world, and Sonic Frontiers immediately is split up into 2 bits. Cyberspace levels, which are essentially the boost type formula levels that you've been playing for the past decade and a half, with colors unleashed, forces, a lot of forces. It definitely feels like forces the most. And then they're very short, they're very simple. They're kind of meant to be bite-sized, which I can kind of forgive. But there's a lot of oh my god, there's so many things to talk about. This is why I didn't want to open up with a big game, because it's just so overwhelming. Let's start with the open world. So the open world is actually decently fun, and it's the part I liked more for sure. Pretty sure there are a billion games that are open zone. I mean, that's what you could call like half the games on this list. In the open world, you'll find cyberspace levels strewn about. I think there's like 5 or 6 in each world. Sorry, island. You're at the Starfall Islands, but I'm calling them worlds because it's easier. You run around, and the idea is you're trying to get 6 of the Chaos Emeralds. Once you get the 6th Chaos Emerald, and you do like some like story bits, you can go fight the boss of that island. How do you get the Chaos Emeralds? You gotta get Chaos Keys.
how do you get chaos keys? You gotta beat cyberspace levels and do objectives in them, like beat it in a certain time, or beat the level at all, get a certain amount of rings, find all the red rings, stuff like that. How do you access cyberspace levels? You gotta get portal gears. How do you get portal gears? You gotta defeat the giant enemies throughout the open world. Boom. There's your hook. Explore the open world, find the big enemies, and just run. And I won't lie, I actually kind of like the chain reaction they have going. Find a boss, kill it, find a level, play it, find the Chaos Emerald, get it. Because while Sonic Frontiers has a lot of rough stuff with its open world, there are a lot of ideas I like. It's very bland in terms of theme and layout, but there's a cool mechanic with it. In the open world, if you find a puzzle and you beat it, it causes Sonic-y elements to appear throughout it. Now, granted, these puzzles are horrible. It is stuff that, like, a 5-year-old, not even, probably like closer to like a 3 or 4-year-old could probably manage. I would not be surprised, because it's stuff like, whoa, these panels are in the shape of a square. You have to step on all of them without stepping on one twice. And then you walk in a square. Good job, you did the mission. Whoa, there's a lamp here. There's 2 lamps here. One of them is lit. And so you go up to the other lamp and you walk in a circle around it, and then it lights up. Nice job, you did the puzzle. You hit a statue. Alright, you have to get all the way across this entire island and hit this objective marker to complete this puzzle. You have 20 minutes. Like, dude, come on. They're so simple and basic, and they're not very fun. The coolest one in the game, they do it once. Where it's like you have to sort of create not really a platform. You mess with these statues and you do them in a certain order to create light that you can grind across to reach a new area. And they only do it once, and it's a shame because it's actually pretty cool. But the reward you get for the puzzles, on top of actually opening up the map more, like I said, it adds Sonic-y elements to the world. So you'll beat a puzzle, and then a grind rail just phases into existence with a spring at the end of it. And as you complete more puzzles, the world goes from like a barren wasteland to just grind rails, platforms, wall running segments, speed boosters, springs, and you're able to just traverse the entire world at high speed as much as you want. That's pretty cool. I think that's actually a really good idea. Skywalker Saga's open zone. Dude, fucking Bugsnax is open zone. Like, they shouldn't have done that. They should have just said, hey, it's a series of smaller open worlds. But I really do love the idea of the more you explore and dig deeper into the open world, the faster you can traverse it. Now, unfortunately, something that kind of holds this back, you see that little image there where you get to see a bunch of like grind rails in the background and a bunch of like racetrack segments in the background behind Sonic. Unfortunately, this game has horrible pop-in, and you just don't see anything unless it's like 10 feet in front of you. There have been times where I'm boosting and I go to jump off a cliff, and then just, bam, wall just shows up. Because that's a wall that you're supposed to wall climb on the other side, and I just didn't see it. Because it didn't spawn in yet. And this is, like, on the PC version of the game as well. It's for all platforms, but, like, dude, really? Can the game really not handle just... It's not even a lot. I'm not asking for a lot. I just want to see some basic grind rails around the place. You know, I want to see the shortcuts that I've opened up. I want to see the world get more Sonic-y as I do it. So, unfortunately, it is held back by the pop-in. It's also held back by a lot of ideas that just go unused. Like the one I just mentioned about creating a light path. There's also stuff like...
gravity rocks where... Oh, excuse me. You can, like, run through this sort of minerally, rocky area, and you can just walk on the walls. And it's intentional. Like, you know, this ain't Sonic 06. Like, you're actually meant to walk on the walls and ceilings. And that's cool. Too bad they only do it twice in the game, and they don't do anything with it. Like, there was a... In the third island, there are these pillars, like, all across this sort of... What do you call it? Basically, the third island is a bunch of, like, mountains. But below the mountains, like, way down in the clouds, you have a bunch of pillars. And, again, you can just walk on them. But they don't do anything or go anywhere. They're just there with nothing. And it feels like just such a waste. And then, obviously, like, there are other things to do than just puzzles and running around. Kind of. The boss fights, which I believe they're called Guardians. They're not even being subtle. Dude, there's a lot of, like... I don't want to call every open world game Breath of the Wild. I try not to be that person, because I don't even like Breath of the Wild to begin with. But, like, the semi-improvised piano music and, like, just climbing the towers and everything... And calling, like, the big bad guys the Guardians. Come on. You're just asking to be compared at that point. About half of them were fun to fight, but a lot of them were very tedious. For example, there's one called Squid, which it's such a cool idea, but they're so boring. It's like, okay, it's flying through the sky, and it's creating a digital road behind it. So you have to figure out how to land on that road, and then it's going to start flying away, and so you have to run across this road and dodge obstacles while chasing it. And if you get too slow, you're going to fall off. That's cool. What it ends up actually being is you jump onto it, and then you have to just hold the boost button down for about 5 minutes until the game decides, okay, now you're close enough. You know, now the boss is going to slow down so you can hit it. And, like, that's not very fun. There was, like, a turtle one that would turn the game into a skydiving mini-game, and it takes forever to hit the ground. Oh, there was a sumo one that would, like, constantly bounce you into electrical walls, which wasn't really fun. A lot of them weren't that enjoyable. But thankfully, you don't have to fight them to get portal gears. You can get portal gears either just by finding them in the ground, which that's something I'll talk about in a sec, or by playing the big fishing minigame. So you can find a cyberspace level that's just Big the Cat, and you can go fishing. It's very simple. It's not like an actual fishing game. It's... God, this music's very quiet. Basically, I feel alone just getting mad at Sonic. There we go. It's kind of whatever. The big fishing minigame is clearly there for people that don't want to mess around in the open world. You find these purple coins. Like, that would literally Mario Odyssey, by the way, because Bob just pointed that, or sorry, Vinny pointed that out. You take the purple coins to Big, and it's like, oh, now you can go fishing. Fishing breaks the game. You can get portal gears early. You can get, like, the Chaos Emerald keys. You can get level up materials. You can go up to level 99 in 4 different stats. If you go to Big the Cat, you can be almost max level in the first world. Out of 5. Now these stats, I don't even know if I remember them all. It's ring capacity, top speed, the damage you deal to enemies, and then how many rings you lose on death. And it's kind of weird because top speed feels like it doesn't even make you that much faster until you max it out. But the moment you max out top speed, the defense stat and the ring capacity immediately become irrelevant. Because there's a mechanic where if you have the max possible rings that you can hold, Sonic is way faster. But if you max out top speed, then you don't need to max your rings, and you're just always at top speed no matter what. So now those upgrades are just pointless. And then attack power. Oh my god, it breaks the game. You just... Those guardians that take forever to kill, you start one-shotting them. Should lose all rings on hit. I think you start out losing like 40, but you can hold up to 400 rings, and so you get to a point where you only lose like, what, 5, 10? And then on top of that, big new mechanic. Sonic took Knights' sort of gimmicky mechanic of making loops for points or for gathering things. It's now called Psy-looping. Basically, you hold a button down, he gets a trail behind him, and you can draw shapes or wrap around objects and enemies for combat reasons or puzzle reasons. But if you just do it anywhere, if you just draw a circle, you just get a bunch of rings. And other times when you draw a circle, you get upgrade materials. Love this song, by the way. You get upgrade materials, currency, like story collectibles. It's so bizarre. You don't have to play the game if you don't want to. Until you, like, except for the Chaos Emeralds. You do have to go get the Chaos Emeralds. And it's super... I don't know. I think the idea is cool. That you can get to the end goal in a variety of different ways. You could draw Among Us. Yes, many people have done that. It's... I don't know. I feel like I would have preferred if it was not necessarily linear, but if you're gonna have these easier ways to get there, I'd like a reason to go fight the bosses. You know, why should I go and fight a squid? By the way, if you're wondering, the squids are birds, they're not actual squids. It's just called that. Why should I go fight that for 5 to 10 minutes when I could go fish with Big for 5 to 10 minutes? Get the portal gears I would have gotten, and also a bunch of other shit. Fight the bosses because they're fun, but they're not really that fun. The smaller ones are fun, but the ones that put you in, like, automated sections where you have to just run for 5 to 10 minutes, or you have to watch constant cutscenes because they're doing cinematic moves, it's not fun. It's just time-consuming. Especially in the later worlds. I think that's just about all my opinions of cyberspace in the open world. Cyberspace is really just nothing to me. I did it. I got all the keys from it, but... Actually, you know what? There are things to talk about. Level themes. Green Hill, Chemical Plant, Sky Sanctuary. I know it's just the thing to dunk on Sonic for constantly reusing assets. I would have been more fine with it if there was more. Because the whole idea is like, oh, cyberspace is pulling from Sonic's memories and his experiences to create new things. And so, like, things are getting mixed around. You'll play Metal Harbor from Sonic Adventure 2, but now it looks like Chemical Plant. You'll play, let's say... What's another one I could think of? You'll play, like, a Sonic 06 level, but with, like, a city theme, and the city theme's actually new. You'll play Green Forest from Sonic Adventure 2, but with a Green Hill theme. Sky Rail from Sonic Adventure 2. I can only remember the Sonic Adventure 2 ones, if you couldn't tell. A lot of the levels are reused layouts and reused themes. I just kind of wish they pushed it further. If you're gonna do something like that. Dragon Road from Sonic Unleashed, but with Sky Sanctuary theme. I know that one. But why not get, like... weird with it, you know? Why not use the castles from Sonic 06 and then do it on like a Sonic Rush level? Why not do something like, oh, let's say... Why not do like a Sonic R racetrack, you know? Like, you could have some fun with concepts like this. I mean, that's what Generations did. It remixed old ideas and themes. And it did it well in that game. Even though I enjoy it less and less as time goes on, I can't call Generations a bad game. It took its concept and it ran with it, and I appreciate it for that. But here, it doesn't feel well thought out. I like the backgrounds on a lot of them. They'll have, like, segments of the level kind of scattered and broken in the sky floating around. That's kind of neat. But the whole, like, old level layouts with the boost formula and a reuse theme, and there's only 4 themes across 30 levels, not the biggest fan. Especially since some of these levels, they're so short. There's a level you can literally beat in, like, 20 seconds. And I would say half the cyberspace levels you can probably beat in less than 90 seconds. Maybe even less than a minute. They're crazy short, and I get it. You're supposed to just instantly do them, get the keys, and then go back to the open world. But at that point, I have to wonder if they were worth being there in the first place when we could have just had a cooler open world. Now then, other aspects of the game. Story. What happened? Why? Why is it like... It's just nothing. I see people complimenting the story constantly. Saying it's the best story Sonic's ever had. That getting the person behind the comics was the best decision they could have done. That they got emotional over it. Did I play the wrong game? Because it does not... So much shit just comes out of nowhere. And anytime I am supposed to take anything seriously, it's the funniest thing on the planet to me. The voices for the characters, a lot of them sound a bit weird. They were clearly told to go with like a different kind of direction. Roger Craig Smith is way deeper with Sonic. It's so... Like, the moment the first cutscene starts, it's so weird. Knuckles got a new voice actor. I don't like him as much as the one they had previously throughout, like, the Sonic Boom and Forces and whatnot. I like that voice actor way more. Amy sounds kind of weird because she's trying to be serious, but it just doesn't work. And then Tails is fine. You know, Tails is always going to be fine. But the main story of, like, they go to... So Eggman goes to Starfall Islands, whatever. Think something fucks up. He wants the power of the ancients, which... Why would you call it that? Because that's what they're called in Sonic Boom, but whatever, fine. I'm not going to think about it. He just gets sucked into cyberspace. And then Sonic, Tails, and Amy go to the island, and it's like, oh, something's wrong with the Chaos Emeralds. They go there, plane crashes because Tails can't make a functioning plane to save his life. Tails, Amy, and Knuckles get put in, like, this weird cyberspace stasis. By the way, Knuckles is there. He's just already there. It's not explained in the game. Sonic fans when that one dude left and didn't come back. Oh, just... Yeah, see, you pop in, you find Amy, and she's in that stasis. You free her, and every time you free a friend, you get, like, a new ability. And, I will say really quick, movement's not great in the game. Before I get into more story stuff, it doesn't control very well. And I thought, fine, whatever. Maybe it's just hard to make it work for this kind of game. Within, like, 2 days of the game coming out, fan mod called Improved Physics made the game infinitely more fun. And I'm not giving Sonic Frontiers that credit. There are a lot of mods just making the game more enjoyable. It gets none of that. No credit. Because I know, like, some people were iffy, like, hey, VR chat shouldn't be an S tier on your list. It shouldn't be that high up, because it's all, like, user-generated content. That's not part of the game. I get that, but if the whole game's purpose is to be about user-generated content, then I feel like that should factor into ranking it and reviewing it. But if it's something like Sonic Frontiers, where it's just fan mods for, that are completely separate and aren't built into the game, no, I'm not considering it. Like Mario Maker. That is the exact comparison I was going to make, Vinny. It's like if I talked about Mario Maker on the 3DS and Super Mario Maker 2. Mario Maker on the 3DS has no online features. You can only share levels locally. So I would be judging the game based on that, not based on the things that other people have been able to do. But Mario Maker on the Switch, I just get infinite levels, and I can play them randomly, and I can get codes and such, and I can share and make my own with my friends. I would judge it off of that. Impressed what people who have actually played video games can do. That's mean. But yes, back to the story. Each character kind of goes through an arc, I guess. Amy wants to love things more. That's whatever. She sees, like, two ancient creatures that, before they were fucking nuked, they hugged each other. And now she wants to share love with the world. Then you get to Knuckles, and it's like him coming to terms with being the last of his kind. I don't remember. I think that was it. I tried to care. They constantly, like, reference old events, and unironically will put screenshots of those games on screen. So Knuckles will be like, you know, you and I used to not really get along very well. And it just flashes a fucking screenshot of Sonic 3 on the Genesis? What? And then you get to Tails, and he's talking about how he's a burden, and it's like, you saw what happened with the Deadly Six? I got caught by them. And then it's just a Sonic Lost World screenshot. What about when Chaos Zero showed up, when Infinite took over? A screenshot, and it's just like, what the fuck is this? Why are they constantly talking about, like, other events? Sonic sees a waterfall, and it's like, whoa! This is like the waterfall down at Mystic Ruins. I should stop there sometime. Oh, these cliffs are amazing. Tangle would love climbing around here. This place kind of reminds me of the Jet the Hawk. I wonder what the Babylon Rogues are up to. Whoa, I hope Zavik's doing alright. I hope he's not causing too much trouble. He's just talking about random shit all the time that isn't even related. When I turn into a bigger furry. I don't even think he talks about Unleashed, oddly enough. But it's so bizarre that they're just constantly, like, they're referencing, like, comics and adventure game, and, like, now they have established that, like, there's somehow adventure forces both take place in the same world. It's weird. I get what they're trying to do. They're trying to make a consistent Sonic canon. Doesn't really work. It feels like it's just shoving references down your throat. And it doesn't feel sincere. Because I look at something like Cosmic Shake, which we played, and I believe I made this comparison during it as well, where it felt like the references there and the nods there were fun and heartfelt. But then I get to Frontiers, and they're using it as, like, a replacement for storytelling. Huh? Tails talking about, like, Lost World and Forces. That's his... I don't know. I'm talking about this for way too long. Also, hi Goatman. I hope you're doing well today. This is why... By the way, I don't know if I'm going to talk about other stuff as much as this. This has been building up for like 5 months. The new character, the villain, Sage. So much stuff comes out of nowhere with her. I don't even care about spoiling it. They try to build up that she's like Eggman's AI daughter, and that she's grown like super attached to him, and that Eggman, you know what, Eggman gets like these voice memos that you can find that are literally just references. It's like, oh, Sage reminds me a lot of my old niece Maria. Blah 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 blah. The Ark. Blah 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 blah. Black Doom. The fucking King Dodonpa from Team Sonic Racing. Do you remember Lord Gaia? Do you remember the Werehog? Remember the Deadly Six? What about Infinite? What about the Phantom Ruby? Do you remember when Metal Sonic turned into a big Metal Sonic? How about the way Chaos interacts with the Chaos Emeralds? Because this is all about, like, ancient Chaos people from another fucking planet. I don't... You can't just shove a bunch of references and callbacks and call it a story. You can't. It's infuriating. And it just gets worse and worse and worse as the game progresses. And, like, the stuff with Sage. Eggman calling her his daughter right before the final boss comes out of fucking nowhere. They're trying to, like, and then, like, every time you talk to her in the game, you find her. Because Sonic, like, he could tell, like, okay, she's not bad. She's probably being manipulated or something by Eggman. And he'll walk up to her. And Sage will be like, you are the enemy. You should not be facing the Titans. The Titans will kill you. You should leave while you can. And then Sonic's like, okay, what's a Titan? And Sage goes, you are the enemy. I will not share information with you. That's every cutscene with Sage. Every single time. She brings something up. Sonic asks a question. She says she's not going to say anything about it, and then she leaves. That is 90% of everything Sage does throughout the entire game. It's so annoying. God, I didn't even... Okay, I want to... There's, like... I almost feel like I can't keep talking about it without going to the other world. So we're just gonna... We're gonna kind of back up, go back to the world design. What happens when you get the Chaos Emeralds, right? First off, getting the Chaos Emeralds is actually pretty fun, because they're usually behind platforming gauntlets. At least one of them is always hidden behind, like, a really hard one. I actually really liked going for those. Especially the one on the last island in the game. Because I remember that one is a gauntlet, and it's very satisfying. Excuse me. It's very satisfying to just run through it, and then if you slip up, you can unlock shortcuts to just jump back into the gauntlet and keep going, keep the speed going. I like that. And then once you get, you know, you get all your gears and keys and Chaos Emeralds, then you have to work on the story. And basically, as you do the story, you do a bunch of, like, weird mini-games with these little guys called the Coco. They're just Koroks. They're cuter than Koroks, but they are just Koroks. And you have to go through Sonic's friend's character arc. And then once that's done, you play a mini-game, and you fight the boss. The bosses... Yeah, they're fun. They're cool. They're silly and enjoyable and a spectacle, and I love them. You run up to the boss. They're like these giant... They're like the Divine Beasts in Breath of the Wild. And I'm not even going to be shameless about comparing it anymore. I don't care. You essentially have to climb it like it's Shadow of the Colossus. You have to find a way to access the Chaos Emerald that it's currently holding on to. And then you turn into Super Sonic. And then they play, like, 2000s anime music video songs. Like, I'll just pull one up now. The first one you get hit with. Is it gonna play the song? Oh, I muted it. He turns into Super Sonic and it starts playing this. Like, straight out of a fucking 2000s fan-made YouTube edit. And if I just skip, like, a little bit into the song... It's so wonderfully cheesy. It really is. And I had a stupid smile on my face the whole time. Evanescence. I don't think it's quite to that extent. And they're fun. Basically, you get all the different combat moves, which I'm not really going to talk about the combat. It's really basic. You get combos, but basically any strategy you can think of works. So,
During these bosses, it's the same combat, but all your stuff is, like, way flashier because you're supersonic. You know? Instead of parrying an enemy and then you just hit them in the head, you'll parry the boss, and then you'll fly into the sky and make 50 clones of yourselves, and you'll all punch the boss at once. It's so over the top. I hear a lot of people compare them to the bosses in Metal Gear Rising, and after playing that game, I get it. And they're fun. And then what happens is you beat the boss, the Chaos Emeralds just fuck off. That's not me getting angry. They just leave, and then you go to the next island. The boss. Yeah, forgive me if I slur a little bit. I'm trying my best not to. But I don't talk like this frequently, super often. I should have warmed up my voice a little bit more today. I'm gonna say this now. The first island, Kronos Island, that's the best part of the game. I'm not even kidding. The second island, Ares Island, is still okay. It's decent. It's pretty good. It's desert-themed. It's very open. It's where you meet Knuckles. And it has really, really obnoxious guardians to fight. Hey, Dunkle. I hope you're doing well today. But overall, like, the openness of the desert, just, like, speeding through it. You can find, like, a bunch of stuff, like an oasis, a bunch of, like, narrow canyons. It's fun to run around. It has a really good flow to it. But... And I will say this. It personally had my favorite boss of the 4. It's called the Wyvern, and it really is like a giant serpent in the sky. And rather than just fighting it in an arena, you chase after it as Supersonic, and you're just flying through the whole world that you just explored and went through. That's pretty cool and fun. You know what's not fun? Chaos Island! Very fitting music, I suppose. Chaos Island is one of the worst designed things I have ever played in a video game. Ever. Period. And Maddie, I'm pretty sure, like, she already wasn't really that big on the game. I think Chaos Island nailed it in the head, and she just fucking hates it now. So you get to Chaos Island, and rather than being this big, sprawling, open world, it's these very narrow mountains that you go across. And all the different locations are in these islands and these mountain peaks way out in the distance. So rather than getting to do the Chaos Emeralds in whatever order you want, or getting to get them before you even do the story stuff, you're kind of locked into doing things in a set order. And Chaos Island does all this super annoying, obnoxious stuff. Like, 2D sections. So here's the thing. 2D sections exist in the open world, but they were used pretty... What's the word I'm looking for? Sparingly. So, like, for example, in the first world, there would be, like, a rail going around a hill. And if you hopped on that rail, it would put you in a 2D section. It's like, oh, time your jump, and you get to shoot straight to the top of the hill. Very quick, very simple, and you can get off of it if you choose. In Chaos Island, half of the Sonic-y things you can do, half the springs and boost pads and whatnot, will put you in a multi-minute long 2D section that you can't leave. So if you see, like, a straight pathway, you can walk around it, but then if you, like, hit a spring, it locks you into the 2D section. It forces you in there, and you have to do the whole thing. And it's so annoying because it's not obvious which things will put you in one. And so you'll just be running around the world, and then you'll hit a boost pad, and suddenly now you have to do this whole 2D section in an open world, by the way, for a section that you could easily just walk around. So that's annoying. It's also just... It has... there are like these bird enemies flying around. And you're just supposed to figure out that you're supposed to go to this cliff, drag a bird enemy to that cliff, hit the bird enemy, parry it. You can't kill it, you have to parry it,
which allows you to hop on its back and then glide to an island in the distance. And that's how you progress. I got lucky with figuring this out, because I parried enemies a lot. I have seen people that couldn't beat the game, because that was never brought up or explained at all. It's not hinted at. There's no other way to get there without glitching the game. And it's just... Chaos Island is just full of stuff like this. And so, like, you're going through everything. You have to get more collectibles than any other world in that one, and it's not fun. Just exploring isn't fun. Getting shoved in 2D sections isn't fun. Having to find obscure paths isn't fun. And when you're finally doing... Like, you got the Chaos Emeralds, you got the story stuff done. Let's go activate the boss. First world. You do, not necessarily, you do a light puzzle. You turn the statue, it does a beam of light, reflect the lights, boom, you're done. Second world. It's a skill crane minigame. Whatever, it's basic, it's fine, it's simple, it's easy. Easier than the first world, done. Third world. Play pinball for half an hour and get 1,000,000 points to activate the boss. Why? Why? Because you play pinball, and it's like, get 1,000,000 points, okay? And then you hit, like, one of the bumpers, and it gives you, like, 10 points. What kind of tedious bullshit am I hearing? Exactly! Like, it's so bizarre. I get it. Sonic does pinball. And if you wanted to make it, like, a cute thing that you do for 5 minutes, fine, whatever. But they don't do that. They make you get... Basically, as you play the pinball game, a red ring will spawn. And it's completely random where it will spawn. It could spawn in, like, the middle of the machine, and you'll just get it instantly. Or it could spawn behind the flipper, and you just have to pray that you get it, because every time you get one, you get a multiplier. And if you get enough multipliers, then, obviously, you can do it faster. But if you let the ball drop, you lose your multiplier. And if you lose it 3 times, you have to start all over. And so I did it. But here's the thing. Getting 1,000,000 points is not enough. There is a second thing they want you to do that they do not tell you. So do you know what I did? I played it. I got over 1,000,000 points. And I was like, oh, cool, I did it. And then I backed out of the minigame. That's not how it works. I had to do the whole minigame all over again. At a time, how long have I been talking about a game and compare? I might. Again, this is probably gonna be the longest one. Elden Ring might come close, though. I don't get it. I don't get why Chaos Island had to be the way it was. And it somehow the boss that's my favorite boss theme in the game, was the one on Chaos Island. I didn't care. I wanted the game to be over. So I did the whole pinball minigame all over again. I did what you were supposed to do that time. Killed the boss. It was cool, I guess. It was fancy. Fourth world, fourth island. Pure exposition. Constantly advertised that this game had 5 islands. It doesn't. The fourth island is just... There are 7 towers. Go up to the tower and climb it. Activate a cutscene. Go to the second tower and climb it. Activate a cutscene. There's no collectibles, it's just story. Which, fine, whatever. But you kind of notice something a little strange. Because when you go to this island, it's the same theme as the first island. And if you look over the cliffs, you can see the first island. Chronos Island, just down there. You can't go down there, but it's there. And then you notice, hey, there's another island connected to this place and the first island. And so when you get to the end of Chaos Island and you see that the 5th island is just the third time they're using just the basic Grasslands theme, it all sinks in that this game was only supposed to have 3 islands, but they cut the first one, the biggest one, up into 3. So they had 5. So it would be bigger. Because bigger game equals better game, apparently. And at that point, I had to question, like, this isn't fun anymore. I'm just doing the same thing. It's not even, like, there's nothing interesting going on, what is it, Uranos Island? Uranos? And it didn't help that, like, throughout this island, you have to play Ikaruga 3 times. They call it a hacking minigame. It's just a shmup that you have to play. And this shmup game lagged my game so much. It is the only part of the game that did not run well, and it would stutter and freeze, and it took me like 5 times longer to do any of those minigames than it normally would have. I know this is on my end, I don't care. Then you get through the 4th, or sorry, the 5th. Technically the 4th, but it's also technically the 5th. You know what I mean. You fight the 4th Titan boss, which is Supreme. It's easily the worst one, and it blares the main theme of the game. But whatever, it's tedious, you beat it, and then you take control of it. And I thought it couldn't get worse. I thought it would just roll to credits. I did it, whatever. Maybe Eggman would turn on me and I'd have to fight the Death Egg robot again, if I was lucky enough. What ended up happening was this. And I'm gonna pull it up and show y'all, because I cannot do it justice. Okay. So here it is. So obviously you have, like, Eggman. He gives him the last Chaos Emerald. This is kind of how the bosses play out. This one's a little different. This one, normally they wouldn't zoom it out like that. But as you can see, like, yeah, they're super flashy, they're super cinematic, whatever. Even at 4K. I ain't a peasant. But then, as you will soon see, you do the cutscene. And I've been trying to keep this from Maddie, but I don't think either of us care anymore. Also, yeah, whatever, you team up after Sonic almost. I don't care anymore. You go into space, and it's just the moon. It's like, okay, fine. Maybe this is kind of neat. Guess what? Look, they're building it up. He's talking to, like, the ancient beings that originally piloted the Titans. And then the camera pans to the fucking hacking minigame. And the final boss is just... Oh, wait. Oh, God, this isn't it. This isn't it. Hold on. Fun fact, if you're not playing on the hardest difficulty, the final boss is just a quick time event. No. Here we go. The true final boss. It's just this. It's just fucking Ikaruga. This is the final boss of your Sonic game. For like 15 minutes. Now, I would like to remind y'all... Oh, by the way, if you get hit 3 times, you have to do the whole boss all over again. I would like to remind y'all that the hacking minigame was the only part of the game that lagged. And the only part of the game that froze my computer. What was supposed to be a 15-minute shmup section turned into an almost hour-long endurance test. I never want to play this fucking game ever again.
I would have rathered nothing. I wish I didn't play on the hardest difficulty, because then I would have gotten nothing. I'm in fucking disbelief about it. That is how they would end their game. And like, there are people that like Ikaruga and they like shmups. Cool. I'm happy you were able to enjoy it. But there's no way you could call it good. Not, like, it's... I'm getting, like, actually heated. I need to turn my fan up. I was so done with this game. I really was. I wanted to like it, but everything after Ares Island just kept hammering it in that I shouldn't. And there's so much more. There's so much more. There really is, but I can't keep talking about it. I know that there is a YouTuber I like named Radical Soda who is currently working on a Sonic Frontiers video. And that will probably be very accurate to the way I feel about the game. I do want to share one bit, though. I want to share one more little bit. The only good part about... what was it? About Chaos Island was this cutscene. Basically, Sage listens in whenever Sonic is, like, talking with his friends. Right? And so when Tails is, like, talking about how he's ready to grow up and he doesn't need to rely on Sonic, and he's strong enough to do his own thing.
You're free to go your own way.
It starts playing this. Like, Sage is like, whoa, their friendship is so beautiful. They're family, but not genetically. It's everything I want with Dr. Eggman.
Everything I want. In the future, when they were simply enemies.
And then she phases between good Sage and bad Sage, and then this plays. And it's just her humming, but it's all the cutscenes of Eggman yelling at her in their fucking city cyberspace. Whose idea was this? This is the only footage they have of her, so it's the only ones they could use for flashbacks, and it's just Eggman yelling at her. I can't. I'm so done with this game. I don't even know where to put it. Ugh. Trash can? I think... Here's the thing. It teeters here. Because the first two worlds are fun. They are. And I feel like, as angry as this has made me, I want to be fair. Because I have found myself replaying Kronos Island over and over again. So despite all my hatred, I'm able to acknowledge the good stuff about it. Objectively, it is in D tier. But in my heart, it is, like, down here. In the void. But Sonic Frontiers gets to live through objectiveness. Congratulations. I'm so sorry I talked about that game for so long. Again, that's why I didn't want to start with a big game, though, because now I'm, like, fully warmed up and comfortable. Okay, let's talk about something good. Let's talk about something I like. Let's talk about... Damn, this is actually a lot harder than I thought it would be. Skylanders? Maybe. I feel like these are going to be a bit larger, so I kind of want to pick a small one. Oh, I got one. Dread. We'll do Dread after this. This one's going to be really short. This is a game called Luck Be a Landlord. You may not have heard of it before. This is a roguelite slot machine. And it's exactly what you think it is. Basically, every time you spin the slot machine, you can add a new tile to it. And all the tiles have completely different functions. Like, oh, if you have a baby tile and he's next to a present, he'll open up the present and get you a bunch of money. If you have a sun tile and there happens to be a flower, then you get a shit ton of coins. If you have like an arrow and like every time you spin, the arrow picks a random direction, whatever it's pointing at, you get double. You know? And so the idea is just you have to keep getting the minimum amount of coins to pay your rent. And it's very simple and very fun. It's a little... I mean, it gets a little old. Hi, Banana. That's a lot of games. Yeah. Ignore the time. I spent like almost a full hour talking about Frontiers. We're actually going through this surprisingly quickly. Luck Be a Landlord, it's very straightforward. Now, this being said, I do have to mention one thing. I played the game before it was in 1.0. They have since added a bunch of new stuff. I know they added Steam integration, Steam achievements. That's all cool. I have not played with that yet, but I can't imagine it's much different. Every time you beat Luck Be a Landlord, it gets a little bit harder. You know, you might have to get more money, or they might lock you out of some tiles, so you can't have like a full 5x5 board. But overall, it's just, if the idea of a slot machine roguelite sounds fun to you, you're probably gonna like it. I'm not even kidding. You could go watch like 60 seconds of gameplay and you'll have the entire game down. There really isn't much more to say about it. Now, that being said, even though it's entirely luck-based, like more luck-based than anything else I think I have played, it's still, like, you still have to make smart decisions. I just hope that you have, like, the foresight of the smartest being in the universe. Otherwise, you're gonna struggle a lot like I did. But yeah, again, it's not really something I can fully describe. Go play it and I think you'll get it. Alright. Fennec wanted to hear about Metroid Dread. So this is a bit of a weird one for me. It is important to remember I'm not like a hardcore Metroid fan. I wasn't waiting 20 years for Dread to exist, right? I didn't start playing the 2D Metroid games until, I want to say 2021. Demo available? Apparently! That's actually on a few of these, because I got these images from the eShop off of Nintendo's website. Apparently, it's also a 2021 Game Awards winner, so that's kind of neat. But yeah, I started playing Metroid in late 2021. I played Zero Mission, Super Metroid, Fusion, and, if you want to count it, Axiom Verge. Because that one's very heavily Metroid-inspired, even though it's not Metroid at all. Didn't play Metroid 2. I don't know anyone who has. But the point I'm trying to make is I wasn't waiting 20 years for this. I don't know these games like by heart. I played each of them once, and I liked them. They're good games. But I didn't go into Metroid Dread with like crazy high expectations, and I think that's for the best, because while I do think it's a good game, I feel like it has a lot of forgetfulness tied to it. Played Axiom Verge for half an hour and didn't like it very much. I imagine it's hard to get into. I mean, it took me a while before I really got it, but by the end of the game, I was loving it. So Metroid Dread, I'm going to tell you now, I don't remember basically anything about the story. I know that they're trying to give Samus, like, genuine, concrete backstory and character development. I just don't think Samus is an interesting character at all. I think the stuff that happens to her is more interesting than her herself.
The fact that she's kind of like this living biological zoo, having all these different kinds of alien DNA within her body, that's cool to me. But the whole thing about, oh, she was raised by the bird people and Ridley ate her parents, I don't care. I really don't. She is a strong woman. That's all you need to know about Samus. Her personality also just doesn't really shine much in this game. Because, again, I feel like she just doesn't really have one. People insist she does, but I don't see it. But in terms of gameplay, I mean, it's not my favorite Metroid, but also not my least favorite. For me, it was straight middle of the pack. But being an average Metroid game is still pretty good. I don't know if I would quite put it in, like, you need to play it sort of tier. But if you ask me, like, hey, I liked Super Metroid and Metroid Zero Mission. Should I get Dread? Go for it. Absolutely. Exploring the world is fun. I like the fact that this is probably the easiest Metroid game to 100%. Not because it's actually easy, but because they give you the tools to find things without needing a guide. You know, they give you a sensor, the map has context clues. In fact, one of my favorite moments of the entire game, and one of the most memorable moments, was... what was it? The final collectible. I was going mad for like an hour straight because I could not find it. I was... that moment where I looked at the map, something looked a tiny bit off, I zoomed in, and without anything in the game telling me it was there, I knew in my heart it was right there. And I went there, and that's where the collectible was, and then I 100% the game. That was satisfying. And there's stuff like that littered all throughout the game. If you're paying attention to your current abilities, where you've been, what you've done, what you've seen, and you're looking at the map, you can always find something to check out. And I like that a lot about just Metroid's design in general. That's pretty much just every Metroidvania, I believe. Or as Nintendo is trying to rebrand it, puzzle exploration. Because I don't think they want other companies calling their games Metroidvanias. They're weird about it. But yeah, actually exploring the world is pretty fun. Combat was kind of meh. They really want to put emphasis on the counter dash that you get in the game. And it's fun for a little while, until you start just getting enemies that are just not fun to counter, and they're not fun to fight. And so you kind of just cheese them, and cheesing can be fun, but when you're constantly running into these guys, ugh. I don't want to be cheesing them all over the... let me rephrase that. I just don't want to be cheesing enemies the entire time if cheesing's not, like, goofy fun to begin with. I really don't have much to say about the game. I feel like I should. Again, it's middle of the pack for me. I like Zero Mission and Super Metroid more, but I like it more than Fusion and most likely Metroid 2. But I need to replay Fusion before I give, like, a solid opinion on it. I feel like I wasn't fair last year. I'm kind of drawing a blank. A lot of the new abilities are fun. The grapple beam feels great. I like climbing on the walls. The stealth sections were kind of lame. They introduced the Emmy, this robot that is specifically designed to destroy Samus. It has killed everyone that has ever tried to go onto this planet. Every soldier we've ever sent in died. And when you try to fight it, it's invincible. It's like, oh shit, this is like an actual threat. Like, you can't do anything about this. And then you kill it. Why would you do that? Why would you build it up as this simultaneous, unstoppable force and immovable object, and then give me the ability to kill it? Any form of, if I may, dread is completely lost. You have to run for like hours? Yeah, but every section you find like the super strong cannon upgrade that lets you get one shot off that lets you kill it instantly. Now, some of the Emmys, you have to wait a little while into the game, but most of them, you go into the Emmy area, find the room, and kill it. And if you don't find the room, then you go into the Emmy area, go through it, find an upgrade, go back to the Emmy area, and then you kill it. And I feel like they should have waited longer. I'm okay with killing them, but the fact that you kill it basically the first instance that you meet one, any threat that they have is just gone. And I mean, look at the box art, the fucking box art. You could see the 7 Emmys in the background. They're built up so much, and they're holding like Samus's really important upgrades. You know, like the gravity suit, for example. And they're just not that threatening. They're very easy to fake out and work around and sneak around. And like, yeah, the last ones are kind of unfun because they can see and hear you through walls and shoot you through walls, but I don't know. I didn't find the Emmys that threatening or difficult, personally. I like the fact that if you get caught, you get one shot unless you can get like a frame-perfect counter. That's a fun little thing. But even then, when you get killed and caught by one, it just instantly throws you back in and you just try again. I don't know. They're not threatening. And I kind of felt that way for a lot of the bosses. Most of them don't stick out in my memory. Which is weird, because I could... Well, actually, no, that's not very weird. I feel like I don't remember most Metroid bosses. But in this game, it's like there's Kraid, there's like a tentacle monster, there's that thing that... You know what, that was a cool moment in the game. There's like this operating room where they're analyzing an alien and they're dissecting it. And you walk through this room like 100 times. And then one time when you walk through it, it's not there anymore. That's fucking cool, and it becomes a boss later. That's probably one of my favorite parts of the game. But those moments like that are so few and far between. And again, I feel like I am talking almost exclusively negatively about it. It's a good game. It is a very good game. Can't remember how hard the final boss is. I was actually gonna get there, Vinny. I was finding a way to segue into it. Fuck the final boss. Most Metroid final bosses, if you collect everything, are like a breeze, because Samus is just this unstoppable machine. But the final boss just felt unfun. It forces you to counter him instead of just fighting him with whatever weapons you want. And it's very boring to me. It's very tedious. I wasn't a fan. I can't even remember what he does. That's a weird part about it, is like, I can remember how I fought Kraid. I can remember how I fought the tentacle monster. Finally get challenged and call it boring. Yeah, because it's very linear. Because it's like you wail on him and wail on him and wail on him, and then if you don't counter him, you just have to wail on him more. And his health isn't dependent on you actually wailing on him. It's dependent on whether or not you get the counter and counterattack him, and that's not very fun. I don't feel like I'm fighting a boss. I feel like I'm just playing a bullet hell, and then I have a quick time event. And if I fail the quick time event, I have to play the bullet hell again. I don't know, it didn't really feel like a fight. Again, I apologize if I'm like super negative about this one. I did ultimately enjoy the game. It's the best Samus has ever felt by far. The world, not necessarily interesting, but it looked cool. The backgrounds were very pretty. The enemies were always fun and distinct. But I enjoyed exploring the world way more than actually combating, if that makes sense. And when the game is half combat, half exploration, you know, things get a little rocky. But again, an average Metroid game is still a good game overall. And I do recommend it. If a friend told me they liked Metroid, I would say, yeah, go for it. Alright, I kind of want to get this one out of the way because this is one of the few things that... Don't listen to my opinion on this. Death's Door. Simply put, I forgot to finish this game. I played through a good chunk of it. I believe I fought the first 2 major bosses. Maybe 3 major bosses. Death's Door is a cute little, like, top-down Souls-like game where you play as a little crow. And the idea is that you're kind of just going to hunt down the souls of these big bad creatures. Actually, I don't think that's quite it. It was like you have to turn in souls to keep living as the crow in the underworld, and then like someone ganks the soul that you were gonna turn in. And so it's like if you don't turn it in within a certain amount of time, you know, your guy's gonna die. So that's kind of his main motivation. I feel bad talking about it because, again, I wanted to finish it. I didn't make the time. Elden Ring and Sparks of Hope took priority. That being said, with what little I played, I believe I played somewhere between a quarter and a third of the game. I thought it was really good. Like, really good. Maybe closer to, like, here than here, but I'm feeling a little generous right now, and I feel bad for the game. Ain't no way. No, I mean, it's just a wonderful, fun little time. I love the art of it. The puzzles are fun. The music is amazing. It has a lot of good, solid aspects about it. Now, granted, I did not finish the game, but I would like to. I'm going to finish the game sometime this year, and we'll probably talk about it again in next year's ranking. But as it stands, I left Death's Door with a very positive opinion. And I would say, like... I should probably be fair and put it here, though. Because I don't see myself being, like going out of my way to bring it up in a conversation to recommend it. Well, we'll keep it B tier. But in my heart, it feels like A tier to me, and it probably will be A tier. Gonna see this game at bottom tier next year? Maybe. Alright, let's keep the negativity train going. Oops. Fucking Nickelodeon's Jimmy Neutron Boy Genius. That's the wrong one. There we go. So for those that don't know, this is one of 3 Jimmy Neutron games on the GameCube. Earlier this year, I kind of got into a bit of a depressive funk, and I wanted to revisit a bunch of old licensed games from my childhood. Because that's just something that makes me inherently happy. That's why things like Madagascar are on here. And the Phineas and Ferb games as well. Oh boy. So, this is a Jimmy Neutron game. Based on the movie that they did. Because remember, Jimmy Neutron, it was a movie, and then it was a TV show. This is based on the movie. It's very obviously a Nintendo 64/PS1 game that got ported to the GameCube. This game looks like shit, and it plays like shit too. You can tell. If I pull up gameplay, right? Tell me I'm not the only one that feels this way. You can tell this was a Nintendo 64 game, right? Or like a PS1 game. This does not look like GameCube. It's rough. It's so rough. It's not very fun. I'm gonna level with you. I played the first level, which is this one, where you're at Retroville, which was like a major... Is this a SNES? Not quite. Basically, it's like you run around, you collect the little neurons or whatever. Look at this. Look at this fucking, like, loading screen, right? This is 1,000,000% a Nintendo 64 game. Look at that. There's no way it wasn't. And it's really rough overall. God, the first level is so fucking long. I want to see if I can find the thing everyone memes on in this game. I don't think I can. Also, I love Origami King music. Jimmy Neutron game? Yes. This game has one good thing about it. I'm gonna hope this... Actually, hold on. I think this is an edit. Yeah, this is like the one good part about the game because it's just so out of nowhere.
My therapist warned me about you, Jimmy. There are no such things as aliens. Oh no! There's me, Jimmy! Hurry, Jimmy Neutron! You're our only hope! Women.
Oh, the 2000s were great. Oh my god. That's the one good thing. Look, do you want to know what happened? I beat the first level. And I missed a collectible in, like, a small area in the second level. And so I paused the game and... Oh, there we go. There's the restart button. And I noticed, hey, it just put me at the main menu. For some reason, some mentally deranged lunatic decided that in the pause menu, you should have restart level, which does what I wanted it to do, and restart game, which immediately deletes your save file. I cannot express how angry I was. I played that game for an hour and a half. I could have watched the Jimmy Neutron movie in that time. And you know what I did? The moment I realized that it deleted my save file, I closed Dolphin, I booted up HBO Max, and I watched the Jimmy Neutron movie. And it was infinitely more enjoyable. Also, for some reason, a bunch of Nickelodeon movies are on HBO Max. I have no idea why. No clue what's going on there. But, hey, I enjoyed it. The movie was great. The game, no, don't play it. Play one of the other Jimmy Neutron games instead. Also, for Goatman, this was a GameCube game. Do I have Prime? As in Prime Remastered? Because I have not bought it yet, but I intend to. What's another... Oh, you know, here's another quick one. I kind of want to get, like, a few quick ones out, take a short break, and then come back. Lego Batman, the video game. Simply put, this is one of the best Lego games by far. I really do feel like it's one of the best designed. It's one of the longest, it's one of the biggest. Even though it doesn't have, like, a big, grand, open world, it's just a good game. And I almost felt like I wondered if I should include it because I have played it quite a bit in the past, but... You know, we streamed it, I got to re-experience it, and it was awesome. I love the Batman and Robin levels, the way they're designed with their suits. Obviously, some levels are kind of annoying, but having, like, 5 annoying levels in a game with 30 levels, that's a sacrifice I'm willing to make. It's fun to hunt. It's just a fun game. While I like a lot of LEGO voice acting and a lot of their jokes, the mumbles are so charming. The characters having to speak purely through expressions, especially with those old models, it's great and it's fun. And then, after you do like the whole Batman and Robin half, having the villain half where you play as all the different Batman villains and their levels are way more varied. Dude, come on. It's easily a top 5 LEGO game for me. Obviously, all LEGO games are decent at worst. But, dude, this one, I mean, come on. It's up there. I highly recommend it. If someone had never played a LEGO game before and they told me which ones they should try to get into them, This would be one of the first ones I would point out. Easily. Obviously, there's probably more I could talk about, but what kind of nitty-gritty do you need for a LEGO game, you know? That is, until they introduce an open world. And they introduce a lot of weird shit. LEGO Marvel Superheroes 2 is a very tricky case for me. Because here's the thing. This one tries to have an original story. And, you know, like LEGO Batman does as well, but, you know, story's not at the forefront. LEGO Batman 2 and 3 have stories, but the first, not really. LEGO Marvel Superheroes 2 tries to have a giant time-traveling multiverse story. I know, it's very original. But it just doesn't work because they very clearly want to cover as much Marvel stuff as humanly possible. And they just can't. Every single level, you have this entire new group of characters doing this completely different task. And by the end of the game, you don't even know that the end of the game is coming. Cowboy Bono. Okay. I didn't say there weren't good moments. I'm just... In terms of the story, it's all over the place. It starts out fine, but by the end, you just wonder, like, what was the point of any of that? So the character could show up is the answer. Because, good lord, this game has so many characters. Like, if you... It took me so long to unlock everything. We're just gonna use this dude's random thumbnail, because it's a lot easier. I could pull up an old screenshot of mine, because I did unlock all the characters. I did 100% this game. I mean, dude. There's so many. In fact, oh, you know what? This isn't even the DLC characters, which add like another 2 rows. – 12, 13, 14, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, each row has 35, right? So I believe once you have all the DLC, there's 7 rows. So that means, not even counting alternate outfits, there's 250 characters, basically. And then, again, like, you might have, like, oh, there's Tony Stark, then there's Tony Stark with his armor, and then there's him as Iron Man, and then there's him as Iron Man with damaged armor. I'm not even counting that. I count that as one character, and so, like, there's just so many fucking characters and variations. If you are a fan of Marvel Comics, I would be genuinely shocked if you could find a character that was not included. Truly. It feels like they went above and beyond. Now, actually, before I get into the negative stuff, another positive I want to give it. Voice acting. Almost every single one of those characters has a voice actor. It's absurd. The amount of care and effort that went into portraying every single Marvel character properly. And I can appreciate that. It couldn't have been easy. It's a shame that a lot of them get sidelined to side quests. But I mean, I don't really have a but to that. They're fun to... Pretty much everyone's fun to play as. The ones that show up in the story are kind of cool, but I don't know. I'd rather have, like, a whole new character rather than just the 5th Spider-Man to show up, you know? Because there's so many Spider-Man characters that show up in the story, it's ridiculous. And I get it, it's supposed to be Kang the Conqueror, and he's trying to control all time and space or whatever. But it just reaches a point where it's nonsensical to me. I would much rather have a simpler story with a smaller team. And that's what the first LEGO Marvel Superheroes was. They managed to put a bunch of characters together and make something a lot simpler and more cohesive. As for gameplay, it's a LEGO game. I'm sorry if you've never played a LEGO game and you're hearing me say that, but it's true. They all play very similarly. There are some pretty cool creative powers in this one, but for the most part, they're all the same typical stuff you would get. The levels themselves are fine. The open world is too much for me. They all play the same, but it's a system that works? Exactly. But the open world, it's too big, not in terms of, like, size, but in terms of what all there is to do. Most LEGO games would take about 20 hours to do everything. LEGO Marvel Superheroes 2 took me over 60. Because there are just hundreds and hundreds of gold bricks. There are hundreds of characters to unlock. There's all the DLC stuff. There's so many Stanleys and perils and vehicles you have to unlock and like radars you have to find and all the different side quests, and just it keeps going and going and going and going and going and going. And when you're playing it between the levels, it's fun. But when you're going for everything, it is monotonous. It turns the game into, like, I have nothing better to do territory. And I know it's not fully fair to judge the game off of that, but I had fun 100%ing something like LEGO Batman 2. I loved 100%ing the first LEGO Marvel Superheroes. And if you're into the whole, like, just walk around an open world and check off things on a map, if you like those sorts of games, which I do, depending on the game. There are a few on here, actually, if I'm not mistaken. I get it. I just wish it was more engaging. Because what LEGO games end up devolving into is you just use, like, the same 5 characters to do every puzzle. And I don't know, I just don't find that super fun. You know, it's fun when you have a roster of, like, 50 characters in a hub world where you can do everything in, like, a day or two. But when it's something you got to do across, like, a full week, I don't know. With the combination of, like, the open world just kind of felt lacking to me. Not in terms of content, obviously. There was too much, if any. But in terms of, like, fun. I felt like I wasn't having fun in the open world. And I think a lot of it just comes from the fact that, like, it's a cool concept. You essentially have this pie, right? It's a literal pie chart of an open world. It's a giant circle. Each slice of the pie is a different time period or dimension. Neat. So you have, like, here's the medieval one. Here's, like, the Thor place. Here's just regular old Egypt. Here's Manhattan, New York. And they all have, like, different weathers going on. Like, New York is snowy. Whereas you have, like, Noir New York from Spider-Man Noir, and it's, like, all black and white and rainy. You know, there's some fun stuff, but ultimately, most of the open world is pretty generic feeling. So we have just this giant generic theme, not really fun to go through, just doing tedious mission after tedious mission, in a story that's not really convoluted, but it's just too much. And for me, it ended up being one of the lesser LEGO games to me. To the point where I almost want to put it here. Because I feel like I would rather play most other LEGO games. It only beats out, like, a couple. I like it more than LEGO The Incredibles. I like it more than LEGO Worlds and the LEGO movie games. But if you want open world LEGO game with Marvel characters, just play the first game. Because it doesn't have as many characters, but it feels like it's better designed to me. And I thought it might have been, like, recency bias, but kind of like the opposite, like, oh, I played this one more recently, so I feel more negatively about it because it's fresher in my mind. I replayed about half of the first game with Maddie. I liked it infinitely more. And I know people are going to say, oh, well, you didn't finish this, so clearly you didn't like it. No, we just focused on other games. So, for me, it's around here. I'm putting it in E tier simply because just play the first game. It really is just better. I'm sorry, Vinny. I know you want it higher, but... I'll say this. I'm contemplating putting it here simply because the roster and passion that went behind the roster is enough to bump it up an entire tier. The fact that you have, like, over 300 characters is insane. And they're not just, like, all people, either. You got, like, a T-Rex, like a moon T-Rex, a girl that roller skates around. You have, like, this... You know, you get, like, the Justice League, Young Justice League... Wait, what did I say? That's DC. My brain's broken. I also played Lego Batman 3 recently, so my brain's busted. What are they called? I'm thinking, whatever. Fine, D. It gets a D. We're just gonna leave it there. We're gonna move on. I didn't say anything about DC. I don't know what you're talking about. Anyway, Ultimate Custom Night, a Five Nights at Freddy's game. That's a bit of a shocker considering I rarely talk about this series. Ultimate Custom Night is pretty cool. It's essentially, and you can see it there behind the logo, you have 50 animatronics. And rather than it being like set animatronics on set nights, you can put them at any difficulty you want, however many or however little you want, and you just play. This is not a real FNAF game, is it? No, it is. This is FNAF 7, I want to say. But no, it ties into the story, and Scott made it. Basically, it takes what was pulled as like the 50 most popular the most popular animatronics. He pulled it. These are the top 50. They all have a unique mechanic tied to them. And it's cool. I like it. Obviously, when you turn all 50 on, it's a nightmare. But it's fun to just kind of make your own challenge with it. Now, depending on how you put the difficulty and how many animatronics, you can get a higher and higher score by surviving the night. I was only able to get about 3,500. I think it was like somewhere between 3,400 and 3,600. Obviously, I could not do like the crazy challenges other people do. It's just not possible for me. Because FNAF is fun to like make fun of. It's fun to laugh at. But the moment you actually start playing it, the atmosphere hits you, and it induces anxiety into me. I don't find them scary in the sense that, like, oh my god, I hope Freddy doesn't show up in my room at nighttime and scare me. Like, it's not stuff like that. It's just, it's the atmosphere. It's the sounds. It's the noises. It's the fact that something could pop out at any moment. Not necessarily in the sense that it'll scream at you, but in the sense that, like, that heart sink that comes with realizing you forgot to pay attention to something is indescribable. If you play with all 50, this one... Oh, yeah! I forgot. There's, like... I don't know what her name is. Is it Lefty? There's, like, a little bear that shows up. And if you have all 50 animatronics on, the bear says, fuck you, here's a 51st one. I totally forgot about that. Oh. There's also just, like, a lot of cool secrets. I mean, obviously, with FNAF. I will say, even though there's technically no story, I like the story that ties into this game. Of this being William Afton's personal hell. That's really cool. Genuinely. Like, that's a really cool explanation for it if you want to tie it into the story. That's rad. But at the end of the day, it is FNAF. FNAF, it's one of those things where if you like it, you like it. If you don't, you don't. And I know you could say that about anything, but, like, if the idea of, hey, here's a FNAF game that's just pure gameplay, you get to customize it any way you want, that sounds cool to you, you're gonna like it. If you don't really like the way FNAF plays, you're not. So, see. Because now do remember, the tier list is more about a recommendation than the actual quality of a game. Obviously, quality is a big factor, but just because something is in S tier doesn't mean it's one of the greatest games of all time, and just because something is at the middle doesn't mean it's, just average. Pay attention to the labels, is what I'll say. Don't look at it as the letters, even though I call it by the letters, just because it's easier. If anything, I should probably be calling it by the color, but... we're a little too late for me to change that now, aren't we? Alright, how many down are we? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. We're 18 down. I'm going to go to 20 and then take a short break. So we'll probably do a bigger one. I've kind of held off on this one because it hurts my heart to talk about. It really does. Nickelodeon All-Star Brawl. This is a game that we talked about last year. I mostly want to talk about what has happened to it post-launch. Now, for those that don't remember, I loved this game more than Smash. I thought it was way more fun. I thought the flow of it, the jankiness of it, it just added so much heart and character to it. It was just fun. You just run in and mash and just have the time of your life. Anyone could be good about it. Anyone could... Sorry, why did I say about it? I think because I read what Fennec just said. Anyone could be good at it. Anyone could play this game and be good at it. It was fucking awesome. And then after launch, 5 characters and 5 stages were added. In fact, I want to talk about the good before I get to the bad. The good stuff. 5 new characters. I know this only shows 3, but that's because these were paid DLC and the others were free. You had Garfield, Shredder from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Jenny Wakeman from My Life as a Teenage Robot, Hugh Neutron from Jimmy Neutron, and Rocco from Rocco's Modern Life. And immediately, Garfield, Jenny, and Hugh, those are characters I grew up with, which is something that the original game was severely lacking in. It was all, like, 90s characters. And so to finally get, like, a late 2000s character that I properly grew up with that's not SpongeBob, it felt nice. You know, it was cool. And the stages they came with were cool. The music that they came with was great. And that wasn't even all that came with the game, because there were 2 major content updates, and they were the 2 biggest criticisms that everyone had with the game. Number 1, voice acting. The game has voice acting now. Almost everyone has their original voice actor. Obviously, they couldn't get everyone. They couldn't get Tim Curry back for Nigel Thornberry. Obviously, some people have passed away. Like, I can't think of one off the top of my head. I believe the Powdered Toast Man voice actor. Obviously, they can't get John Kay for Ren. That's not gonna work. But everyone they got works really well. Is SpongeBob VA dead? No! Why is that like a recurring rumor for like the past decade and a half? Tom Kenny is perfectly healthy. Shredder. That was another one. He's old? He's not that old! Don't call Tom Kenny old. I don't want to... I'm not ready to let go of Tom Kenny. I love him. He's 60. He's got another decade or 2 at least. Especially with that Nickelodeon money, they're not letting him get sick anytime soon. He's fine. Don't call Tom Kenny old. Oh, that hurts. I don't want to think about it. But yeah, they got all the original voice actors. Obviously, all the SpongeBob voice actors. Jim Cummings came back for the cat half of Cat Dog. That makes me happy. And everyone sounds good. There's like one big exception, and I'm biased because I like Cat Dog quite a bit. Not only were they my favorite character to play as, they were one of the few shows I grew up with that was in Nickelodeon All-Star Brawl. Tom Kenny as Dog does not sound right. Because, I don't know, they went for something new with him, and I guess they wanted him to sound less like SpongeBob. I don't know, he sounds weird to me. But maybe I'm being nitpicky, but everyone has voice lines. That's great. Bit of a downside with it, Nickelodeon All-Star Brawl used sound effects as a replacement for voice lines. Every move in the game had a sound effect tied to it. So now you have voices on top of the sound effects, and the voices and voice lines replay very frequently. I feel like they did not hit the balance they were hoping for, and it's very annoying. Like, very, very, very annoying. Especially with someone like Zim, who is constantly screaming his voice lines, and he has some of the fastest moves in the game. I can't do it. And there might be a way to turn the voices back off. I did not check if there is. Cool, glad the option is there. I'm not sure, though. Another cool thing they added, items. Now you can play the game casually. It's not all competitive. That's nice. I wish they were there to begin with. It took a while, but it's cool that they're finally there. They have a lot of cool ones, like the Suck-O-Matic from Rocko's Modern Life. You have, like, the Reptar baby car. Little, you know, there's a lot of fun stuff there. I haven't gotten to play with items too much, but I played a couple rounds, and it was fun. But I can't really hold this back anymore. Simply put, it's not fun anymore. They did a bunch of balance changes and mechanic reworks to cater to their competitive audience, and it's not fun anymore. Things like, oh, well, you can dash when you're at the edge of the screen and survive at stupidly high percents, completely gone. A bunch of the fun combos that literally any character could do, they're gone. It just feels like, it doesn't feel like Smash with this absurd level of twistiness to it. It just feels like a Smash knockoff now. And I didn't buy the DLC because of it. It's not fun anymore. It used to be frantic, fast, and spammy, and now it's just any other game. And that's something we're going to be talking about a lot when we get to multiverses, which is, I hate that they conform to the fighting game standard, if that makes sense. They had something unique and special that was just theirs, but because competitive people don't like it, they just made it like any other fighting game. And I just stopped enjoying it. I don't know. I didn't buy the DLC. That was another thing that did it. Jenny came out, and she was broken. And when Jenny... Comp is what makes the money. Not really, Vinny. Not really. Most competitive players will drop the game the moment something new comes out, and that's exactly what they did. I would have rather it just stayed to the developer's vision of just wacky nonsense and fun. But Jenny came out, and she just... Long story short, she can cancel her little, like, punch combo with any move. One of those moves is like a little stomp that she does right in front of her. And so I was going to stream this game, and I decided, hey, let's just try like one match, see if I could even get a game, if it's even going to be worth streaming. Literally every match that I tried to get is it just a Jenny going punch, punch, stomp, jab, jab, stomp, and I just get caught in this infinite and I die instantly for it. The game had like 10 players playing online at the time, and I'm getting fucking infinited because all people care about is like competitiveness and winning. And for that, just go play anything else. It's not special anymore. And I hope, if the rumored sequel is real, they don't give in to competitive demands and just make the game they want to make. and they stay by that. Because you can have a fun game that's competitive, but you can't have a competitive game with goofy fun, if that makes sense. It definitely doesn't feel like you can, at least. Bit of a negative. Oh, God, I don't want to do another negative one, though. Yeah, we'll do another easy one. Yu-Gi-Oh! Do you like Yu-Gi-Oh? Wow, you do? Okay, it's C tier. Moving on. This is exactly what happened last year. I played a Yu-Gi-Oh game last year. I think it was Master of the Duelist, or Duel Links, something like that. It's just Yu-Gi-Oh! If you think Yu-Gi-Oh! Is fun, you're gonna like it. If you don't think Yu-Gi-Oh! Is fun, you're not gonna like it. I can't put it anywhere else. I'm not kidding. That's literally all I had to say. Because, wow, it has all the things Yu-Gi-Oh! Does, and it's automatic. Like, every Yu-Gi-Oh! Game that comes out. Whoa! Alright. Been considering getting into Yu-Gi-Oh! I mean, it's fun. I'm the Gen 1er equivalent when it comes to Yu-Gi-Oh! Essentially, like, when you get to things like Synchro Monsters, XYZ Monsters... What are they called? What are the P ones called? Not Parallel. What's, like, the... Pendulum. Pendulum creature? I don't care. I suck? No, it's... I don't like... I like really basic Yu-Gi-Oh! Because when I played against my friend Matt, who was using the newer stuff, and it's like... He puts a card down, and then he puts another card on top of it, and then he puts, like, 2 tokens on top of that, and now those cards have interlocked cooldowns, and the moment he uses the cooldowns, the monster turns into a different monster. It's just not really fun to me. I like just, here's a dinosaur. It does 40 damage. If you get hit with it, it doesn't kill you. There you go. That's what I like. I like dinosaur decks, and what are they called? Cycloids? I like very basic decks. Oh my god, I'm starting to get hungry and we're not even halfway done. I ate such a big breakfast so this wouldn't happen. Oh, I should have started this earlier. Alright, we're gonna do one more. Y'all pick. Whatever's the next name I see. Overwatch 2. Not too big. Well... Okay. Alright, let's get this one over with. Don't worry, it's not gonna be super negative, it's just... I have such a weird history with Overwatch. I really do. DKR? Oh, that's probably Donkey Kong Country Returns. Alright, we'll come back and we'll do Returns. So, Overwatch 2. Immediately something I want to say. This is not a sequel, nor did I go into it expecting a sequel. We knew for 2 years that Overwatch 2 was a glorified update that was just going to rework a lot of things. Anyone that went in, like, expecting a whole new roster, whole new mechanics, an entirely new game, they got you. That's why they called it Overwatch 2, and that's why they advertised it the way they did. Alright? As for me, I kept up with it. I knew what to expect. And I'm sorry if this sounds like egotistical or pretentious or shitty. But if... Look, it shouldn't have been called Overwatch 2. Alright, that's the big thing. But it's just... It's a glorified update. We're gonna look at it like that. What did it update? Well... monetization was changed. Several characters were reworked. Several characters were added. an entire new core game mode, which they had not done since the launch of the game in 2016. That was added, and a whole slew of other things. So I kind of just want to talk about more of those little things, what I think of them, what I like about them, what I dislike about them. Starting with the new characters. So as of this ranking, we are currently in Season 3. We have gotten 4 new characters. The next one is coming out in about 3 weeks. So that's kind of how I'm going to be talking about this, is through, like, up to about the halfway point of Season 3, the One Punch Man update. As for the new characters, I like 2 of them a lot. I like one of them, but she kind of pushes it a little bit, and then I actively dislike one of them. So start positively. Ramatra is so fucking cool. He's fun to play. He's not frustrating to fight if you know what to do. He feels a lot like Roadhog or Wrecking Ball to me, where it's just you gotta pay more attention as he tries to fight you. Ramatra was in, like, 2019 movie. Oh, okay, yeah, so Ramatra was teased way back during Storm Rising. But he didn't become playable until Season 2 of Overwatch. And he's cool. I think his weapon feels great. He doesn't feel broken. His ultimate's really annoying. His ultimate is not fun, but they're fine-tuning it. You know, it's something I can get over. Although, for being honest, his ultimate was fine until they gave him a 20% speed boost during it, and then you couldn't escape it. Everything was fine until that happened. So Ramatra's cool. Other one I'm cool with, Junker Queen. Another tank. She looks complex, but she's very simple. I know a lot of people think she's pretty weak. I actually think she's in an okay spot. I like that. I like her passive. I just like a lot of the way she feels. She's just a fun character. That being said, if you pick Junker Queen on my team, please don't queue with me anymore. I beg of you. I'm not going to yell at people for picking her, but God, do I wish I had any other tank right now. Kiriko is frustrating, but fun. She has one of the most fun ultimates in the game. Her healing is, you know, it's strong, but not too strong. But dude, her Suzu. There's a reason that they never introduced a cleanse into Overwatch, and it's because it's so frustrating. Because even just, like, half a second of invincibility is enough to completely turn an entire team fight in Overwatch. She gets the no button. Anything you are trying to do, she can just say no. If you try to dive her, she teleports away. If you put a debuff on the entire enemy team, she cleanses it. You know, she just constantly says no. And then to top it all off, she can two-shot every normal character in the game because her headshots do way more damage for whatever reason. I don't know why. Why would you do that? Time it right, she fully stops Sigma ult. She can stop a lot of things. It's rough. And then Sojourn, which I wish she wasn't added in the game. Because a good Sojourn makes the game unplayable. Sorry, I'm a Sojourn hater. I don't like snipers. And the fact that I get it. Oh, well, they took away the one shot. It's like, yeah, they took away the one shot, but she still does 95% of your health in one hit. What is he talking about? Okay, Sojourn. So Sojourn is not in this picture, even though she was in this short, I thought. Oh, no, that was Echo that's in that short. Yeah. Overwatch 2 was announced when Echo was announced. That's crazy to me. Sojourn basically has a gun, you know, whatever, blam, blam, blam. It's pretty rapid fire, no damage fall off, but every time she lands a shot, it builds up her energy. And when her energy is full, it's a sniper shot. with a hitbox that's way bigger than every other sniper shot in the game. And then she gets a slide that just lets her go anywhere she wants on the map. She gets an orb that just lets her shut down an entire condensed area. And her ultimate is just the railgun shot. You know, like the sniper shot, except you don't have to charge it. You can just spam it like 15 times during the duration of her ultimate. And there's just no punishment for it. Just spam it. I played the other day after they have continuously nerfed it. And do you know what happened? Someone picked Sojourn, and they got like 4 team wipes in the entire game. She's not fun to fight. And they keep nerfing her, and she's still not fun to fight. It's aggravating. But I mean, that's just going to be any sniper, any long-range character. So those are the new characters. The new mode, Push. I liked it a lot when it first came out, but it's slowly becoming more grating for me. It's basically tug-of-war, but whoever wins the first fight, the game leans heavily in their favor. So if you win the first fight, essentially you get to push a robot. And in order for the other team to be able to, you know, push back so they can start pushing their thing forward, they have to bring the robot all the way back. And so by the time the robot's fucking back, or even halfway back, the enemy team has respawned. So whereas they only had to win 1 fight, you have to win like 3 fights if you're losing. It's just a little too snowbally for me. It's easily my least favorite mode in the game, alongside King of the Hill. I just don't really like those modes where, rather than it being like one side attack, one side defends, it's more so like both are simultaneously attacking and defending on the fly. I just don't find those as fun, personally. And the fact that they removed a core game mode and replaced it with that, even if it was, I don't care if Assault was the worst game mode. It was better to me than Push. I liked it more. And that's not me being biased or nostalgic, because I still play those maps whenever they rotate in for the goofy modes in arcade. I play them and I enjoy them. I don't know. But most of the new maps are fine. The ones for the regular game modes are cool. It sucks that there were a bunch that were hyped up that didn't get released because they had to be completely reworked, because they just scrapped the Assault game mode, and it has... all of those maps and all of the new ones they had planned for it, we have to wait to get those. I'm hoping they come out sometime this year, but I doubt it. Map pool's going away next season? Yes. That's why it's not really something I intended on talking about. I will say, Overwatch 2, I understand it had a rough launch at start. Never judge games, like online games, by their first season, because it could go in any direction after that. And I think Overwatch 2 made a very good attempt and became even better. And so other things they changed, like obviously the new map, new game mode, new characters. Monetization, look, I get it. It sucks. Microtransactions sucks. Are they too expensive? Yeah. Do you not earn enough premium currency to get anything? Absolutely. Do I care? Not really. I feel like it's a pointless discussion at this point. Are they gonna change it? 95% chance they don't. You know, like, what's the point in making a fuss at that point? Shut up and put it in bottom tier. Bob, no. It's definitely not bottom tier. In fact, I'm gonna go ahead and rank it. It goes here. Because Overwatch 1 was something I grew to despise and actively hate. But Overwatch 2, with its changes and updates and the direction that they are continuously taking things in, it is a game I can recommend to people again. That is an achievement. Discord sends you a mention notification, click on it, to the message, then goes to new... Oh, I've had that happen before, Goatman. I mean, sometimes people will, like, at you, and then just delete it. But the notification stays there and you have no idea what's going on. I wish they would remove it if they delete it. But Overwatch 2, yes, microtransactions suck. I'm not going to make a big fuss about it. And I'm going to level with you. I have bought some. I have bought each of the battle passes that have come out. And I bought one skin, but it was not for me. I want to be fair. I have not bought anything directly in the shop. I've only paid for the battle passes. The one thing I bought in the shop was a gift for a friend. Right? Like, if you want to count that, you can. I said I would get it for them when it rotated in. They were excited about it. I wasn't gonna change my mind, like, last second. The reworks. Sombra, Bastion, Doomfist, and Orisa. Doomfist was one of the most frustrating characters I've ever experienced in a first-person shooter in Overwatch 1. I get it. He's supposed to be powerful. I don't care if he's easily counterable. It's not fun. It's not fun getting one shot by a guy that just flew halfway across the map. As for his rework, which Vinny just mentioned, he went from a damage character to a tank, which is actually what people wanted him to be to begin with, back in 2017, I want to say, maybe 2018. I think the idea is there, and there are a lot of cool things he can do, but I do feel like his combo play is just completely gone. I'm not big on the whole charging mechanic they did with him. I still think he's better than what we used to have, but I know a lot of people that love Doomfist for his on-the-fly combo game and his melee combat don't really get to experience that anymore. And that's a big thing. It's something I definitely should mention. Those weren't the only characters that were reworked in a sense. The whole game was reworked from 6v6 to 5v5, where the game is designed to where you only have one tank on a team. Every tank had to be brought up or down in a variety of different ways, mostly up, but they all feel kind of samey now. It feels like they all have like a damage reduction ability, some kind of crowd control. Paul got fucked by only having one tank. Here's the thing, Vinny. You and I actually agree here. The Overwatch community does not, because the Overwatch community walks in a straight line and then cannot fathom how they could have possibly gotten hooked. It truly boggles their little minds. Nah, I just like being an asshole about Roadhog. It's fun. I love Roadhog. And I still enjoy playing him. And I don't even care that they got rid of his one-shot. It's whatever. I wish they got rid of it because of a new design philosophy rather than people complaining because they didn't want to play around it. But that's a whole other discussion I could get into. But yeah, it feels like every tank is designed the same. They have some form of, like, sustainability, where they either get damage reduction or they get health. They have some kind of blocking ability, which just blocks a shit ton of damage. They have a mobility move, most of them anyway. And then they have a crowd control ability. They just all feel the same to me. And it's why I don't really play tank anymore. I used to play almost exclusively tank, but I don't know, I just don't really enjoy it anymore. I will play it in open queue, though, where there's multiple tanks. I love that. And I love that that's an option. If you miss the way it used to work, go play open queue. It's fun. I think it's fun, anyway. One thing I don't like the Orisa rework. I feel like they ruined her. Orisa was my second favorite character to play as in Overwatch 1, and while I can acknowledge that this rework is more fun for the average player, they ruined... She doesn't have anything about her that I liked originally, other than her gun. And even then, you don't even have to think with her gun anymore, because it doesn't have ammo anymore. I don't know. I don't think it would bother me as much if it wasn't for the fact that they also completely shifted her personality with the rework. And now she's way more aggressive and defensive and just, I am the defender of Numbani, like that whole archetype. And it just, I don't like her anymore. I like the old one better. Why does Steve have infinite ammo, but Arisa gets overheated? I don't know. That feels like such a slapped-on mechanic. Because it's like, oh, okay, it keeps her from shooting infinitely. But it's like, it only takes her, what, a second to cool her gun down? Just give her a shorter reload and ammo at that point. And it's a big shame because I always liked that about Arisa. Which, again, this is like a whole other topic. Arisa was at her weakest when she was reloading because she had objectively the longest reload in the entire game. That's the moment when just you go in, is when you know she's not shooting. That doesn't matter anymore. And then lastly, Sombra and Bastion reworks are a lot smaller, but they're cool. Again, Sombra, like Doomfist, one of the most frustrating characters to fight against. She's annoying, but she's not, and I know that's what Sombra players hate to hear, I'm sorry. She's not frustrating. Basically, if Sombra hacked you in Overwatch 1, you couldn't do anything for like 5-6 seconds. I believe they changed it to 5 right towards the end. You couldn't do anything. You can't use any cooldowns. You can't use any passive effects. You can only shoot and nothing else. Basically, you would die instantly, especially if you were a tank. Now, she's just reworked into more of like an assassin-y, stealthy character. Too bad she's getting reworked again, so none of these opinions matter. Overwatch 2, it is a great improvement off of the original. I know people like to meme on it like, oh, they barely changed anything. I get it. But dude, a year from now... Actually, you know, something that's important to really hammer in. They released it early because of demand. People were tired of Overwatch being in this content drought, so the developers came out like, hey, we're going to release the PvP portion of Overwatch 2 early. We don't have everything ready yet, but you'll be able to play it with the new setup and changes to the core mechanics of the game. And then it came out exactly as advertised, and everyone was just like, they barely changed anything. Where's all the stuff that was promised? You asked for it early! I'm not even like a hardcore Blizzard defender. I want to make that clear. I don't give a shit. But like, I didn't feel like I was lied to with Overwatch 2. I feel like, maybe it's because I kept up with it. I got everything I was expecting. Now, granted, I was expecting more characters. I believe my original prediction was 7. But if you want to be fair, 4 new characters, 2 major reworks, and then 2 minor reworks. That's kind of like 1 new character. That's 7. That's the way I'm going to cope. But no, like, that's another thing. Overwatch 2, it's getting its story mode PvE stuff later this year. I imagine by the time Overwatch 2 is a year old, it's going to be a completely different game. We're probably going to have that last game mode. We're going to have that story mode. It's going to be what they originally intended on releasing it as. And if you want to wait until then to have a concrete opinion, I get it. Also, I didn't really squeeze it in when we talked about microtransactions. Crackpot Theory, the PvE story mode, calling it now, that's going to be the main way you earn premium currency. That's what Fortnite did. Fortnite, if you had Fortnite Save the World, you could get a shit ton of V-Bucks just by playing Save the World. I would put money on it. That's going to be the main way you get premium currency, and that's why it's so hard to get premium currency in the base game of Overwatch 2. Every other season, new hero, and then new map in the off-season. Yeah. That's another thing, consistent updates. And they were rough at first because, again, I feel like people were just doing everything they could to take a jab at Overwatch 2. Don't get me wrong, I love making fun of Overwatch. But have, like, you can't make fun of things like they're not updating the game. They're not fixing their game. When they stated multiple times that the stuff that they do to patch the game was fucking breaking, probably because they moved the game to an entirely new engine. And on top of that, Nintendo just makes updates for any game a bitch. Right? If you're gonna make fun of it properly. Just saying. That's what I like doing. I'm excited to see what's gonna become of Overwatch 2. I'm still playing it pretty consistently. I've probably put in I think I've put in, like, what, 300 or 400 matches since it came out. Which doesn't sound like a lot, but when the average match is, like, 10 minutes... I mean, hey, I'm clearly liking it a lot. I'm definitely excited to see what becomes of it a year from now. And hey, I don't know how much we're going to play it on stream. I want to play it more. I don't know. I wanted to finish Elden Ring so badly. I would love to play the story mode on stream. I think that'll be fun. Alright, I'm going to get a few more smaller ones in here. I thought I needed a break, but I'm actually good to keep going. I'm not gonna lie. I believe Fennec requested Donkey Kong Country Returns 3D. So we'll do that next. Now, I'm gonna tell you now. If you know my opinions on 3D Mario games, I feel like you're gonna know how I feel about this. Donkey Kong Country Returns 3D is like Super Mario 3D Land if Tropical Freeze was 3D World. I feel like I played an objectively better, more inventive, more creative, more special, more fun, better feeling game. And then I played this. And I'm not even gonna, like, try... I didn't like it. And I love the original Donkey Kong Country trilogy. I love all three. 3 is my favorite. I know that's a weird opinion to have, but it is. I feel like I played a better game already. And I feel like Donkey Kong Country Returns 3D, it doesn't offer enough to stand out from Tropical Freeze. I would rather play any Donkey Kong Country game, any other one. And it didn't help that I played the 3DS version. Now here's the thing. I had a choice between this and the Wii version, but the Wii version forces you to use motion controls in a pinpoint platformer. Like pixel-perfect jumps. I don't want to do that shit. So I got the 3DS version because it's all button controls. You know what I wasn't told about the 3DS version? That it has frame rate problems. On official hardware. I used a new Nintendo 3DS even, and I still had frame rate problems. And it mess up. It messes up your jumps. It messes up your rolls. The amount of time I would be holding a direction and would press the Y button to do a roll so I get the momentum to make a jump, and Donkey Kong just stops in place and slaps the ground because that's the same button as the slap move. It's so infuriating. Like, on so many levels. Because, like, if you're on, like, a moving platform and you go to make a jump and then you just don't jump, it's like... Why? It's just, I don't know. The levels didn't really stand out to me. I can only remember one level gimmick that felt original to me, which is where these tsunami waves from the background were rolling in and coming to the foreground to crash into you. That's the only one that stands out. Meanwhile, I could name like half the levels in Tropical Freeze. The windmill level, the popsicle level, the burning savannah level, the one where it's like the giant puppets, do you call them? I guess totem poles with like the African animals. Even like the beginning beach theme when you start in the airplane. You know, Tropical Freeze was just so much more memorable to me. The autumn one, where you're like rolling through all the leaves and they're blowing through the pipes to make the platforms. The Jello, like, freezer world, like... no, actually, that was a jungle one. The one with the giant juicer chasing... I just want to play Tropical Freeze now, talking about this game. I don't know, I didn't like it. It's very unfortunate, because I think Donkey Kong is one of those things where just... You can't make a bad Donkey Kong game. And it's not bad, it's just... Play any of the others. The last thing I can think of to talk about, which, by the way, this is one of the few things I actually wrote notes on. I have no idea what I'm talking about here, because the game was so unmemorable. I don't remember this. I wrote down, the keys were completely pointless. Not only were they dirt cheap and easy to buy, but it only ever unlocked 1 or 2 optional levels. I have no fucking idea what I'm talking about here. Huh? Money feels pointless. There was money? There was a shop? Oh yeah, and like the take a break things that Nintendo would do all throughout the 2010s. It was rampant in this game. The only other thing I wrote down was the blow mechanic. They didn't do anything with it. All that you do is, hey, there's a piece of grass. I'm gonna crouch and then blow into the microphone, or whatever you did to blow. I think it was maybe a button. And it, is a puzzle piece. There you go. Didn't like it. I'm very sad that I didn't like it, because I put off playing it for so long. Who wants to get in Baba territory? I kind of want to play some, or talk about some Baba. Playing it's a little rough for me, because it's very hard, but... Baba Is You. Very good game. You know, I'll just do it instantly. It goes here. It's not quite one of my favorites of all time, but I will constantly, actively recommend Baba. It's very good. Baba Is You is one of the most creative puzzle games I have ever witnessed. Genuinely. Even, I know what people are going to say, like, oh, you didn't even play that much of it. You only played, like, the first third of the game. I understand that. But you kind of get the direction a lot of the game is going. I feel like I got enough of the game to have an opinion of it. The thing that simultaneously holds it back and enhances it for me, it gets so difficult. These are so, like, you will sit on these puzzles for potentially hours at a time, and you're not even halfway through the game. They're so well thought out. Basically, for those that haven't seen Baba Is You, there are blocks around the world. They're different words, and you essentially change the mechanics and fundamentals of the level, the properties of everything, by pushing these blocks around. So, for example, if let's say there's something that says, like, flag is win, right? I can take that win and put it next to, like, the word rock, and so I can take the word is, and then I could change it to rock is win, and now if I walk into a rock, I instantly win the level. And you just have, like, a bunch of things like that with the way you control, like, you're constantly changing what you're controlling, what has what property, you're flipping everything around. Sometimes you might accidentally solve the puzzle, sometimes you might find multiple ways to solve a puzzle, because they do have multiple solutions. But it's so satisfying. I feel like so many puzzle games ride on that satisfaction for solving a puzzle. And Baba Is You, the eureka effect that hits you, is unmatched to me. It really is. I would say the only thing I was iffy on, I do wish it took a little bit longer to get more difficult, because I kind of hit a point where I felt like I couldn't stream it anymore. Because it's just me doing, like, one puzzle for an hour at a time. I was only getting, like, a couple levels done in a session. I do think we will go back to it one day, though, because I haven't played it since, but I highly, highly recommend it if you like any kind of puzzle game or brain teaser. It's really good. And it's filled to the brim with secrets and fun solutions, and, best of all, a level maker. Which means infinite content. And you can never go wrong with infinite content. I wish I had more to say, but it's just a good game. The moment you see it for, like, a couple minutes of gameplay, I think you get the gist of it. Even if you're iffy on it, though, go for it. Buy it. Try it. Enjoy it. Love it. Still got quite a few left. Get a little easy here, though. Well, let's get some, like, simple and good ones out of the way. By the way, ignore the picture. I am not talking about Bowser's Fury. It just so happens that this is the Switch icon. Bowser's Fury is separate, don't worry. Super Mario 3D World. So here's the thing. I have played the Wii U version of this game a bunch. Oh, hell yeah, fitting music. I specifically want to talk about what 3D World changed when going from Wii U to Switch. I already like this game quite a bit, but the Switch changes to the movement and feel and speed of the game. I've got to be honest with you, this is contender for my favorite Mario game. It really is. I love it. I simply love it. It's... Wii U version's unplayable now. It really is. I don't think I could go back. For those that don't know, they essentially sped up the game by about 30 to 35%. Every character moves so much faster. It's so much snappier. They added the dive from Mario Odyssey into the game. It's so fun. Like, it really is. I already like the game, and I just like it even more. I think the only thing that is keeping me from putting it up here is that... Here's the thing. I'm going to level with you now. If we were talking about both of these as a package, which they technically are, then yeah, it's up here. I think it is absolutely going to be in my top 3 Mario games. But if we're just talking about on its own, 3D World is great, but it does have some annoyances. Most notably, boss fights are lame. Having to beat the game 5 times, while it's something I'm willing to do, the fact that you need that for full completion kind of sucks. God, there's so few negatives. I wish the Switch version did add a bit more. They added a photo mode, which is cool. Online multiplayer? Like, actual, genuine online multiplayer in a Mario game that works the way you want it to work? Mind-boggling. Nintendo actually added an online feature with proper multiplayer to a Mario game. I'm sorry if I'm being like a bit of a jerk about it, but that was like a pipe dream as a kid. I would have never thought they would ever do it. It's a really fun game. This is a must-play on Switch if you don't have it. It really is. You gotta. Absolutely, you gotta get it. I love... Gosh, what else? I don't know if there's really much more to talk about. If you want me to talk about the base game itself, the game is designed as... What if you took a 2D Mario game and you made it 3D? Like, winning channel points from it. Oh, I'm sure a lot of people did. That design philosophy works so well for the game, because 2D Mario is fun in terms of level design, 3D Mario is fun in terms of control. You get the best of both worlds. It's great. It's a wonderful time. The only reason I'm not putting it up here, I think, is because mostly it is a game I have played before. I kind of want to reserve S tier for, like, the best of the new stuff. It's rad. Now then, I do think I am going to instantly jump into Bowser's Fury. So Vinny politely asked for a spoiler warning, because he said he wants to play the game himself. So here's your warning, Vinny. Here's your time to, you know, get out. And then I will type in the chat whenever I'm done. And this one shouldn't take long. But just let me know when you're ready, and I'll begin chatting. I'm glad we decided to do more positive things, because I felt like I was getting too negative. I was doing too many things that were like down here, back to back to back. See you then? All right. So Bowser's Fury is, first off, it's not something you play separately. It is attached to 3D World. I'm going to be looking at it separately, though. I'm going to be picturing it as a separate experience. It's essentially... It's kind of like open world Mario, but not quite. When you're thrust into Bowser's Fury, it's a series of islands, each one having, I think, 5 main objectives to it, and you can go to these islands in just about any order you want. And it's cool. It really is. It has the movement of 3D World, like the physics of 3D World, sorry, it has the physics of 3D World, but with a lot of the movement from Odyssey, just as if you didn't have Cappy. It's cool. It really is. It works. It works surprisingly well. You get Bowser Jr. as a companion, and he can do things for you, like he can stun enemies, or he can get you items, or you can pull out items from like a little storage box you have. That way you're just always on the run, always able to do something. I think the main problem with it is just I wish it was more. But I feel obligated to put it here, because this, again, one of the best Mario games. It's really good. I would play this over Sunshine, if that means anything. I would. I think it was very well designed. I liked a lot of the islands. The music was incredible. I know Mario music is always good, but truly, like, they knocked it out of the park with this one. I can still remember all the different little tunes. Like, the happy music when you jump on Plessy and you blast off and it ramps up with you. The little whistling seen throughout the soundtrack, you know, like with Late Lapcat. Stuff like the sort of ghostly sounding Ice Island was great. The sort of deserty, mountainous lava island had some lovely music. The music was absolutely incredible. The design of the islands they don't feel samey, but they definitely feel like you took 3D World's level design and just kind of broke it up, you know? But then rather than having like a map screen or a level select, you just swim to the new islands. Or you find ways that they link over to each other. Or maybe you just find secrets out in the ocean, like between all the different islands. Maybe there's a different objective for each island. Like, there's so much fun stuff with it. Truly. And I could see this as being a Mario game that I come back to very frequently. That being said, and I may have said this already, so forgive me for repeating myself, the main drawback is that it's a little taste test. It's very short. There's 100 main collectibles. There's 100 cat shines. That's another thing, by the way. I love that everything is cat-themed in Bowser's Fury. It works wonderfully. It's not very hard to 100%. Hardly at all. I think pretty much anyone could do it. It's very easy. Probably only take you a couple hours. I'm hoping the next Mario game is like this, but on a much grander scale. And I think if they do that, and they take like the best bits of every little Mario game you can, I'm confident that the next Mario game is contender for best. Now, what else is going on in the world is the boss fights, which obviously they're like normal 3D World style boss fights, which are kind of, you know, they're whatever, but they're typically for just like a smaller piece of a larger puzzle. But the big boss fights with the fucking like death metal one-winged angel Bowser theme where you turn into giant Super Saiyan cat Mario, dude, come on. They're just, it's spectacle, but it's also fun. And they're also probably the most fun fights I've had with a Mario game in a while. Because there's multiple ways to beat him, and there's multiple ways to counter him. It's really cool finding all the different ways you can actually get in on him. Now, there is an annoying aspect of Bowser's Fury, which is literally Bowser's Fury. As you're playing throughout the world, in the middle, you'll see Bowser's shell kind of get angrier and angrier. And when he's reached peak fury, he comes out and he starts rampaging all over the world. Fireballs everywhere. Giant stone pillars. He's trying to kill Mario in any way that he can. And I actually kind of love the fact that it's never explained. It's just, I don't want to say ridiculous, but it's wild. I love it. The drawback here is that it's frequent, but it's frequent when you don't want it to be, and it's rare when you want it to be. Something that's really annoying is that there's some shines in the game that you need Bowser in his Fury form to get. And if they were something special or cool, I think I'd be more down with it. But in almost every case, It's just, oh, there's a stone block here with a Bowser symbol on it. And then we wait for him to get angry, and you just walk up to the box, and he blows it up. And that's the shine. There's like 10 or 15 shines out of the 100 that are like that, and it's just, eh. It also sucks that if he's furious, getting one shine instantly resets him. And just all these different cutscenes play, and it feels like it breaks the flow. I would have liked it way more if he just came out for a set amount of time, rather than you being able to send him back. But maybe it's best for, like, if you want, like, something, like, fairly easy going, you can always get rid of Bowser. But I would have moments where it's like, I would be able to get a shine while Bowser is furious, and it's just like, oh, well, I shouldn't grab this. I should go get one of the Bowser-specific shines. And that's just kind of meh. And since getting a shine is like, you know, it resets him, you'll have these moments where it's like, okay, I'm going to break open these blocks, but not get them, because I have to just, if I get it, then he can't break open other blocks. And just, it's annoying. I wish there was another way to do it. And I know people are going to point out, hey, use a Bowser amiibo. You can use a Bowser amiibo and summon Bowser whenever. That shouldn't be a workaround. But yeah, Bowser's Fury, very good. I'm going to let Vinny know. Highly recommend. Again, Super Mario 3D World plus Bowser's Fury is one of the best things you can own on Switch. It's truly great. Alright. Actually, did he want me to message him on Discord? He might have wanted me to message him on Discord. I'm gonna do that just in case. Gosh, I haven't messaged him in a while. Where is he? Ah, there he is. Alright, there we go. Moving on. Since Christmas we last spoke. Yeah, on Discord, I haven't been making a strong effort to talk with people. I need to do it more. I've just been so distracted with myself, you know? I know that's egotistical sounding, but I mean, like, focusing on college, focusing on expanding my hobbies, stuff like that. You know, stuff like this, which helps me, you know, it improves my confidence and my ability to speak by doing things like this. Which is why I want to do more tier list streams. Alright, let's get a weird one going. Disney Speedstorm. For those that don't know, Disney Speedstorm was a live-serviced kart racer. Oh my god, the amount of fitting music here. Basically, where's Fennec's Pokemon list? We'll get there. Don't worry. Disney Speedstorm was... Disney kind of issued like a bunch of live service games to come out over the next few years. Like there's Disney Dreamlight Valley, Speedstorm, the MOBA coming out. Now there's a rumor they're doing a Smash Bros game, like a platform fighter with Stewie Griffin and Thanos. I don't think that's real, by the way. It might be, who knows. But Speedstorm, that was one that I feel like went over a lot of people's heads. Now, I will say, it's not officially out yet. All of these opinions are of the Disney Speedstorm closed beta that was last year, which had not all the tracks and characters and content in it, obviously. It is like your typical kart racer. There are a lot of cool things about it, and a lot of lame things about it. Let's get the lame stuff out of the way. It was pay to win. You could buy loot boxes to get duplicates of car parts and characters to make them stronger. And not just stronger as in like, oh, you know, maybe like, oh, your item stuns people for longer, which that is something that exists. It's shit like, oh, your car's faster now. Your car has better turning now. Your car has a better boost. That's really fucking important to not lock behind a paywall. It's absolutely pay to win. Drop $1,000, become the #1 player in the entire game. Who's gonna stop you? Ugh, I need a swig of some water. Now, getting into some of the nicer stuff, like, obviously there are other rough things. The AI felt like it was cheating at times, most notably in harder missions, because they had pay-to-win carts and such. I'm not going to hold that too much against the game. Obviously, don't do the harder stuff if your stuff isn't strong enough, but it just sucks that that's a thing to begin with. Gotcha, PvP should be banned off the earth. Probably. But more positive things. It felt good to play. And I liked how they kind of do what Mario Kart Double Dash does, where in that game, every set of characters had a unique item that only they could use. This game makes it to where every character has a unique item roulette that they get. So the items that you get when playing as Mickey Mouse are completely different to the items you get playing as Jack Sparrow, for example. I will say the roster is kind of underwhelming. As of what we currently know, it's Mulan, Beauty and the Beast, Pirates of the Caribbean, Hercules, The Jungle Book, and Monsters, Inc. Did I say Mulan? Mulan was one of them, if I didn't say it. Kind of underwhelming, but the tracks are very pretty and very cool. You get, like, Olympus from Hercules is one. You, like, race across a bunch of different pirate ships in the Pirate of the Caribbean ones. Beauty and the Beast has a lot of really fun and pretty ones. There was a Steamboat Willie one. Like, yeah, it's the good kind of, like, fan service with this. And I'm excited to see what tracks are going to consistently get added into the game. It was fun to play. My personal favorite character was Donald Duck, because he had a unique item that was just him getting really fucking mad and turning into, like, a cartoon dust cloud with a bunch of fists coming off of him. And if you hit someone, you just get even madder and it lasts longer. So it's basically a star from Mario, but every time you hit someone, you go faster and it lasts longer. Donald Duck was easily my favorite character in the whole game. And there's a bunch of weird items. Some characters can just, like, teleport forward into the track. Some characters have, like, defensive shields and whatnot. I always love the idea of having reason to pick a character. And I'm excited to see what all they're going to do for the full game. The soundtrack, though, this is another thing that I feel the need to pull up. Although I don't have to change screens for it. So, they're clearly going for, like, a theme, right? Like, you can see right there, all the characters are wearing kind of like... Oh, you can't really see it. All the characters are wearing sort of like a NASCAR-style outfit, and they're all driving, like, very clearly race car-inspired cars. You know, there's a style they're going for. And with the music... If I can find it. Here we go. This is for the Beauty and the Beast track. Please keep that in mind as this plays. Yeah, it's like, this one's, okay, this is alright. And then you get to stuff like... This is for Beauty and the Beast. And here's the thing, I can't call this, like, super generic, because there's one style of track that blows the others out of the water. And that's when they start remixing the old music. Not in the way I think I would have ever expected to have heard. This is Gaston's song from Beauty and the Beast. And it starts actually using, like, voice clips from the song. It's so jarring. Like, let me skip forward a little bit. Come on. Well, now they're not gonna do it. Hold, wait, where is it? It's just so weird to me. Yeah, like here it is. Okay, here it is. So they just incorporate a bunch of voice clips from the song, and it's just, I can't describe it. I can't tell if I hate it or not. It's distinct. Oh my, that was so loud. I'm so sorry. Oh my god, that scared me. It's a style. I kind of can't hate on it. The gacha stuff sucks, but there's a lot of potential. The fact that they're doing loot boxes and battle passes, though, oh boy. I've heard that the developers did a ton of interviews, and they got a ton of feedback, and they want to put it into play for the full release next month. Sorry, I say full release, just when it becomes public. As it stands, I'm gonna put it here. Just middle of the road, more of a safe pick than anything. I think it has potential. And I think the idea, I won't lie, the idea of Mario Kart with a battle pass does sound fun to me. Because if there's anything Mario Kart has always struggled with, it's progression and goals. Like Crash Team Racing, they had a ton of progression and goals. It was great. But, Mario Kart, not so much. And this definitely feels way more like Mario Kart, whereas Crash Team Racing is way more like, I don't want to say skill-based because that sounds like pretentious, but you know what I mean. If you've played the game, you know what I mean. Ooh. Alright, this is gonna be a weird one. Cuphead in the delicious last course. Cuphead's DLC. So for those that don't know, I love Cuphead, right? I think it's great. I think people overrate its difficulty a little bit, and I feel like the DLC is the perfect example of that, because I kind of want to get my biggest problem with it right out of the way, which is the length. Now, I fully understand the effort and passion and hard work that goes into creating Cuphead. Everything that I'm fully aware, I'm fully able to appreciate it. That being said, I beat this in 45 minutes. I barely struggled with it. I didn't think it was that hard. I didn't really get messed up by anything, any of the weird wrenches they threw at me. It's more Cuphead, and it's very good. 45 minutes world record. Cuphead has the Souls-like genre on Steam. Oh, Christ. You know what? You know what's funny? I was in an Elden Ring talk with my friend Lucy a while back, and I brought up Cuphead. But it wasn't because, like... Well, I think it's because people compare Cuphead to Dark Souls so much. But for me, it was the case of, like... something about Cuphead's game design. It's the only thing I can't stand. It's the plane levels. I can't stand the plane levels. Wally Warbles and Hildeberg, they're the only parts of the game I can't stand. Anytime I replay the game and I get to those bosses, it's just, ugh. I don't think they're fun. There's way less variety in the way that you can approach them with what you can equip. They feel too... The plane bosses, to me, feel like the endgame bosses of Elden Ring, which we'll get to, but it feels like there's only really one way they want you to fight them, and if you try to fight them any other way, you're just not going to have fun. Spoilers for Elden Ring. Let's go with positives. The new content. The animation quality is fucking stellar, if not a bit jarring. The first boss in the Delicious Last Course has better animation than the final boss of the original game. It's unbelievable. And the bosses on show are pretty good. You have, like, the bug thugs. Like, they're a bunch of mobster bugs with a bunch of unique mechanics, which I believe that one was actually a cut boss from the first game. There's, like, a giant mountaintop giant. I sense that. He's a mountain giant, and the way you go to his different phases are so creative because it goes from like a normal fight. Well, first off, the entire you think that it's like snow on the ground, but it's actually his giant white beard. So that's fun. The second phase has him duck down behind the mountain, and he brings up like 2 giant hand puppets, and that's the second phase. And then the third phase, he gets pissed at you for messing up his puppet show, so he eats you, and you have to fight like a stomach ulcer. They're wilder and more creative than ever. Yeah, like the bug one is like you fight like a spider mob boss, and then you kill him, and then you have to fight like a little lightning bug dancer who's doing, oh, what's it called when you... It's not the Charleston, is it? We'll just say she's Charlestoning. And you beat her, and she's really cool. And then you have to beat, like, a giant anteater that's in the background. There's just so many wild things going on, and they definitely, like, are constantly one-upping themselves. To the point where, you know how I just said how much I hate the plane fights and how much they ruin the game for me? The DLC. My favorite fight in it is the only plane boss in the entire DLC, which is Esther Winchester, who is a literal cowgirl. Like, she's a cowboy that's a cow. And it's by far my favorite fight in the entire game, both the base game and the DLC. To the point where I don't even want to tell you what happens in it so that you can play it for yourself and just see what happens. It's the wildest, most chaotic, most batshit crazy fight, and I love it. The snow boss, underwhelming, but not bad. He's just... he needed one more phase for me to like him. And then the here's the thing. The dogfight boss, we'll call it. I was about to call it a plain boss. The dogfight boss is another one that I don't want to spoil. But that one is also insanely cool, creative, fun, and wild. And I just... Don't let me take that away from you. The secret boss, kind of underwhelming. And what you unlock for it is cool, but not really worth it to me. The final boss of the DLC. I think people overrate it a little bit in terms of its difficulty. Again, it just... I didn't struggle with it too much. I beat him within just a couple tries. And then, on top of that, after I beat the game in 45 minutes, I went back and got all the S ranks, except Esther Winchester, because the plane fights don't count to me. They're the only fights I never got the S ranks on. Call me bad, I don't care, I don't want to do them. Even Esther Winchester, as much as I love her, I'm not getting that S rank. Not anytime soon. The new items they added were cool. They added a bunch of new weapon types. It's fun to go back to the original game and play with them, rather than fight the new bosses with them. And probably the biggest addition, kind of, Miss Chalice, who is a new playable character that I'm not really big on. Basically, they took her and they gave her a new moveset compared to Cuphead and Mugman, where it's like, oh, she can't parry normally. She has to parry in this weird way, and she gets different special moves, and she gets a dodge roll. She's kind of like an easy mode of sorts, because she has a lot of stuff that's just better than Cuphead and Mugman. I kind of wish I could just play as her without all that, though. You know? It doesn't work for me. It's especially sucky when, if you were to play the game multiplayer, you can't have both people be Miss Chalice, which is really weird. Only one person can be her. So one person's always going to be stuck with, like, the normal moveset. If you both want to play with, like, the cool new one, you can't really do that. But I know, that's a nitpicky thing. I'm sure there aren't really a lot of people that are going to struggle with that, but I felt it was worth mentioning. I did get all the achievements, I did do everything there was to do, and I did enjoy my time with it. I just kind of wish it was a little bigger, but I think I got my hopes up when they said it's the biggest island that's in the game yet. And the reason for that was because of the chess bosses. Or, what is it? The King's Keep, I believe is what they call it. The King's Sweep, something like that. Basically, there's 5 mini-bosses in the DLC that you fight back-to-back. And they're based on chess pieces. Actually, it might be 6. There's the pawn, the knight, the bishop, the rook, and the queen. And they're cool, but they're just like single-phase bosses, and you can beat them really easily. And I feel like I would have rather had just gotten 1 or 2 big bosses than that. The theme is cool. I love the theme. I love the music that plays. But they're all gimmick fights, which just... I don't know. They didn't do it for me. Basically, instead of killing them normally, you have to parry their attacks, and that kills them, or you have to parry bits and pieces of them. I wasn't into it. But overall, the DLC, I know I've been kind of negative about it, but it is up here. If you like regular Cuphead, you'll love it. It's the most... You know, I say like, oh, I wish it was longer. It's probably one of the most polished things you could play that's out there. Is that weird to say? It feels like it's so well thought out and executed that it's almost flawless. Okay, maybe that's going a bit far, but it's a really good addition to the game. And even if you don't like the new bosses, you get a new character, new weapon types, and new accessories and charms to go play with in the base game, which is a great way of just making the base game feel larger. And I ended up playing Cuphead for like another 10-15 hours because of it. Yeah, I beat it in 45 minutes, but there was so many new ways to experience the old game. I just played through it like 6 times. I loved it. Highly recommend. Alright. I'm gonna go take a break. Very short break. God, I feel a need to set up some music if I can. Basically, I need to grab, like, a very small snack and a drink. That's all. It's just gotta be, like, less than 5 minutes, and then we'll be right on back. Here, I'm gonna leave y'all with, like, the entirety of Winter Keep from Swap Force, so you enjoy that. And I will be right back. Oh, Christ. I gotta get a towel to clean that up. I came to my desk, and I just kicked that bottle so hard. Ugh. It's because the lid wasn't on all the way. That sucks. Oh, well, there goes, like, a quarter of my water, I think. Maybe. Alright, let's get back over here. What, should we talk about video games for 10 hours? Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I thought we would be done with this portion by now. I do have a snack. Gotta tell y'all now. Might be a little... It's not very big, but I'm gonna try and eat it and not let it disrupt this the flow we got going right now. God, I just... No, actually, I should probably eat. It's nothing major, just like something sugary to keep me going, you know? Forgot that there's multiple portions of this. Yeah! There really is. Crazy, isn't it? Oh. God, I needed some sugar in me. Alright, one more. One more. These aren't very big. It's just like small chocolate bars. The Game Awards. I mean, hey, we got awards at the end.
Okay, I think it's time. I think it's time we get an S rank going. Would anyone like to take a guess, not counting the obvious one, at an S tier? Giants? Well, maybe. Maybe. Henry Stickmin? Close, but odd guess. But I appreciate the creativity with that one. So, I'm gonna live with y'all. No one has listed an S tier so far. So I'm gonna pick one. We're gonna talk about Bugsnax. This game is fucking awesome. Why were y'all hiding this game from me for just so long? Yeah, like, I'm not even gonna try to build it up. Like, Bugsnax was incredible. Bugsnax is... How do I put it? You arrive on Snacktooth Island, and it's this lovely little blend of all the charm and enjoyment that comes from something like Slime Rancher or Pokemon Snap. And I loved every second of it. All the different Bugsnax were so charming. I loved all the creative ways that you got to catch them all. I love the body horror elements with you feeding them to the Grumpuses, and the Grumpuses getting like weird limbs and skin stuff. Like, it was a lovely time. And that's just the game. Like, not only is the gameplay fun, I loved almost all the characters. There's only one I was iffy on. It's dope, but yeah, like, it's great. It's just such a lovely time. I wanted to do the DLC before we did this, but I thought, hey, I kind of want to get my thoughts out on the base game and have it separate and see like how it changes from the DLC. Because I was told the DLC makes you rethink about some things about the base game. Oh, I see, Bob. It's dope, but I see what you were saying. No, I thought it was incredible. I loved all the characters. I loved the writing. I loved the humor, the voice acting, the music. The music has kind of like a retro synthesizer vibe to it. It's very chill and laid back, but it's also very distinct. The fact that catching all the different creatures was like a little puzzle in of itself was pretty great. I loved the mission structure of one of the side things you could do. Basically, you get like a little house and it has a mailbox, and you would constantly get mail like, hey, go do this for me or do that for me. And they were decently fun to start, but I like how much you would have to think by the end. Like, you would really have to plan out some of the ways you were going to get some of those quests done. I don't know, I like the fact that all the characters go through different arcs and everything. It's just a wonderful, lovely game that I adored every second of. There wasn't a single moment when I was playing the game that I didn't like it. And so yeah, like, I'm putting it up here. It clears everything else easily. I almost feel like I just kind of got everything out. I love all the different gizmos and gadgets you get to catch all the different Bugsnax, and how you could catch all of them in different, unique ways. There were people watching that were already familiar with the game, and I thought so far outside the box that they didn't think to catch a Bugsnax in that way. And that was just so cool to me. Because I could think of like 10 different ways to catch a Bugsnax whenever I see it like floating in the air, or whenever I see that it has an elemental effect. It's just fun. It's cool. I like it. And there were some mechanics that just I probably didn't even explore or didn't think to do. I just think it's a very well-designed and well-executed idea.
I will say the main story and twist doesn't necessarily do it for me. It kind of feels a bit predictable. Bugsnax is the true open zone game. I love the world. I really did. Sorry, forgive me. I'm trying to wash chocolate down out of my mouth. Ugh. I liked most of the areas. I think they could have been a little different. I thought it was weird that it's like, okay, we're at this desert canyon, and then there's more desert. All right, we're in this forest area. Let's go forward to see more forest. You know, like, I felt like some of the areas could have stood out a little bit more. I probably, the biggest one is Boiling Beach. It's just another beach. Like, yeah, there's lava involved, but it's still just another beach. I don't know. That's kind of, that is genuinely, like, the only thing I could think of that I don't like. One of the characters is a little iffy for me, and that I wish the themes were just a little more unique. But dude, everything else about it was just a lovely, pleasant time. I actually thought I was going to have a lot more to say, but I really don't. I loved every character. I can name them all by heart right now, if I wanted to. And they all have, like, stupidly goofy, muppety names. And I can... Snorpy Snorpington, Floofty Snorpington, Wiggle Wigglebottom, Cromdo Face. Like, come on. Filbo? I don't remember his last name. Beffica, my bestie. I loved Beffica. Chanlo. Chanlo was awesome. Wambus and Triffany, just, the only one I was iffy on was Shelda, because she felt like the only character that didn't really go through anything. She did, it wasn't really well explored to me. But I've heard that changes in the DLC. Nothing else is going in S. Actually, I think this year there's 5 or 6 games in S. I can't recall. Let me count. Oh my, okay. We'll see. Skylanders both. We'll see. I wouldn't get y'all's hopes up. But Bugsnax, this is something that... This is a very jarring tone shift of music. I can never hear this song in the game. I don't know. Sorry. I can never hear this song the same ever again. That's what I was trying to say. Ooh, Man vs. Machine. Okay, we'll talk about that next. But yeah, Bugsnax is just... Go play it. It's amazing. It really is. You know, I set up this whole, like, thing here, so y'all wouldn't have to see, like, that ugly outline. And I keep forgetting to click it. So, whoops. Team Fortress 2's Man vs. Machine. So this is going to be a bit of a weird one to talk about. For those that don't know, Team Fortress 2, obviously, it's like a 12v12 PvP game. It has a mode known as Man vs. Machine. And while I have played it in the past, this was the first year I got, like, crazy into it. Like, really, really into it. I played it consistently for about a month. In this mode, you play as, like, the 9 different classes, and you fight off, you know, just waves and hordes of robots, right? All with different mechanics, ways to fight them, different ways to upgrade your character to fight them. And it's just pure and simple fun. It's really well made. I like it a lot. It has some things drawing it back, but I kind of want to focus on the positives for now. I like how differently you have to play the classes. And, you know, I don't even want to say differently. I like all the unique stuff that's added onto them. Because the moment you go from PvP to PvE, you can just make things stupidly broken. It's like, oh yeah, if Sniper lands a headshot on this one robot, everyone near him immediately explodes and causes a chain reaction. Stuff like that's fun. As predictions, Bayonetta 2 Sunset Overdrive Sparks of Hope. Those aren't bad guesses. I don't want to reveal too much, but those aren't bad guesses. What's another? Engineer, like his dispenser. He gets like a shit ton of range, and his sentry has a bajillion ammo and health. Medic gets a giant shield. Spy can just freeze enemies. The scout is funnily enough, like, he goes from the most fragile character in the game to the tankiest character in the game. And then Heavy's just heavy, but he does more damage. But it's really fun. It's why one of the big reasons I'm so excited for Overwatch's story mode is that if they're willing to make creative and fun, crazy way... Oh, hi, Jingle! Oh, what an odd time for you to pop in during Man vs. Machine. I hope you're doing well, man. Hey, if you're free tonight, I might cut the stream off and you and I could go and play Mystery Heroes. Need to be excited about TF2 V-Script? I have no idea. I have no idea what that is. Oh my, I lost my train of thought. I just love how broken the characters are able to get without making it piss easy. Man vs. Machine can be hard, man. If you got one guy that's lacking, it gets rough. You get pushed back so far. They do not take it easy on you. Am I talking about comp Mystery Heroes? Hell yeah, I am. We're going to top 500. I completely lost my train of thought. I guess there isn't really a whole lot to say. I love how differently you have to think about the game. It's very cool. I'm running out of adjectives. Please send help. Obviously, I know a lot of people play it for, like, the reward you get. Like, because there is a gambling element to it. Every time you beat, you know, an entire operation of stuff, which is just a series of missions, you get to roll the dice. 9 times out of 10, you get garbage. In fact, I'd say it's more like 99 out of 100 times. But man, on my first time, I got like a $20 item, and I'm still riding that high. It feels great. Granted, it's for a weapon I don't care about, but it's the fact that I got one. I mean, come on. For those wondering, I got a, what was it, a professional killstreak market gardener kit? Something like that. It was cool. Obviously, with any PvE thing, and I know this is weird, but PvE games get metas, and people are really strict about those metas. This has happened in things like Payday, Man vs. Machine, even Battleborn's story mode. People get really touchy if you don't play to the meta because I don't know, and this is no different. You will, I would say Man vs. Machine more than a lot of other PvE games, you're gonna get people that just are mad. Like mad. The scout misses one piece of money, you get told to kill yourself. They get so angry. The 3 tight... You know what, I just thought of stuff off the top of my head. I'm sure Fortnite Save the World has some kind of shitty meta that I don't know. But, like, using... And, like, it's weird because not only do people get mad at you for not playing to the meta, like buying bad upgrades, playing poorly, using the wrong weapons, people get mad at you if you're too good. If you, like, are so good that other people don't get to play the game, they fucking hate you and will kick you. What? And, like, I kinda get it. If it, like... Because, like, obviously the most controversial thing is, like, the Gas Passer, which is an item that just trivializes the whole game mode. I get people being upset at that, but I got a game where we had a sniper. And it wasn't a bot, it was a real sniper. It was a real guy. I don't know, he might have been cheating, I don't care. And he got vote kicked. Actually, I don't know if it went through, but I remember it popping up. I said no. And people were just so mad at the fact that this guy was just making it too easy for them. Huh? That's why you just play single-player PvE games? Dude, it's weird. I can only imagine something like Risk of Rain 2 with randoms. Why isn't Undertale here? Undertale was last year. You realize it's been like almost 2 years since we played the pacifist route. We gotta finish that sometime. But if you can get past a shitty community, which I'm able to do for a lot of things, Man vs. Machine is great. It's addicting. I played it for like like I said, a full month and a half. It was like the only thing I played. I think I'm gonna put it here. I feel pretty confident putting it there. TF2 sounds like an awful game for someone like... No, dude, TF2. This is only Man vs. Machine. Base TF2 is so fun. You get to dick around so much. I love it. I would love to be able to stream it one day if I could quit getting bots in my games. But Man vs. Machine's community is just very weird. I think they're just weird because, like, they dump so much money into it. Like, you got people that have spent thousands on this one game mode. I think I spent 20 bucks. And I want to point out, by the way, you don't have to pay to play. Paying to play is only if you want to get rewards. You can just play it for fun for free. That being said, I kind of wish you didn't have to pay at all. That's a bit lame, but what can you do? But I mean, it's good fun. I like playing it with friends. I probably should have talked more about, like, the variety in it. But it's kind of hard to. Alright, what next? Stream TF2 without slurs and voice chat. That sounds like a challenge. Yeah. Oh, Bob gets it. Henry Stickmin. Until Dawn. Okay, I'll do Until Dawn next, Maddie. So I'm gonna just flat out say it. I thought I was gonna hate this game. Newgrounds humor almost always misses for me. And I really, really thought I was gonna despise this game. I loved it. Like, a lot. Like, I really, really loved it. S+, but I'm cringe. Henry Stickmin is basically a comedy-focused choose-your-own-adventure style. I don't even know how to call it. It's just... Isaac's Newgrounds humor. Yeah, but you know, I mean like internet animator Newgrounds humor. I don't know, stuff like Rubber Ninja. I can't even think of all their names because they don't exist anymore. I guess Aaron Hansen, what Ego Raptor. Yeah, there it is. Stuff like that, it never hit for me. Because it was always just like this game thing, but vulgar, or whoa, it's a superhero, but he's not doing superhero things. I don't know. They don't. Even as a kid, I just didn't think they were very funny. But Henry Stickmin, I won't lie, the first episode kind of underwhelming. But as you go through the games, which, by the way, they're very short. Most of the games, like, they're super, super short. Mario, but the mushrooms make him high. Like, it's not for me. That type of humor is not for me. As you progress through the games, they definitely become more reference heavy, but they also just get way funnier. Not a racist Mario kid. Dude, we had my sister's friends, my brother's friends, and like a whole, like my friends, and then a whole Christian group in one big room. Like all the kids were hanging out, and my brother pulled that up, and not a single person laughed. He was the only one smiling at it. How that day doesn't just live in his head permanently, I'll never know. I would never want to make a friend again if I embarrassed myself that much. Based brother? No! God, no! What? Y'all are... No. Whatever. Let's talk about Henry Stickmin. Enough about Newgrounds. As you progress through the games, they get funnier, the references get better. I think the one that did it for me was where you're breaking out of the second prison. Because there was one moment where it's just like, I gotta put my ego behind me. Because, like, I almost feel like I went into this wanting to dislike it just because I don't like Newgrounds humor. But when Henry Stickmin walked into a pitch-black room and slammed the door behind him, and then Freddy Fazbear showed up and I got a game over, that was the funniest thing in the world to me. I wasn't ready for it. And it was at that moment where it's like, I just gotta let go and just have fun with it. And just... It's just a funny game. I really don't know if I can really say more than that. The running gags are just really enjoyable. The comedic timing is perfect. They pretty much always catch you off guard because everything goes in the most unexpected way you can imagine. Nintendo music, but from where? This is... Let's see, 447. Oh my god, there's so many songs in this playlist that they can't even fit in the description. This is the internet settings on the Nintendo 3DS. Very peculiar. Oh, hey, you even got a Goat Man. Nice. My person you knew who talked about FNAF in school was just trying to beat 420. I wasn't in school when FNAF was popular, so I wouldn't know. But yeah, Henry Stickmin. It's really... It's just so much of, like, the random shit that catches you off guard. I love the collectathon aspect of, like, you have to get all the bad endings and all the good endings. And you have to, like, find every single character in the game. There's so much fun stuff like that. There's an entire album with, like, hundreds of characters, and they all have their own descriptions. If you get every ending imaginable, there's, like, what, 20 different ways that the final chapter can go? It's just really well made. Another thing that I loved was the museum one. You see, like, a painting in the background, and you click it for fun, and then it pops up in the corner like a RareWare collectible, and they want you to click all the paintings. There's just so much fun shit like that. Markiplier in space. Were the Markiplier YouTube Red things actually inspired by Henry Stickmin? I feel like they were. Because I know he brought a lot of attention to it, which I'm pretty sure is why Maddie made me play this. And you know what? I'm glad she did. Because it's an A tier. It's good. Oops. Also, the ending was cool. I like the... I won't spoil it for anyone that hasn't 100%ed the game, but if you... The 100% completion bonus is cool. Die? What do you mean? Oh, I'm sorry. Are you mad that Henry Stickmin is on the same tier as Mario 3D World and Cuphead?
Henry Stickmin is Mark's second most viewed... No. I'm looking that up. He better not have one of those automatic videos and it's immediately gonna hit me with, "Hello, everybody, I'm Markiplier." Okay, no, it's... Okay, he does have an automatic video, but it's not that. Henry Stickmin is third. Barely. Number 1 gaming video is Five Nights at Freddy's 1. Second is FNAF 2. Third is Henry Stickmin. Favorite was FNAF 2. Oh. FNAF, or did you mean, Five Nights at Candy's? Because I never played any of the fan games. God, that's crazy that... Candies, okay. I never played those. Mark made Among Us happen. The power he has is crazy, isn't it? He could just play something, and that's it. Like, it's over. Everyone's gonna be talking about it. Here's a weird one. When we did our Platinum Marathon, I thought this was going to be a game that I was going to learn to love. I don't really feel much of anything about it. Star Fox Zero is such a strange case. Because there's a lot of fun stuff about it, and the controls don't bother me too much, but I don't know. I feel like there's just a lot of stuff bringing it down. I didn't hate it, but I didn't exactly love it. And knowing that it's just a reboot of the original Star Fox, I was coping hard about this. I wasn't coping. I thought it was okay. But probably just play Star Fox 64 3D. Ignore that. Why does Fox look like the E3 puppet of him? I mean, that's when they announced the game. Something I actually do want to give a shout out to, not a shout out, something I want to encourage y'all to go check out. They did like a 10-minute animated short, like an anime sort of drawn over 3D models style short. It's really cool, and it has the wonderful 101 composer behind it. I loved it. Yeah, Star Fox Zero, it's Star Fox, but they try to split it up like, oh, you pilot your ship on one screen and you aim it on the other, like you aim your guns, and it kind of works, but not really. It involves just like you're flicking your head back and forth. The fact that the character dialogue only comes through the gamepad is pretty annoying. I don't know. I gotta be honest with you, most of the games slip my memory. It's fine. I'm sure it's one of those things where, like, if you keep playing it and you master the controls, you learn to love it. I didn't hate it. I just don't see myself really touching it again anytime soon. God, this year has been, like, weirdly negative for me. I thought I would be more positive. Have I just not gotten to the good games yet? Is that all? I guess these are all good. I feel like I've been negative, like, 90% of this, but maybe I'm blinded. I really don't have much more to say. It doesn't control very well. It controls fine. It's just annoying. It's one of those things where it's like, in the moment, I tolerated it, but in hindsight, I don't know if I really want to play it again. Giants, oh my god, fine. Fine. You want your Skylanders? Here's your goddamn Skylanders. Spyro's Adventure. Responsible for popularizing the entire Toys to Life genre. Spyro's Adventure, as near and dear as it is to my heart, I'm not letting my bias put these in S tier automatically.
It's a good game? Absolutely, it's a good game. I'm not going to sit here and be like, it's one of the greatest games I've ever played. No. I can't. It's one of my favorite games of all time, but it's not one of the greatest games of all time. And if we're being honest, Bob nailed it on the head at where I was going to put it. Because I knew for a fact people were going to be talking to me a lot about these, and I already planned on where I was going to put them in advance. They're one of the few things I prepared for. Spyro's Adventure is an awesome game. It has an awesome roster that's with a bunch of characters that are fun to use, and it is sort of responsible for one of the things I look for and love most in a game about multiple characters. That being the fact that you can use anyone you want at any time with no limitation. Yes, they encourage you to swap your characters around, but if you want to play the whole game with one character, or if you want to play every level with 18 characters, you can. The characters, and like there's so much love, care, and attention put into them, which is exemplified even more in Giants. Kind of when we played on Parsec for Giants. It's almost hard to talk about, because I feel like I can't talk about this game from the perspective of someone that's never played it. Like, I don't know how I would talk about Skylanders to someone that's like, should I get into the series? Like, what do I say? I guess they're like semi-top-down beat-em-up style games, except not really. They've got a lot of puzzle solving, jumpless platforming, and just simple but entertaining combat. All the characters feel fairly unique. There are a few lackluster ones. Unfortunately, Spyro is one of them. Dungeon Crawler. That's perfect. Thanks, Bob. Spyro's a bit underwhelming. Wrecking Ball's a little underwhelming. Jokes aside, Soup is a little... he could be better. But they're still fun to use and fun to play and fun to go through the game with. Your advice would be that they're fun games, but don't play them. Gosh, where do I start? I'm actually, like, drawing a blank. This is kind of why I've been putting it off. I don't know how to talk about them. I guess I kind of want to get this... I think it's also because I've talked about them so much while we played them, because people just, they ask questions like, what do you think of this? What do you think of that? If you watch my entire Spyro's Adventure playthrough, you will literally have all of my opinions. Anything that I could say here. I kind of want to get the Spyro stuff out of the way. I don't let that impact my opinion of the game. If this game didn't exist, I don't think I would have ever looked at Spyro as a kid. And I think it's really important that people need to remember that that's part of a company's goal when just dragging a character from something else and putting them in something new. Because they get Spyro fans to look at this game, and they get fans of this game to look at Spyro. But too many people get caught up about the first one, just completely ignore the second one, and they just assume it's always a bad thing. And I get it. If Spyro didn't have any games for the longest time, I understand. But as I've said before, if Platinum came out and it's like, yeah, we're gonna put Wonder Red in, like, this fucking Sudoku game, I would be so happy. That being said, when they put knights in a slot machine, I was not happy, so maybe I'm a hypocrite. I don't know. But Spyro's Adventure... I love just basically everything about it, but it does have a lot of stuff holding it back. Most notably, its speed. They're very slow games. And, I mean, that's just naturally how dungeon crawlers are. The Toys to Life aspect is going to put a lot of people off. We could get the hate more if Legend of Spyro didn't exist. I kind of agree. It being Toys to Life is both good and bad. Because obviously, it can hold things back. It can make it hard for people to get into it. It can make it hard to want to get everything there is to get in the game because you have to completely remodel your closet to be able to hold all the figures that you own so you can play all the games all the way through. But Spyro's Adventure does Toys to Life, and Skylanders in general does Toys to Life better than any other game that was or is on the market. And for those that wonder why I say is, there are still Toys to Life games being made. I just don't remember what they're called. I think Light Seekers was one of them. I don't remember. The fact that each individual character has little quirks to them is so charming. Like, obviously you have things like, oh, all the different elements have something they can do, be it elemental zones, or like, all the water characters can swim, all the fire characters can walk on lava, all the earth characters can break rocks. But then you get those small things. Like, Prism Break is the only character in the whole game that can break crystals. Why are these not S++? Because they have a lot of stuff holding them back. They're slow games, they can be very tedious. It being Toys to Life inherently makes it hard to, you know, get into. You guys gotta, you guys are too focused on the letter again. I would actively recommend someone play the game. These are the only games I decide I'm not allowed to be biased on. I want to be objective with these. Because I feel like if I'm just like, oh my god, I love Skylanders so much, they're both S tier. Okay, moving on. That's not, you know, that's not fair. I mean, even Bob himself, you put it in B. Fucker. God, I'm not gonna lie. I debated if I should put these on here at all, and I'm kind of wishing I didn't for this exact reason. Because not only am I struggling to talk about it, I'm pissing everyone off in the process. Why did I? I don't know. We did something new with it. I did every heroic challenge for every possible character, all 36 of them. It was special to me. The whole point of this list is, like, new things I played or new things I experienced. Good idea, just slide them off. Okay, you know what? Let me just half-ass Giants, and I'm just gonna tell you all now. It's A tier. It's currently the best Skylanders game that I have personally played. I like it more than Spyro's Adventure and Swap Force. I'm getting all these opinions out, I'm not looking at chat. Giants improves on Spyro's Adventure in every possible way, both in terms of how you buy figures for it and the gameplay. All the new shit they add is cool. The hub world is cooler. All the collectibles are cooler. I love, like, there's way more heroic challenges. The fact that all of your stuff transfers over from Spyro's Adventure, from your figures, into Giants. The actual design of the Giants, the new characters, they have more complex movesets. They're way cooler. The game is funnier. It has a more memorable soundtrack. Because as much as I love Spyro's Adventure soundtrack, it's literally just the same song every single level. Just done slightly faster, or slightly slower, or with a different instrument. Giants actually has, like, a lot of variety, both in its soundtrack and even the gameplay. There are mech sections, there are vehicle sections, there's all this cool shit. There's a level that takes place in the hub world because you're getting, like, ambushed by a pirate ship. The characters, like, there's so much more variety with them. I don't know, there's just a lot. I just like Giants more. I'm going insane? No, I just want to get this out of the way. Giants, I get it. I didn't get it as a kid, and I played Spyro's Adventure more as a kid, but as I have grown up, I see there's so much more attention to detail, passion, and love put into it. Every character has a unique voice actor, I think. There might be a couple duplicates, I don't know. Every character has that just little bit of attention. The fact that they all get, like, these unique animations for things, and the fact that they all have catchphrases and voice lines depending on the situation. The fact that there's a level where there's a character that will call them all out by name. As small as that is, every character feels special in Giants. Every Skylander has a different icon. That's not the same, Vinny. And Giants made it a standard, is an important thing to keep in mind. Also, what you're referring to as is a render. Giants uses promotional art. Swap Force has a render for every character, because it's their 3D model. Sorry, I had to actually you. Please forgive me. Look, you guys get it. You guys know I love the games. But if I was trying to recommend them to someone, and they're like, hey, I really want to get into Skylanders, I would point them at Giants. Play Giants. If you'll like it, you're gonna like the other games too, most likely. Spyro's Adventure is also good. If you want to start with that one, that's perfectly fine. They're hard games for me to talk about, and they're hard games for me to be sincere on. That being said, in my heart, they're here. I want to make that very clear. And if y'all want to consider these as here because of the way I feel about them, go for it. But in terms of me recommending the games to someone, like Maddie. Maddie's never played a Skylanders game. If she was like, fuck it, I'm going to drop like $200 right now, tell me what to buy, it's Giants. We're going to move on. I feel bad that I thought I could talk more confidently about them. I really couldn't, which is unfortunate. So for anyone that was looking forward to that, I'm sorry. But if you go watch my playthroughs, and I hate to plug myself like that, I really go over everything. You'd rather spend that money on a Pyrus statue? Yeah, you would. You would. If you ever order one of those statues, by the way, hit me up because I want to buy the Mithra one and we can save on shipping. Alright, let's take it easy. Nickelodeon's SpongeBob SquarePants Truth or Square? You hush, Bob. Oh, fuck, I ruined my Zoom. I gotta go in and fix it. There we go. SpongeBob SquarePants Truth or Square, if I'm not mistaken, was the third and final Heavy Iron game. You had Battle for Bikini Bottom, then Movie Game. Hold your excitement, Bob. I know you love Movie Game. And then you had Truth or Square. And Truth or Square is such an odd case, because I know that it was supposed to be a completely different game until it got rushed. DS Truth or Square? Yep, that's why the box art is there, to let you know it's the Wii version. I actually want to point out, I didn't notice that they had, like, the SpongeBob monuments originally in that level. That's cool. That's a lovely touch. If I'm being honest, I feel like if Truth or Square got to be fully developed like it was intended to be, it would have been 2010s or 2011s. What was it? Cosmic Shake. Like, it would have been Cosmic Shake, but back then. But as it stands, it's okay. I don't think it's bad. You know, at the end of the day, all the SpongeBob platformers are fun. I don't know about Flying Dutchman's Revenge because I never played that one, but it's still decent. But I do think I like Cosmic Shake Movie Game and Battle for Bikini Bottom more. Creature from the Krusty Krab is a 50-50. I don't know how to feel about that game nowadays other than it having an awesome soundtrack. Truth or Square, as you're running through it, you don't really get a lot of upgrades necessarily. It's a very... SpongeBob himself has kind of like a basic moveset. I'm trying to hold back, like... I'm worried of saying, like, too insulting things. Like, I was about to call it a bare bones moveset, but it's like, I don't want to be mean. I know Goatman likes this game. I do still like it. Just keep that in mind. Be mean? Okay, fine. It has a bare bones moveset. Every level being a pre-existing episode, like a memory, that's cool, but it kind of sucks that almost all of them are reused themes from Battle for Bikini Bottom. Like Jellyfish Fields is the first time they went jellyfishing with Patrick. the first time he met Sandy, I believe it was just Kelp Forest reused for whatever reason. Meeting Mermaid and Barnacle Boy, that's just the Mermalayer again. It kind of sucks. Truth or Square is the Sonic Frontiers of SpongeBob. No. No, Creature from the Krusty Krab is the Sonic Frontiers of SpongeBob. Because what the fuck is going on in half of that game? Now, if you want to compare Sonic games to Truth or Square, it's not Mania. I'm going to go with Sonic Lost World. It's misunderstood. It's not absolutely incredible, but it's a solid game, and it's just simply misunderstood. Am I going to play the Battle for Bikini mod when it drops? Excuse me? Battle for Bikini Bottom mod? I'm curious. Bro, message me. Message me right now. I'm so curious. Link me to it. Battle for Bikini Bottom Deluxe. Bro, this is a trailer from like a year ago. It's not out yet. 100 new golden spatula. Oh, I'm so fucking playing this when it's out. What? Bro, that's cool. I forgot how ugly this game was. Although I like that it has the original series spirit more than Rehydrated. Dude, these are so cool. Okay, yeah. I'm totally playing this when it comes out. Where's the other trailer? Here, we're gonna put the trailer on screen, but I'm not gonna play it in case it's playing Stadium Rave again. Yeah, let's look at it. A brand new, full game. Battle for Bikini Bottom mod. This is crazy to me. Oh my god! Okay, well, that's why it took another year to develop, I guess. This really is the Game Awards. Yeah, but we got a trailer. Holy shit, 200... They're literally tripling the game. Are they gonna add, like, new locations based on other episodes, or are they all gonna be in... Oh my god, a Crash Bandicoot-style runaway segment, new characters, Squilliam. Oh my god, that's Industrial Park gets like an actual world now. That's so cool. I love that it's like 200 new golden spatulas and also 20 socks. Boating school. Oh my god. This is so cool. Oh, wait. Are these like... No, because we're underwater. I was going to say if this was like the iceberg in the Christmas special. The Krabby Patty Vault. Dude, I love that they, like, kept to the shittiness of it. Like, that is 100% how this would have looked on a GameCube. This is incredible. Patrick's Dream? The bonus levels from Movie Game? Oh my god. When does this come out? Ah, soon, TM. Cool. I am absolutely going to try and remember that. Anyway, Truth or Square, I'm going to put it here for now. I don't see myself going back to it anytime soon. Again, I don't hate it. I don't like the fact that... I'm just not big on how the levels are designed and how it feels. Because all the additions to SpongeBob's moveset is like... power-ups. You never really get anything bigger. You don't really get anything that makes you like, oh, I want to go back to another level now that I have this ability, you know? Whereas something like Cosmic Shake, dude, I wanted to constantly revisit levels before I had everything. It was great. I'll probably end up playing it again someday. What music is this? Oh my god, the playlist looped. This is a 5-hour playlist and it looped. This is the Able Sisters theme from Animal Crossing City Folk. Okay, we gotta speed things up. This is actually taking longer than last year. I guess I am improvising it, though. But yeah, it's an okay SpongeBob 3D platformer. It could have been more, but for what it is, it's alright. I gotta go faster. This is one that I've kind of been trying to avoid. Monster Hunter Rise. It didn't click with me, unfortunately. I feel a lot about Monster Hunter's combat the same way I felt about From Software combat. In that, when I tried other From Soft games from, you know, like as a kid, like I tried Dark Souls 1, I tried Dark Souls 3 multiple times, and I couldn't get into them. It wasn't until Elden Ring that it clicked for me. And I really think that's kind of the case for Monster Hunter Rise. I think I just haven't found that game or that moment where it's gonna click with me yet. But as it stands, Monster Hunter Rise has a lot of cool stuff about it. Obviously, the weapon design is cool. It's very well animated. Monster design is really cool. I like a lot of the style they go for with... I guess, like, the aesthetic of it all. I don't want to really give it a name on the off chance that I offend someone. But I love a lot of what they're going for with... He said to pretend they're in S. Okay, for Vinny, in case you missed it. Skylanders. In my heart, they are here. This is how I truly feel about them. Objectively, I think they're here. Give what a name? Do I just say Japanese aesthetics? I'm just gonna say Japanese aesthetics. I don't know if it is actually Japanese aesthetics, but... Yeah, I hope y'all understand. Again, this list, I'm trying to look at things as objectively as I can. Otherwise, you would have shit like this in S tier. It is Japanese? Okay, that makes me feel a little bit better. But with a lot of what's going on in Monster Hunter Rise, I can tell you now that it's just... I wasn't into a lot of the single-player stuff. On stream and off stream. I have since those streams, I tried a little bit, and I can't get a good feeling for the combat. It's very slow, and it's very clunky to me. And I know people are going to say, oh, you used a slow and clunky weapon. I tried others. I want to like it. I want to see what other people see in it, and I'm going to keep trying Monster Hunter games until it clicks. Even if I don't like it when it clicks, I want to be able to understand it. And so I hope you realize, and I can come clean, that D tier is worded the way it is purely because of Monster Hunter. And I introduced it the way I did because of Monster Hunter. Don't listen to my opinion of this game. It's probably not a good one, it's probably not a trustworthy one, but you're gonna get it anyway. I thought the combat was very slow, and I thought the fact that the monster constantly runs away from you is pretty annoying. And I get it, you're hunting down a monster, you gotta chase after it, you gotta lure it out, you gotta find its weak point. But I don't want to wail on it for 5-10 minutes, and then it runs away, and then I gotta do it for 10 to 15 minutes, and then it runs away, and then I gotta do it for 20 minutes. It's excessive, and it's a multiplayer game, and I'm sure they become easier, quicker, and more fun with other people. And I think as time goes on, I will probably try and convince one of my friends to play it with me. Me being Chadley because I still want to try. I'm glad you understand, Cool Kid. That makes me feel better. I purposefully avoided talking about it because I was just worried that, like, no one likes hearing something they like get, you know, like, someone has, like, an underwhelming experience with it, right? But I do sincerely, I want to keep trying Monster Hunter games until I understand it. Like, if I played Elden Ring, and I felt like... Shut up, Maddie. If I played Elden Ring and I still didn't get it, I don't know if I'd have a confident opinion of it. I do now. I've beaten the game 3 times. I definitely have a confident opinion of it. But Monster Hunter, I don't. I did like the dog you get. You can ride him like a mount. I thought that was cool. I liked the movement. Grappling around with the whip bug was pretty neat. I like the fact that it also gets incorporated into combat. Although it felt very janky to use in combat. I don't know how much they expected you to use it, but I tried it quite a bit. I really liked running around and killing smaller creatures and exploring more than I did hunting down the big boys. Because I know y'all have heard me say this a few times. My favorite part of Monster Hunter Rise was just my character whenever he would harvest an animal. Because he pulls a knife out and he goes, here comes the messy part. Whoa, here comes the messy part. And I fucking loved it every time. He was just like a weird burly surfer dude. My thoughts on 4 tainted forgotten wins in a row. I think you cheated, Bob. That's what I really think. But congrats nonetheless. The music was nice. I've actually been listening to a bit of music off stream. There was one song in particular. I think it might have been one that Cool Kid pointed out. I don't even know if I can pronounce it. So far, one that I've really liked is Kwarusapusu. I don't know how to pronounce that. Every time your character carves a monster, he says, Daddy's gonna get a new pair of boots. That's great. I definitely want to like Monster Hunter. It's gonna take a while to get into it, I think. And I think picking Rise was a bad choice. Especially since I went into the game wanting something that it wasn't, which I don't hold against the game. I felt disappointed when it wasn't what I thought it was going to be. So I think if I ever try Monster Hunter again in the future, it'll be World. We'll have to wait and see. As it stands, I can acknowledge it's a good game. I struggle to see what people enjoy in it, but that's just because I don't understand it yet. But as it stands, I don't know if I see myself playing specifically Rise anytime soon. We'll see. Play Lucy Game, you might have scuffed audio. Yeah, I pulled up a completely separate version of a lot of the songs. But no, it happens. I get it. So, I'm kind of fucked because I've kind of backed myself into a corner where there's, like, how many big things? Look at how many big things are left. Things that I would argue are big things. Oops. What have I done? For those wondering, it only took me about 6 hours to do this last year. We are approaching 6 hours, and I still have a quarter of the games left. All right. Let's do a bunch of rapid fire one. Yeah, actually, no, that's why it's taking so fucking long. Let's do the Bayonetta games. A big reason I'm not doing things in a set order this year is actually because God, I fucked up my Zoom again. Talked about Sonic Frontiers for an hour. That game pissed me off, so I'm glad I got to vent it. I'm sure Maddie enjoyed that part if she was here for it. Because I know anytime Sonic is brought up in recent time, good lord. She played WWE the other day, and Sonic the Hedgehog jumped into a ring, and she brought up the pinball shit, and I thought it was super funny. I loved it. Fucking pinball for an hour. Stupid ass game. You're on thin ice, Frontiers. I want to put you here, but I won't. But I want to. You were thinking of buying Frontiers? I mean, hey, go for it. If you want to... I would say if you're interested in it, if it's on sale, you should at least try it. The first half of the game is fun. Alright, but we gotta do Bayonetta. What words just came out of my mouth? Assuming it means Sonic showed up in WWE, I take it that you've never seen a WWE custom character creator. That shit is so funny. Okay, so, as I was saying, a big reason I did not do a set order on the ranking this year from, like, worst to best or best to worst is because, no joke, the Bayonetta trilogy. Because the way I feel about them, I don't think they go, like, best to worst or worst to best. And so I would have ended up talking about them out of order. And I feel like that just wouldn't have worked. So starting with Bayonetta 1. Bro really played Genshin. Oh my god. How many times we gotta talk about this, Vinny? I'm never gonna get to talk about Bayonetta at this point. Vinny, we've had this discussion like 8 times. It was a sponsored segment. No, I didn't get paid. No, I didn't get gypped. No, I didn't get scammed. There's all your questions answered. I thought it was... Well, you'll see how I think about it. Bayo 1B, Bayo 3A, Bayo 2S. Oh, we'll see. You got one of them right. I'm not going to say which. Bayonetta 1 is such an odd case for me. I played Bayonetta 2 first and then went back and played Bayonetta 1. And it's really hard for me to enjoy this game because I feel like it's not nearly as well designed. Bayonetta 1 is such a difficult game for me to enjoy. Because, not even purely because of difficulty, but it feels like it's undeserved difficulty. It feels like you die so easily. And I get it. They want you to master the combat system at hand. But it just doesn't feel good to me. And I know that's weird because people say Bayonetta 1 is the best feeling Bayonetta game to them. I don't feel it. I don't like not having most of the upgrades at the beginning of the game because you're so vulnerable and you get 1 or 2 shot by so many different enemies. I found most of the upgrades, like the health upgrades in the game, and I was still struggling by like the final level. I really was. And, like, it does feel... Like, it is still good. It is objectively great. It's just really rough. Things like QuickTime events that give you less than half a second, and if you don't react to them, you instantly die, and you have to redo, like, a whole portion of a fight. That's not fun. Cutscenes where you get hit if you don't activate Witch Time while a pre-rendered cutscene is playing? What? Huh? How was I supposed to know to dodge? There wasn't even a prompt. Bayonetta got hit in the cutscene. The pre-rendered cutscene. How was I supposed to know I was supposed to dodge? Don't play on hard mode. Yeah, that's another thing. The game, it was already, like, really fucking difficult, and then you beat it and you unlock hard mode. What kind of middle finger to the face insult is that? Why would you do that? The music. I'm very upset. But look, as it stands, Bayonetta 1, it's still good. Bayonetta's character is probably as charming as can be in this game. Obviously, I know people are going to point out, like, the over-sexualization of her, but as I've said multiple times, I think it's funny, which is weird, because normally sex does not equal funny to me, but for some reason with Bayonetta, it works, because she's really fucking confident about it. Something about her flaunting and calling herself a fucking celebrity, in her own words, and then immediately getting hit by a bus, that's comedy gold. I love that shit. That's my favorite cutscene in the whole series. And you know what? All the characters are great. Luca's great. Enzo is perfection. If I wasn't being objective, they would all be S tier because they all have Enzo in them. Rodon's great. Villain kind of sucks. I don't... Baldur? Eh. In fact, the story in general is kind of... I don't even know how to talk about it. Bob, you want to recap the story for me? Floor is yours. I know how memorable you found the story. I know that you know so much about it. But no. It's not bad, story-wise. It's just all over the place. They're trying to do, like, a time loop thing. Ben 10 fights Dio. Yeah, let's go with that. I thought you were going to say you don't remember anything, but apparently you do. The main focus is just the combat, and that's it. And for me, the combat, it doesn't hit as well as many of other Platinum's games. I feel like it's tight, but too tight, if that makes sense. You need to have a little looseness to it. A little... What's the word? Not linearity. I feel like that's the opposite of what I want. But you get it. But when you make things like crazy tight, like tight timings, tight combat, you gotta watch for every little thing, I feel like it doesn't work out as well. And truthfully, I kind of want to put it here, but Bayonetta is so fast-paced, and like you're able to get back into the swing of things so quickly and so easily, I think I'm willing to bump it up. If the idea of like a fast-paced, hard-to-play action game with Platinum-style combat and tropes, that sounds good to you, I think you'll like it. That being said, I think it's the worst Bayonetta game, and I know it's a very unpopular opinion. I just don't feel it. I don't feel it with the alternate weapons. The story, the comedy's great. Bayonetta's confidence is always going to be entertaining. But it's just those moment-to-moment fights that just... I can't do it. And I feel like the second most controversial thing I could say as a Bayonetta fan, Bayonetta 2 is my favorite. And I think y'all know that. Bob's definitely called it like 15 times in this stream. I think, genuinely, no hyperbole, Bayonetta 2 is Platinum Games' best game. I think it's perfect for what they do. Now, that being said, it's obviously not perfect, but it feels perfect. Obviously, the story is still just nonsense. And don't get me wrong, it's fun nonsense. It is. But it's just to the point where you stop caring. It feels like things are just happening because they have to happen. And I like that Bayonetta Origins seems like it's actually going to have, like, a cohesive story from what it looks like. I don't think it will. I don't trust that demo. I think it's going to get all over the place very soon, very quickly, but whatever. You don't play Bayonetta for story. I get it. You know what? Something I didn't actually talk about with the first game was the way it looked. First game is ugly as sin. There's so much gray and brown and dark green and more gray and other browns and brownish brown and gray brown, and there's so much fucking brown in the game. So lifeless, colorless. What did you miss? Me getting harassed because I didn't put Skylanders in S tier.
Bayonetta 2 has got to be one of the prettiest games Platinum Games has ever made. Truly. It is... I'm going to tell you now, it's prettier than Bayonetta 3. Bayonetta 2 is so colorful. It just... right out the gate. Blues, purples, pinks, and yellows. There's a bright, beautiful sky and a giant city landscape. You're fighting glowing angels that are just gilded and silver. It's so much prettier. And that makes it way more fun when you're beating the shit out of things. Because you can actually tell how they're reacting and what Bayonetta's doing in the moment. It's such a pretty game. I love it. Dude, right out the gate. For those that don't know, when Bayonetta 2 was a demo on the Wii U, it was just the first level and nothing more. I was addicted to that demo, and I played it as much as I was allowed to until I got the game. I would play the demo, beat it, and then immediately play it again. Bayonetta's 2 its combat in... I understand it's not as tight. It is a little looser, but for me, I like the looseness. I also understand that it's not as difficult because they literally added a button that just makes Bayonetta broken. Now, personally, for me, I love it. I absolutely love the easy mode button. Umbran Climax. I'm gonna spam that shit the entire game and have a wonderful time doing it. Did your TF2 message go through? It did not jingle. I'm sorry. If you're on Twitch mobile, that's probably why. If not, then I have no idea why. Dude, look, so Bayonetta 2 introduces a new mechanic called the Umbran Climax. Basically, dodge button. Okay, shush. We're not at that game yet, Bob. We're not at that game yet. Bayonetta 1. The way it worked, if you could keep the combat and the flow going without getting hit, you would build up magic. Build up enough magic, and you can instantly kill an enemy. Bayonetta 2, it works the same way. However, you could instantly kill an enemy, or you could make all of your abilities 10 times bigger and do like 5 times the damage. I know what I'm picking every time. I get it. It makes the game more mindless. But I'm just here for some mindless action. The stuff like the pixel-perfect timing combats, the tough challenges, the constant death. I like it more when Platinum Games makes that the post-game, right? When you're not familiar with the game at all, yeah, it can be rough, but I feel like it shouldn't be as difficult as Bayonetta 1 was. And the fact that you beat the game and unlock hard mode tells me it could have been easier and then you just unlock a hard mode. I don't know. But Bayonetta 2, it feels great. It's way flashier. I love the spectacle of a lot of the demons you get in this game. The flying battles, while few and far between, again, fun spectacles. I just love the fact that the angel fights in general are way cooler in this game. Like, the angel designs were cool in Bayonetta 1, but here they're awesome. They're what I think of when I think Bayonetta. And the fact that you also have demons to find, and they also have really cool, weird, wacky designs. It's great.
Gosh, it's so hard to talk about these games. I feel like I am missing a lot of details about the game. Like, I feel I haven't brought up Witch Time once, I don't think, which is like Bayonetta's whole thing. Properly dodge something and time around her slows down. Switch eShop music? This is the shopping channel from the Nintendo DSi. Not a bad guess, though. Unfortunately, Bob was actually wrong on where I'm going to put this game. It's A tier. It's close to S tier, but I think it does fall and fail in a few areas. Most notably, this is probably the least replayable of the Bayonetta games. Because Bayonetta 1, obviously you get hard mode, and just the game in general, I feel like its challenge is part of the replayability. Bayonetta 2 is very straightforward. And while there is a lot of cool stuff with the multiplayer mode, the post-game witch trials, getting all the weapons, I do feel like a lot of the battles, if you choose to do the Umbran Climax, they become a little samey. Flabbergasted is a dumb fucking word. You're a dumb fucking word, Goatman. I love bamboozling and flabbergasting. Look, my vocabulary is only so verbose, alright? Anything else? I think the bosses in this game were a lot better. I think they're probably the best that the 3 games have to have. When you're in, like, the fucking looping tsunami wave and you're just surfboarding on a chunk of clock, oh my god, it's so much fun. When you're doing things like, again, like the flying battle against Gamora, when Gamora breaks free and you're just scaling the giant tower, flying around it, that's pretty cool. It just feels like it did everything the first game did, but better. And I would encourage anyone that has never played a Platinum game, this is the one I'm going to point them to. I do wish I had more to say, but Bayonetta is pretty straightforward. If you know Bayonetta, you kind of get it. That being said, here's the most different Bayonetta game yet, and probably one of the things that I cannot decide how I feel about. So I know, I gushed about Bayonetta 3. Basically nonstop when we played it. But there was an element that I feel like... How do I put it? I didn't realize just how bad the story was until I ended the stream where I beat the game. To the point where the moment I beat it, like I remember being very satisfied. I was like, this is how I expected things to play out. And then I ended stream. Half an hour later, it just hit me. What the fuck was that? Why did it hit so late? I just went on like a mental rampage and just wrote down like 5 paragraphs of shit I did not like in the game. But I was maybe exaggerating a little. It wasn't that long, but it was a paragraph or 2 of like things I was confused on or things that I don't really get why they changed. Bayonetta 3. Immediately, it starts off great, but has some things keeping it back. Most notably, the enemies are no longer angels or demons, and the game no longer is about religious themes. It's now a sci-fi game. And those had to be some of the most generic enemy designs I think I've ever seen. I don't even remember any of them. You had a big one and you had small ones. That's all I can remember. The angel and demon fights were like they're secrets now. They're not like the main course, you know? And that kind of sucks. I'm not big on the whole sci-fi take, personally. I feel like it's not nearly as unique. And the fact that we went beyond robots and it just became flat-out multiverse shenanigans. I'm sure y'all have noticed I played like 6 multiverse games this year. Crash 4, obviously multiverses, this, Lego Marvel 2, Phineas and Ferb as well. And it just like, by the time I got to this one, I went from thinking like, oh, I'm not tired of multiverses yet. I'm enjoying them because I don't really watch a lot of movies. By the end of the year, it's like, I'm so fucking tired of multiverses. Do something cool with them. It just being a multiverse isn't cool. And the worst part is, it didn't even need to be one. Because all they do with it in Bayonetta 3 is just like, alright, we gotta go to the next multiverse. We're at the Great Wall of China. We gotta go to the next multiverse. We're at the Pyramids of Giza. Next multiverse. We're in Tokyo. It's like, you're not doing anything. This could have easily just been like a world tour kind of game, which still would have been good for Bayonetta because all the other games have been very heavily European themed. So her just going around the world would have been perfectly fine. And the only world out of these multiverses that like actually stood out to me was, funnily enough, the Paris one. Was it Paris? I think it was Italy. No, because it was... We're just gonna say French. I don't remember where it is. It's one of those. I'm pretty sure it's France. But I think the reason I like that one so much is just it has all the architecture of the other Bayonetta games. It felt the most fleshed out and fun. And this goes beyond just like the theming of the worlds. It also goes to the story. Because as I've pointed out, I don't like multiverse stuff when it being a multiverse, like that's it. That's the substance. I like it more when it's like you get to see characters and locations that you're familiar with a new coat of paint. A perfect example, SpongeBob the Cosmic Shake. What's the first world? It's a western version of Jellyfish Fields. What do you find? You find the Krusty Krab, but as a saloon, and Sandy is a bartender. That's fun. You get to find all the new unique ways that they explore the world like that. Bayonetta just doesn't really do that in Bayonetta 3. It's like you go to the first world, which is the Tokyo one. All that's different is that instead of being just, I guess, a normal witch, Bayonetta is a J-pop star. That's the only difference. You go to the China world. What's the big difference? Oh, Bayonetta is like a war general. I don't know. It doesn't do it for me. You easily could have just had new characters and just had Bayonetta travel around the world. Why is that like your third dad joke of the night, Bob? And it mostly sucks to me because I feel like it very easily could have been changed because the French world, again, beyond like just the theming of the world in general, it's the only one that did something new. What happens when you go to the French world? Bayonetta is not, you know, the Umbran witch that slays angels or fends off demons, right? She is a phantom thief. And that's the game's own words. That's not me just defaulting to Persona. She becomes a thief. And in this world, her mother isn't dead. So she tag teams with her mothers, and they steal jewels from around the world. Enzo, who's typically like a grunt of Bayonetta's, regrettably a grunt, he's now an officer that's after Bayonetta the treasure hunter. That's cool! I wanted more of that. Why not have Bayonetta be a J-pop star? And her battles are like Ben 24, if y'all have ever watched Ben 10 Omniverse, where they're like spectacles that get broadcasted across the world, and Enzo is her manager, or Rodin is her manager. Have something like that. Like, that's so much cooler. It's so weird because Enzo is in every single world as like an Easter egg, when he easily could have just been star of the show each time. It's so unfortunate, and it makes the worlds just feel generic. There's just real world locations, and they don't really do anything special. And I haven't even gotten to, like, the combat yet. Let's do the combat, because the combat's actually pretty good. This has to be the most diverse action game I have ever played in my life. So automatically, just right out the gate, Bayonetta is split into two halves. Her standard weapons, and the demons you can summon. In the other two Bayonetta games, you would actually summon the demons as part of combos, and while that still does kind of work here, in Bayonetta 3, you can take full control of the demons and actually play as them. And so there are a lot of times in a fight where you're continuously swapping between Bayonetta and her weapons and a bunch of the different demons to do interchangeable, like, linking combos. And it's cool. It's fun. It's very clunky, though, for most of the demons. Most of the demons are very slow, and it ended up causing me to kind of default to just 4 or 5 throughout the whole game, even though there's like 20 of them. Just because so many of them, they're so slow, and they're so big that it's really hard to tell what they're doing a lot of the time. And a lot of them are very gimmicky, but they're a fun kind of gimmicky. And the same goes for Bayonetta's weapons. You get, like, clock tower Gatling guns, a whip. It's not nearly as gimmicky as a clock tower Gatling gun. You get, like, a harpoon that's also a giant rusted anchor. There's so many cool weapons. You get, like, gloves and boots that interchange between multiple different elements, so you gotta, like, weave and combine them. Giant spider yo-yos with blades on the end of them that you roller skate around with. It's cool. There's definitely a lot of variety in the combat, and there's actually a second playable character, Viola. Viola is the worst part of the game. Thankfully, you only have to play as her, I believe, in 3 levels. Unfortunately, she has a giant story presence, and it feels like it doesn't even matter because she's barely in the game at all. Especially with what they leave the game off on. I feel like I barely got to know Viola. Because everything Viola does in the story... There's a moment where Bayonetta and Viola meet up, and they're like, okay, I'm gonna go get the rest of the multiverse gears, or whatever, the chaos gears. You gotta go find this guy. You have to go find Luca, alright? She doesn't fucking find Luca. I mean, she finds him, but she doesn't bring him back or anything. They just get teleported back. She doesn't do anything for her whole portion of the story. What's the point? And I just could not get into her combat. Which... yeah, this kind of applies. Why didn't they just give her a proper dodge? Notice how Platinum games become infinitely less enjoyable the moment you can't dodge on a dime? Because I'm definitely noticing that as a trend the more I play these games. Viola has a counter mechanic that's like... I feel like the best way I can describe it, no joke, shortly after I stopped streaming it, they changed it. They changed it because it was one of the biggest criticisms of the entire game. I don't know how else to put it other than I feel validated. I understand that, yes, I was just bad, but even when I got it right, it just didn't feel good to use. And the fact that it feels a lot better to use and they made Viola way stronger since I first played, that's cool. That being said, I don't think I'm ever going to willingly pick Viola. I think I would infinitely rather play as Cereza or Jean. A lot of the side content is cool. I would argue this is the most replayable out of the 3 Bayonetta games. It feels like... because every level you have, like, multiple things to find in them, multiple secret objectives to look for, multiple combat challenges, and then whenever you find, like, a set of collectibles, you unlock a separate challenge. It could be platforming time challenge, a timed combat challenge, a race, a secret boss fight. It's cool. You have upgrading all the different weapon types, and there's just so many of them. Upgrading all the different demons, finding all the different collectibles, which, here's the thing. I kind of want to put a bit of a spotlight on one collectible in particular. So I played this game a ton off stream after we beat it. I have like 60 hours or 70 hours in it. I found almost every single collectible in the entire game without a guide. Because this is probably the best well-hidden that they've been. If you're, like, it was fun looking for them in these, like, giant, more open levels. Whereas Bayonetta 1, very linear. Bayonetta 2 opens up a bit, but still pretty linear. Bayonetta 3 is, like, really open. Except for one collectible. Whose fucking idea was it to put a collectible out of bounds? I couldn't find it for hours. I had to use a guide. Fuck you, Dion. Why would you do that? Genuinely, so it's the only collectible in the game where you have to use a ranged weapon and shoot into an area that you cannot walk into that is completely blocked off by, like, the thematic invisible wall, like the smoke. I don't know. I mean, it's one collectible, it's fine. For anyone that plays the game, it's in the China world. I want to say it was the third level of it. You get to this area with a broken bridge that's in, like, a giant square. It's there. Look for a staircase in the background, and it's right there. I hope I helped anyone find that collectible. Maybe one day I will have, but... it's so annoying. They ditched magic, which is weird. Because Bayonetta had, like, a flow aspect to it. If you were dodging well, countering attacks, getting good combos, you would build up magic faster and faster. And it doesn't really work like that anymore. Magic is for losers. In this game it is. Magic is just for summoning demons and nothing else. That's kinda lame. Because it means they had to neuter torture attacks, which were the flashiest and most fun parts of the other two Bayonetta games' combat. Like, just an enemy that's really annoying you. Torture that fucker. And get a ton of money. It rains gold when you kill one of them that way. It's great! But now it's just kind of like, oh, she snaps her fingers and the enemy dies. That's not fun. Bring back, like, the guillotines or the spiked treadmills. Or the, like, she just pulls out a giant wheel in Bayonetta 2. She doesn't roll it over anyone. She just fucking slams it like a hammer. It's funny. I love the torture attacks in Bayonetta. You can't mix weapons anymore. Bayonetta 1 and 2, you always had, like, a weapon on your hand and a weapon on your feet. Actually, I don't know if that was in Bayonetta 1, but it was definitely in 2. And it was cool because you had so many different combos of weapons that you could do, because some weapons are only on the feet. Some only take up, like, you know, one hand, you know, things like that. But they had to get rid of it in favor of stronger movesets, and that's fine. I'm not going to be too upset about that. Because it does kind of suck, but you can still swap between up to 2 weapons on the fly. So yeah, you can't mix and match their movesets, but you can still mix and match with them during combos, if that makes sense. So that's fun, at least. Overall, though, I think Bayonetta 3 really dropped the ball in the story department, and honestly, this spectacle was cool to watch, but not fun to play. And another thing, I feel like they completely wasted the potential of, like, having multiple Bayonettas, because the same thing happens every time. You find the Bayonetta and they die immediately. Spoilers, I guess. It's pretty obvious the way they're going with things. But it's weird because the first world, the Tokyo world, you see the boss way in the background. And that's when J-Pop Bayonetta comes in and does her own thing. And she transforms into, like, her spider form, which, by the way, I do need to talk about that after. And you get to play as her, with her theme blasting, and chase after the boss in this huge, spectacle chase sequence. Why didn't every Bayonetta get a moment like that? All the other ones just kind of show up for, like, 5 minutes, and then... dead. I think having a moment where you take control of them and you get to see what's so special about them in particular would have done a lot for making me care for when they actually die. Before I talk about more gameplay stuff, I guess more story things, it's very obvious that this Bayonetta isn't the same as the first 2 games, and they confirm it later in the game. She kind of lost her confidence. She's very panicky about, oh, am I going to save everyone? I can't save the other Bayonettas. I mean, I know I'm just... Like, she just stands there and just watches them die. She doesn't even attempt to do anything about it. Bayonetta 1 Bayonetta, if an enemy was monologuing, she would shoot them in the face. And then just tell them, yeah, no, I'm doing this shit. I don't care who you are. I don't care what you're talking about. Bayonetta 3 Bayonetta, like, listens and panics and wonders about the people she loves. And, like, that's not Bayonetta. It's boring. It's so typical for a story, and I'm just not into it. Ugh. But there is an element of the gameplay. It's probably one of the last things I want to go over. The transformations in this game are so cool. First 2 Bayonetta games, it's like, okay, you could turn into a crow, and you could turn into a panther. Second game, you could turn into a snake. You know, and they're just for traversal. They aren't for anything fancy. But this game, every weapon and demon gets a unique demon form associated with it, each with their own special power. Where is the fucking celebrity? Exactly! I can't imagine Bayonetta 3 doing something like that. I feel like Bayonetta 3, like, she would say, like, I'm a fucking celebrity, and then she would look up, see that a train is coming, panic, and then get out of the way, instead of taking it like a champ. But yeah, the transformations are great. They're purely for movement, but they're just fun. It's especially fun when you, like, start combining them. Like, oh, this one lunges you through the air, and this one glides. I'm gonna lunge and then glide. This one shoots me straight up into the air. This one is like a dash. And they're just cool and very inventive. And it's one of those things that, like, they didn't have to make one for every form. And they do kind of duplicate some concepts. Like, there's multiple ones that can glide. But, dude, they're all so... I love them. I love their designs, every single one of them. But overall, Bayonetta 3... The demon combat is clunky and gimmicky, but it is cool. Music is great. It's my favorite soundtrack of the 3 by far. Visually, it doesn't run very well. And it doesn't look very pretty. And if I'm being honest, I think Bayonetta 1 is a nicer looking game. Bayonetta 3 is very washed out, and it uses a lot of, like, grays and grayish blues and grayish greens. It's now, instead of a bunch of browns, it's a bunch of grays. But I enjoyed replaying through the game time and time. Like, I played through it several times. I went through I went for so many of the pure platinums. I did all the post-game content. I beat Rodon, which, for those that don't know, he's like the hardest fight in all 3 of these. He's the Millennia of Bayonetta. In fact, I think it may have taken me longer to beat him than it took me to beat Millennia. No, I think Millennia took me longer, but I think Rodon killed my fingers more, if that makes sense. But yeah. I do think Bayonetta did still live up to my excitement that I had. Just, I don't think it lived up to... Let me rephrase that. It met my expectations, but it didn't blow them out of the water. It's a B tier for me. It's still a very good game. It's one of the most diverse action games to ever exist. There's a lot of amazing, cool moments. The moment with, obviously, like, the rhythm moment with the opera scene. The giant, you know, like, the train going across the Great Wall of China. Fighting the Monkey King as a giant Madama butterfly using the clouds as a bubble bath. There's a lot of cool stuff there, but the villain, a lot of the story stuff, a lot of the creative decisions underwhelmed me. But I would still rather play it than Bayonetta 1. Oh, also, I didn't mention, Jean has, like, a side mode. They're, like, 2D stealth side-scrolling missions. They're fun. I see people hating on them a bunch, but I think they're fun. Before we move on, I do want to bring attention to a very good critique of this game. Who was it by? Was it this one? Let me see. I think it was. Okay, I highly recommend this video. It's literally just called A Critique on Bayonetta 3. By Telekinestic Man. I'm pretty sure this is it. I could be wrong. This is a very well-made video, and I'm not very good at articulating my thoughts. This does it perfectly. The main difference is, I think I liked the game ultimately more than he did. As funny as that sounds. Okay, yeah, it is this one. It is this one. I just checked. Highly recommend that video. Please go watch it. It's really good. If you have 45 minutes to kill. And before you say that you don't, you've been here for 6.5 hours. You have 45 minutes to kill. Alright. We're gonna rapid fire a couple short ones. Cartoon Network, Punch Time Explosion XL. Multiverses before multiverses. So this is decently old game. I played the PS3 version. I don't know how different it is from the other ones. I know it's the same as the Wii, but it's Smash but for Cartoon Network, and it's pretty cheaply made, but I kinda love it. Punch Time Explosion is purely Cartoon Network characters in a Smash Bros. Style fighting game. It's not balanced in the slightest. Old school Smash. Yeah, it definitely feels more like Brawl than any other... Because I feel like everyone tries to copy Melee, right? But I feel like this absolutely feels like Brawl. Not only with the way it feels, like, physics-wise and the way hits feel, it has a subspace emissary. This game has a full-blown story mode where you go to all the different worlds. And it's fun. You start in, like, you play as Ben 10 and you're going through Chowder. And you're playing as, like, what, Flapjack, and you're going through the Kids Next Door world. It's great. It's great fun. And the story is being entirely narrated and commentated by Space Ghost. And he's just, like, self-narrating whatever he's seeing on his TV. It's great. We're running out of TV characters to make bad Smash ripoffs with. Yeah, the roster is questionable. There's 5 Powerpuff Girl characters for some reason. In fact, here, let's zoom in on the roster and I'll tell you who all's in it. Teenage Ben Tennyson. I believe this is specifically from Ultimate Alien. Chowder and Kimchi. Buttercup. Flapjack. Captain Knuckles. Number 1. Bubbles, Blossom, Mac and Blue. Dexter, Monkey, Grim, Billy and Mandy, Samurai Jack, Captain Planet, my fucking guy. I love playing as Captain Planet. Father, Vilgax, Mojo Jojo, Kevin Ethan Levin, Johnny Bravo, him, Young Ben, the Scotsman, Haas Delgado, the Toilinator, and a Coup. Those icons are you didn't even make new renders. Oh yeah, no, this game is cheap as hell. It's not even subtle about it. Hostile Gato, hell yeah, Hostile Delgado. For those wondering why XL, this was originally a 3DS exclusive that got ported to consoles. And when they ported it to consoles, I believe they added all the villain characters, or at least most of them. I don't know why Young Ben is with, like, all the villain characters, by the way. I think he was one of the additions. Is it a good game? No. No. But there's a lot of ironic fun to be had. The story mode is really basic. The cutscenes are literally just, like, still images that are being, like, puppeteered. But there are charming aspects about it. I like the fact that the characters have cool alt costumes. I liked a lot of the stage layouts. Like, you have, you know, the different rooms in Foster's Home for Imaginary Friends. You have a Ben 10 one where you go to Primus, which I think is pretty cool. You have one in the Null Void. Codename Kids Next Door, you have one where you're on top of like a giant floating school bus. Captain Knuckles, you have one where you're why did I say that? Flapjack, you know, because that's the name of the show. Flapjack, you have a stage where you're inside Bubby's mouth. There's a lot of fun to be had. But ultimately, it feels like shit. It's the worst platform fighter on this list by a mile. It doesn't quite go here, though. Because even though it's not very good, there's so much charm to it. I think you should at least try it, even if it's ironically. It does have a cool mechanic, actually, I will point that out. Assist trophies are like a core mechanic of the game, and summoning them is like whatever, it's an assist trophy. But if you summon one, and it pairs up with your character, they get like a special, it's like a second final smash, essentially. That's pretty cool. Like, for example, if you're playing as Captain Knuckles, and you get Captain Stickybeard from Codename Kids Next Door, you get a new final smash. I love that. I would love to have some kind of synergy super move in Smash someday, because that's really fun, and there's a lot of really weird ones, but I kind of like it. But overall, not much to say. If you go and watch, like, 10 seconds of gameplay, you get the main idea. Oh my god, I just realized Maddie wanted me to talk about Until Dawn. I'm sorry. I forgot. Until Dawn is a movie game. It's just a really long movie. You could argue it's a point and click. You could argue it's like a choose your own adventure game. It's a movie game. And it's not a very good one. And the fact that I was told this is the best game made by this studio, I don't think I'll be looking at their other games anytime soon. Minecraft movie game. It's essentially a Telltale game. Very similar. Very similar in structure. But Telltale, which we have one on here. I like that infinitely more. Dark Pictures is way better than Until Dawn. I feel like pretty much anything is better than Until Dawn. Until Dawn is the most generic horror movie setup you could imagine. A bunch of young adults and teenagers, whatever you want to call it, a bunch of college kids that don't look like college kids at all, are spending the night at this haunted mansion where their friend died. Their friend died years ago when they pranked her, and they have to spend a night here to get over the guilt of it. And it's so typical. But here's the thing. I was gonna shit on this game for being typical until I realized it was done on purpose. They purposefully tried to make it like a shitty horror movie as much as they could. And that made me not completely unhate it, but it helped me understand, like, why they did what they did. That being said, it's still really shitty. So now I love it. No. As much as I love bad horror movies, and as much as I laughed at this game, it's not a good game. Yeah, let's move these around. Star Fox Zero makes this a bitch. There we go. Basically, as you go throughout the game, you sort of get flashes into the future whenever you find a collectible, and it's supposed to help help you make decisions. Halfway into the game, maybe even like 2/3 into the game, it shifts from generic horror movie to a monster flick. It's no longer about like, oh, we're staying in a haunted mansion where the ghost of our dead friend is here. No. It is about Wendigos. These weird, I don't know, nightmarish creatures that are formed out of, like, souls infesting a cannibalistic body. I don't know. I didn't care enough to learn about it. And it sucks because I love the setup of, like, they throw you into thinking it's just a shitty horror movie, and then it's not actually a shitty horror movie. It's this completely other thing. But, you know, it just turns into, like, a shitty monster movie. It's still not good. Like, it's still, like, just whatever. Every trope you can think of happens. It's like the couple with, like, the doofus. Like, one of them's a doofus and the other's nervous. They go off on their own and they get split up from the gang. There's a guy that comes in that tells them about the big, bad, evil monster who eventually dies. You know, he gets murdered. They have, like, okay, guys, I'm gonna go take a shower because I'm feeling gross from all this horror stuff. And then she, like, for the next hour, she's just in a bath towel. It's every trope you could think of. He was cool because he had a flamethrower. He died! I don't care if he had a flamethrower. He was cool, though. Now, here's the thing. Once it becomes the monster movie portion, the characters can suddenly die based on your choices. Here's the thing. I played this game with my friend Maddie, and despite all of our meme choices, half-ass choices, and just when we didn't give a shit anymore, no one died. We got the best ending. Kind of. One guy died. However, if that person dies, the ending is better, because if that person lives, the curse lives on after you beat the game. So we got the best ending as far as I'm concerned. The one guy that died was like the shittiest character anyway. Don't spoil the game, you'll never play it. I didn't stream it, nah. Because Maddie owned the game, I didn't. I was along for the ride. Hell, I'm gonna be honest with you. I didn't even see like a couple hours of the game. There was like 2 or 3 hours where I just wasn't watching. This is that one Minecraft story mode chapter with YouTubers, but bad. I gotta play that game someday. I will say, it is a fun game to laugh at. If you have a friend and you like laughing at bad horror movies, absolutely play this game with them. Outside of that, I didn't just show that on screen, did I? Okay, I didn't. Phew! I don't know, it's... I don't know about the YouTuber chapter. Apparently not. I didn't know that was a thing. Choose your own adventures and, like, your choices matter type games. They'll always be neat. But at the same time, with this game, they're very clearly funneling you in a direction. And in fact, a lot of the characters can't die except for in specific moments. But I feel like I'm giving this game way more attention than it probably deserves. Dude, award shows aren't kidding. Fading out the music is an effective way to get you to wrap things up. Oh my god. I feel like I'm wondering if it's subconscious at this point. Am I, like, is it just happening without me realizing? Alright, let's get this one out of the way. Genshin Impact. I'm gonna level with you, and I'm gonna be very quick about this one. It's a B tier. Hate on it all you want. It's not a bad game. I don't know why people hate it other than anime gacha. I couldn't even find the gacha when I played it. And this isn't me being, like, biased because I was sponsored by them. Put that shit in the top one right now. No. I'm not going to put it up there because I want to point out I have not played it since I streamed it. There is probably so much to this game that I have not seen. And in fact, to my knowledge, it gets constant updates that add entire new open areas. Every couple months, my friend Lucy hits me up and she shares, like, music, characters, areas, and they're very, like, the areas are pretty. It's a well-made game. Blink if I'm forced to say this. I mean, I instinctively blinked, but that's not why. So Genshin Impact, it's anime, it's kind of like a single-player MMO, if that makes sense, but you can play it with friends. I guess the MMO doesn't make sense, you know, if it's single-player, but you get what I mean. You explore the world, you do quests, you go to all these different locations, you fight enemies. It's just a solid, well-made game. In fact, I enjoyed it a lot more than a lot of other MMO-style games that I've played. Mostly because of the combat. The combat reminds me a lot of Xenoblade Chronicles 2. For those that don't know, I fucking love that game's combat. Things like mixing the elements and watching cooldowns and just blending things together with a team of multiple characters. It flows so well. To the point where I was able to fight enemies that were way above my level, but because I liked the system so much and already had it mentally figured out, I was able to fight them, and it was fun. I wish I gave the game more of a chance when we played. I don't think it's a good stream game. So if I ever play more, it's probably going to be off-stream. But dude, I think absolutely people hate on this game way too much. I am not a Genshin fanatic, but I think people need to accept that it's a game of quality. We'll put it like that. Let's put it right next to Spyro's Adventure. Why don't we do that? Maybe squeeze Metroid in next to it as well. Maybe some Bayonetta and Team Fortress 2. Look at everyone in the big group hug. All good games. But no. If you played it and you didn't like it, I get it. Paimon's annoying. Voice acting in general is kind of annoying. Why is Genshin on a couch? Oh, can y'all not see what that is? That's part of the logo. It's like the different elemental symbols. It does look like a couch, though, doesn't it? But yeah, like, memes and such aside, I'm not a fanatic for it, but, like, I don't see what's wrong with it. They stole from Skylanders? The game that I totally beat. Vinny, I watched the credits. And to show my appreciation for the people that made that game, I sped through those credits. Genshin's just a Skylanders clone. I feel like there is more I should talk about. Obviously, you have, like, a lot of Breath of the Wild inspiration in the art style and art direction. And the way you, like, glide throughout the world and such, but I feel like a lot of it's not too important. It does have an overarching story. It's a live service game that gets continuous updates. I'm not gonna say, like, you should go out of your way to play it like these games. But, I mean, if someone told me, like, should I just try Genshin Impact? I'd tell them why not. Where's the harm? It's a free-to-play game, after all. I mean, it's not like you're losing anything. Don't hate on it too much. Alright. Vinny wants me to talk about Mario plus Rabbids. Sparks of Hope. I'm not going to hold back when I say this, and I think it's pretty obvious if you watched me play it. This is my game of the year. It's not even close. It's perfect for me. Best game ever. Exactly, Neon. Even though I'm pretty sure we're talking about Genshin when you said that. Mario plus Rabbids Kingdom Battle is one of my favorite games on the Switch. I love it. I think it's a very funny game. I think it's a very fun game. I love the strategy that comes behind it, but I have my qualms with it. Mario plus Rabbids Sparks of Hope not only fixes every problem I had with Kingdom Battle, it improves everything about it. It's even funnier. The combat is more interesting. There's so much more build variety. It's such a good game. And it hurts my heart that it's not selling well. It really does. I'm sorry, what happened here? This is what I mean. If I get too many layers, this shit starts happening. I did not erase that. I don't know what happened there. Well, Edge is missing her sword, but it's fine. The characters feel more unique than in the first game. Because in the first game, every character had 2 weapons, 2 cooldowns. Now they have 1 weapon, 1 cooldown. And you would think that would make them, like, oh, they're less distinct. But it means that they can focus more on giving each character something super unique that no one else has. And their skill trees have been made vastly more interesting. To the point where I kind of started, like, a side profile, like a side save file, the other day. I didn't realize how good some of these characters were, because I didn't fully experience their skill tree. You can really build characters in so many weird, crazy ways. I love it. The story is not the... Well, no, I like it. I'll level with you, I like it. I love the writing in the game. I think the dialogue is very funny. I think the voice acting is very funny. I saw so many people say, like, they shouldn't have given the Rabbids voice actors. I wish they did it a long time ago if it was going to be like this. They're all perfect. Rabbid Mario, Rabbid Peach, and Edge are amazing. Rabbid Mario is one of my favorite fictional characters in history. I love him now. He's literally just Captain Lou Mario, but cranked to the extreme. Ugh. But yeah, the characters, they feel great and unique. They did cut the Yoshis. I don't care, though, because the Yoshis weren't fun. And instead, they replaced them with 3 way more fun and interesting characters. Those being Bowser, Rabbid Rosalina, and then an original character, Edge. And it works great. Every character has their niche, every character has their use, and there was never a moment where I felt like... I mean, there were a few moments, but by the end of the game, I felt like I had a reason to pick everyone, and that's not something the first game could do for me. The first game would be like, why would I pick Rabbid Mario, ever? Why would I ever use the Yoshis? What's the point of using Rabbid Peach outside of her heal? You know? Why? I mean, Luigi has his uses, but I feel like I'm not using him most of the time. And so I only ended up using, like, half the characters. No, in this game, I used everyone. I loved everyone, except Rabbid Peach. Rabbid Peach was kind of bland. But maybe she's better, and I just didn't realize with the skill trees. The world is more imaginative than ever, rather than just limiting yourselves to the Mushroom Kingdom. You're now going to different planets, and they all have their own different themes, their own different worlds, and their own different people, and they're just fun. It's what I said my entire playthrough, and I've said it at least a dozen times. It just makes me happy to play it. Every little aspect about it is just, it brings joy to me. It's everything I could have wanted and so, so much more. The bosses were fun. The soundtrack is perfect. Yoko Shimomura, Gareth Coker, and Grant Kirkhope, it's flawless. There's not a single song I dislike. The combat is fun. The characters are fun. It's animated super well. It looks super pretty. It could run better. Not gonna lie, it could run better. It's very crusty at times. I hope the Rayman DLC runs better. Like, maybe there's not as much going on, but... all the different worlds and just the different execution of everything. And as I said at the end of my stream of the game, this is the kind of thing I would strive to make if I was a game developer. This is the exact kind of thing I would want to make. It's just everything I wanted. And it's the only game that I played this year that exceeded my expectations. It didn't reach them, it went way beyond them. There's so much more I could talk about. I could get into the nitty-gritty, why I love the combat, why it feels so good. But I think you'll get it. Y'all know that I love the Rabbids, and I love Mario plus Rabbids, and it's just... I love it. A lot. There's so much more I could say, but I don't want to end up doing another Sonic Frontiers. How many games are left? 14? Did I count that right? God, I'm counting things like multiple times by accident. And whatever. Something that stayed on this list for way too long is this other Jimmy Neutron game I have. So another Jimmy Neutron game, and this is the one that I feel like everyone grew up with. Jimmy Neutron Attack of the Twonkies. So immediately, this game looks and plays infinitely better than Boy Genius ever did. That game is ass. Attack of the Twonkies is based off of the TV special, if y'all remember it. Here's the thing, and I don't know how I didn't realize this as a kid. The game is pretty standard. You make some gadgets and you just kind of run through the levels. There's not a lot going on until you reach a certain point. Like, after a few levels, things get a little more interesting. Because at first, Jimmy can't really do anything. It's mostly just walk here and then go here. Go here and then go here. Because you can't fight back any of the Twonkies or anything. And then you get to the neighborhood level, and you notice he gets this little backpack suction machine. No joke, it's just Luigi's Mansion. Do you like Jimmy Neutron, and do you like Luigi's Mansion? Then you'll probably like Attack of the Twonkies. It's not even subtle. You suck them up in the backpack and everything. And there's a lot of fun stuff. They got the whole original TV cast. For whatever reason, Cindy uses her design from the movie. It doesn't use, like, her regular design. I don't know what that's all about. But, you know, you go to a bunch of different locations. You go to Retroville, you go to the neighborhood, you go to the playground, you go to the school, go to a different planet, even. Jimmy's lab. There's a lot of fun stuff going on. And it's not very good. I think nostalgia is what's putting it this high. But if you like Jimmy Neutron, there's a lot to like about it. I like the fact that making gadgets is just, you find random shit in the world and you just smash it together. And there's so much useless stuff that you can make. And it's 100% something Jimmy would make. Like, here are chalk sneakers. Now wherever you walk, your footprints will be rainbow colored because they are covered in chalk. Here is a balloon coat. If you wear it, you'll float. Not very high, only like a little bit off the ground. Here's gum popcorn. If you eat it, you get really slow for no reason. And these are all things that you can just make and use, and they don't do anything. But I kinda love the fact that they don't do anything. You can get a pair of, like, sugary speed sneakers, and it plays the Benny Hill theme every single time you use them. You get, like, vertigo gum, and when you eat it, it puts a filter on it. It just reverses your controls and flips the screen. It's all this useless shit, and I love it. I shouldn't. It's filler. There's no point to any of it, but I just kind of love it. Because as smart as he is, Jimmy Neutron makes a lot of dumb stuff. Like, I don't know, a outer space burger joint restaurant. I don't even remember what happened in that episode. Pants. I remember the pants one. I don't know what invention caused it, but I know he got Carl pregnant at some point. A lot of weird stuff happens in that show. But, I mean, it's a decent game. It's not too special, but you shrink the Twonkies down, you solve puzzles to make them vulnerable, and then you suck them up in the Luigi's Mansion backpack. And it's enjoyable for what it is. For some reason, the most popular thing on the VOD channel. WarioWare. Get it together. Why is this my most viewed video, by the way? Genuinely? I think it has 1,300 views at this point. I just want to double check that real quick. Does it 1,098 views for playing WarioWare. I have no idea why. So I love WarioWare. It's a very fun series. It's a very wacky series. We talked earlier about how, like, people make up genres, but they kind of just come naturally. I feel like WarioWare is a unique genre that just came naturally. The whole micro games setup is like its own thing, and I feel like more games just don't do it. It really is unique to Wario. So yeah, in the game, so typically, for those that don't know, WarioWare is a collection of micro games. Now, I know what you're thinking. Well, don't you mean a mini game? Not quite. A mini game is more like, oh, in this open world game, you can play a round of mini golf. Or you can do a shooting gallery. A micro game is like, okay, here's a bow and arrow. Aim it at that target. You have 5 seconds. And then the moment the 5 seconds end, it's just, okay, that's the micro game. Next micro game. You have an umbrella, and there's a cat. Hold the umbrella under the cat. Don't let it get wet. And then, boom, that's the micro game done. Next micro game. And there's like 200 of them. And the more you do, the faster and faster it gets. And you're just constantly trying to register what you have to do and how you have to do it as quickly as possible. And it's fun. That being said, this game took a different approach. One that I think is very cool and unique. Kind of holds it back slightly, but because they did it, they were able to implement multiplayer, which is cool. Also, we're reaching the point where my jaw is starting to hurt from talking so much. So, oh my god, I left so many big games left. Alright, you know what? Water break. Ugh. Basically, in previous WarioWares, it would control, like, oh, left and right moves, whatever it is in the micro game. But now, it's almost like a platformer. Oh, excuse me. Basically, the characters all have their own different functions and moves, and they play like a 2D platformer. And the way they interact or the way they use their moves, that decides how you play the micro game. So, for example, Wario can fly, and he has a shoulder bash. So if I have to knock something off a table, I gotta fly down to it, knock it off. But what happens when you get a character like 9volt, who constantly moves automatically, and he can only attack upwards? I gotta get under the table on the left side and flip it. What about a character where all they can do is teleport? Teleport into the object and push it off with physics and momentum. And there's like 20 characters, and they all have a unique way, albeit a simple way, of beating each and every micro game. And not only does this allow you to play the game in multiplayer, it allows you to do some crazy shit, like every micro game you get a randomized character. And when you're doing a micro game every 5 seconds, it gets so fun and chaotic. And it took an already chaotic and rapid series and made it even more rapid and chaotic. It's great. Unfortunately, though, I feel like this is one of the least replayable WarioWare games. Normally, it takes me, like, forever to feel accomplished with a WarioWare game. Like, it would take me multiple... Like, I would play through the story multiple times, go for so many high scores, get so many achievements, unlock so much of the side content. But I feel pretty content with Get It Together pretty quickly. And the more I thought about... And, like, I don't know. There just wasn't really a lot to do after you beat the story other than go for high scores. Which is weird, because I almost feel like other WarioWare games had more to do, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they didn't. Maybe I just... Or maybe there was more stuff in this game that I just didn't really see. I have not played it since streaming it. But even if it wasn't that replayable and it was pretty short, I still liked it a lot. I think I kind of want to play it safe and go middle of the road. Because part of me says, like, put it down here, play WarioWare Gold instead. Yeah, put it in here. You liked it, but you just didn't want to play it again. Nah, put it in here. It's WarioWare. If you like it, you'll like it. You know, maybe even put it, like, up here, because it's a really good WarioWare game. It just... It's all over the place, so I think putting it smack dab in the middle is fair. Also, I love how many layers the tile has. It's great. Also, this game lets you play as Mona Pizza. That's an automatic S tier. Moving on. Messing around with laser. Nice if Nightmare's eyes glowed. Yeah. It would have been so cool if the Trap Masters had glowing Traptanium weapons. Assuming you're talking about Skylanders. Metal Gear Rising. I didn't like it. And I'm gonna level with you now. I almost want to put it here. But I want to be objective and put it here. Metal Gear Rising was one of the rougher Platinum games for me. I struggled with it a lot. Granted, I found something out recently. And I'm sorry. This is probably the reason I didn't like it. I didn't know you could upgrade your weapons. I think I played the whole game with the basic weapon never upgraded once. Which is why Jetstream Sam was such a pain for me. If I'm being honest, most of the boss fights were a pain for me. To the point it made it really hard to enjoy the game by the end. And those are supposed to be the highlight. Basically, you play as Raiden. You have a sword, you swing it around, and you slice things up. And if you have really good focus, it's really satisfying to actually use a lot of the game's mechanics. Like, you get a slice mechanic where everything goes in slow motion. You can actually pick a direction to slice and slice things in half, like enemies, objects, and whatnot. If you slice an enemy perfectly, you can expose, like, a heart on them, and then a quick time event. Just, like, slice it and grab it, instantly restore, like, energy and health. And when you get in these crazy sort of like mind state flows where you're just doing everything like back to back rapidly. I've seen what it looks like and I experienced it a little bit. It's so good. That part is really fun when you're just slicing through everything. Look, even the fucking box art, he is slicing. He is slicing the box art in half. But cutting and slicing and that kind of flow only goes so far. Enemies were really annoying. If they would throw like enemies that could only be sliced certain ways, which is cool and fine, but they weren't really fun to fight. Hi, Dr. Nefariously. Why does everyone always gotta come in when I'm talking negatively about something? I couldn't get into a lot of the enemies and fights, and a lot of the time, if possible, I would either try and just speed through it, or I would try and sneak past the enemy. I didn't do a lot of the side content. I have no idea what was going on in the story. Something about, like, a girl that built a plane and Senator Armstrong wanting to just rid the world of evil, and I killed him for some reason. I don't know. I thought he was making sense, but maybe I just wasn't paying attention. It didn't do it for me. It's definitely not one of my favorite Platinum games. I can't, in my right mind, call it bad. It's really hard for me to call it bad. But I don't think I'm ever going to play it again. I play weird stuff? Hell yeah, I do. I like that variety. I don't know what I would have wanted to make Metal Gear Rising more enjoyable for me. But I don't know. I wish I could have liked it more. The memes are still funny, but I just didn't really like playing it all that much. You respect Death's Door's ranking? I want to be a bit fair. It's probably higher. I did not finish the game by the time we're doing this, but I'm gonna finish it sometime this year. Talk about Adventure Time Bloons? Oh, hell yeah, okay. Bloons Adventure Time Tower Defense. A free-to-play Bloons game. Themed entirely around Adventure Time characters. With some gacha mechanics. I'm just going to get that right out of the way. We talked about it a little bit last night in the server. In fact, let me see if I can pull up exactly what I said. It probably summarize it up. So it sums it up a lot better than I could just off the top of my head. I said, it's really fun and free to play. It has some annoying mobile elements, like gacha or an energy system, but I was able to play most of the game just fine. It isn't full-on gacha, just every time you beat a level, you get a bunch of drops and you choose which of the 3 drops you want. It can be a character, currency, item to equip on a character, you get it. I'd argue it's distinct enough from Bloons Tower Defense 6, or in even Bloons TD Battles, to be worth giving a shot. Especially if you love Adventure Time. You equip gear and items onto your towers to enhance specific attributes about them. Like, instead of just... Like, you could just put, like, oh, here's a ninja belt, and if I put it on Jake, he shoots 10% faster. But I could put it on anyone, and they'll shoot, like, 6% faster. The reason something like this is cool is that you can't take every tower with you. You have kind of like a team builder screen, and you have to select which towers you want. Which makes you really think about what characters you want to bring, how they're going to synergize and whatnot, especially since they have special synergy upgrades, where depending on if they're within a certain character's range, you can, what was I going to say? Depending if like Finn and Jake are next to each other, you can get a specific upgrade to make them stronger and to use like a special ability, which makes you think like, oh, do I group everyone up together and put them on this one clump of the map? But then if one balloon gets past, we're fucked. You know, there's some cool stuff you gotta think about. And then the amount of towers is super cool to me. And that's kind of everything I talked about in the server. There are so many towers. I think there's like 60. There's an absurd amount. There's so many Adventure Time characters. And like, you go from like obvious ones, like obviously Finn, Jake, Marceline, Ice King, Lady Rainicorn. Slightly weirder ones, like I know people love BMO, but it's not really one I would expect in a tower defense game. Starchy, Cinnamon Bun. And then you just get weird shit like Abracadaniel, Magic Man, the giant like warrior elephant thing that it only shows up for like what, one episode. It's great. Your top 5 2022 games: Scorn, Plants vs. Zombies 2 fan mod, Metal Hellslinger, Tunic, and the Cuphead DLC. Nice. I like the Cuphead DLC well enough. I thought it was pretty good. But this definitely expands more than just like stuff that came out in 2022. I just go for anything that I played that year. Because I feel like it's more interesting, because I don't play a lot of stuff that comes out, you know, the year it comes out. Half of these games are, well, not half of them. A good chunk of these are games that came out the previous year, like Metroid Dread, for example. But Bloons Adventure Time Tower Defense, it's a pretty solid game. I like it. I played it pretty consistently. You hit roadblocks. Like, you'll hit difficulty roadblocks where it's like, okay, I just can't do this until I have better towers. But it's fun enough. Without spending a single penny on it, I played it for, I mean, how long? 12 and a half hours. And I got, like, 30 achievements. I had fun with it. Tree Trunks is another tower you can get, by the way. I really like using Tree Trunks, even though she's not that great. If you're a fan of Adventure Time, a fan of Adventure Time, I highly recommend it. I do think, well, I think it belongs here, but I kind of want to put it up here. This is actually kind of tough. I want to put it in one of these two tiers for sure. Notifications were set to only mentions. I have that for most servers except my own. If you message something in my server, I will see it. So if ever you want to like chat, I mean, that's the way to do it. You enjoyed the 2022 games you played. Only thing you called Jimmy Bay is Overwatch 2. I mean, I talked a lot about it. I think the improvements it made off of the original were great. I just think it had a rough start because it was rushed out. And they said it was rushed out because people were demanding it. So, I don't know. I went into Overwatch with, like, not necessarily low expectations, but I knew what to expect, if that makes sense. And so, it's just been all uphill from the launch, in my opinion. So it's been great. I actually don't know where to put this. I'm going to play it safe. I'm just going to put it here. I don't think I would quite consider on the same level as these. And I think that's kind of what's pushing me to put it down here. From one Bloons game to another. Bloons Tower Defense Battles 2. Same tier. Okay, simply put, it's a PvP tower defense game. If you like the sound effect of that, go for it. I personally was not a fan. 7-hour stream. Yeah, this went on way longer than I expected, and there's still like 3 things on here that I know for a fact I'm going to talk a lot about. In fact, I'm going to put the big stuff up here. Like, these are the 3 big ones. These are going to be the Titans. Let's see, that's small. Oops. This is small. Small. Decently small. And then these are kind of medium-sized. These were the big 3 I was saving, because these are the 3 I have the most to talk about positively. I I shouldn't have talked about Sonic Frontiers for an hour. Heard the game had a lot of issues at launch, but fixed a lot of them. Kind of killed the hopes of this game having a decent player base. I disagree, personally. I think it was fun, and that's all it needed to be. And a lot of things, like them not putting out updates, wasn't their fault. And I promise that's not me just doing the, I promise that's not me being a Blizzard fanboy, because I'm not one. There was a lot that went on. It was a lot of misfortune. But I think as Season 2 came to a close, you could tell, like, they were going to nail it for Season 3. And they did. And now I'm really looking forward to a lot of what it has in store. Alright, now we're going to talk about Bloons Tower Defense 2. Yeah, so if you like the idea of a PvP tower defense game where you both get the same map and setup, you get to choose whatever towers you want. I think you get to pick up 3. The idea is to build up money and send enemies and balloons over... Oh, you were talking about balloons! Whoops. The main idea is that you build up money to send enemies over at your opponent, take advantage of what they can't currently destroy or pop, and whoever runs out of health first loses. I mean, it's decently fun, but it's very competitive to the point where I struggle to enjoy it. Even with friends, it can be rough, especially if you have a friend that's really good at it. But a lot of the balloons' charm is there. It's polished. It's well made. I don't know if it's well balanced because I'm not going to play like a ranked mode in a balloons game. Just, again, this is something like, oh, for example, Disney Speedstorm, Ultimate Custom Night, Luck Be a Landlord. Just go watch someone play it for like 5 to 10 minutes, and you will decide whether or not you will be interested off of that alone. It's just one of those games, you could summarize your opinion easily on it. Figment 2 came out. I have never heard of Figment. I feel like I should. That sounds familiar. Star Fox Guard. Another tower defense game. That was unintentional. I can't believe I'm doing this. I don't think I can put it in A. I want to, but I'm gonna put it in B. I was so shocked by this game. It was genuinely really fun and creative, and I can't believe I've never heard people talk about it. It is a tower defense game where you take control of the towers directly by swapping between their different perspectives. That is such a cool concept, and I feel like it could have been executed better. I mean, it was a pack-in game with Star Fox Zero, but for what it is... I mean, dude, I feel like what happened originally, I was only going to play it for like an hour originally, right? How long did I end up playing it for? I want to say I ended up playing it for like 2 hours? It was fun. I liked it just a weird amount, and I feel like I shouldn't have. Because I feel like this is just a game that everyone makes fun of. But no, taking control of the towers, having different kinds of towers for different kinds of enemies, being able to set them up and swap them out before a game started, there were a lot of fun aspects of it. There were a lot of cool ideas. I cannot find that Star Fox Guard stream. How long ago was it? Okay, yeah, I played it for about 2 hours. On top of just like the base gameplay being fun for me personally, it has a tower defense like editor, and you can create your own waves with your own limitations. It's cool. It really is. This was one of the best things I played in my little Platinum Marathon. I really liked it. The whole setup with the cameras is cool, how there are different enemies that'll, like, hack your cameras or shut them down or mess with you in different ways, and you really just got to be paying attention to the whole map from like 10 different perspectives, because you can see every single camera and tower all at once. It's cool. I'm not kidding. If you have a Wii U and you are somewhat interested in the idea of like a first-person tower defense game where you play as the towers, go for it. It's quite fun. Fuck it. Let's quadruple down on tower defense to an extent. Sunset Overdrive. Now you'll understand what I meant in a sec. Sunset Overdrive is an open world game that has tower defense-y missions and segments throughout the game. But that's not the focus, so we're going to focus on the open world first. I'm going to tell you now, this is the most fun movement I've ever had in a video game. I'm not even kidding. For literally no explained reason, which is part of, like, a lot of the jokes in the game, your character just has superpowers, and you will just jump, fly, slide, and dash, and boost, and swing your way through this giant, sprawling open world. And while there aren't a lot of distinct locations that you can go to within the open world, traversing it at all is so much fun. It's so much fun. It really is. To the point where I never wanted to fast travel once. I didn't even think there was a fast travel in the game. I didn't care. Getting from point A to point B is fun. It really is. It's just perfectly balanced and designed. I love the fact that it's all not necessarily momentum based, but you can build up momentum and hit like a top speed. I love the fact that the more you're jumping around and the more unique that your movements are, the higher you get like a bigger combo for more currency or for a bigger score during a mission. For example, if you're just on a grind rail and you're just kind of going in a circle on this grind rail and killing enemies, you're not really going to get that high of a score. But if you like go off a grind rail, jump off, dash towards, I don't know, a grind rail on the ceiling that you hang from, shoot an enemy, drop down, wall run around a corner like 3 times, and then fucking melee a guy in the head with a crowbar, you get way more points. They encourage creativity and thinking up of your movements on the fly, and it's really satisfying to master. Because you gotta balance all your movements with what the enemies are currently doing, what hazards are being thrown at you, what you have to keep track of in terms of like whatever's going on in the mission. All while keeping track of your own weapons, what you currently have equipped, their ammo, like any traps you have set up in the world. It's a lot to do, but it's really fun and satisfying. Basically, in the game's story, there's a new soda that comes out. I think it's just called Overdrive within the context of the story. And the reason it's Sunset Overdrive is because it takes place in Sunset City. Long story short, it's turning people into zombies. Don't drink the soda, you turn into a zombie. A very weird look. They don't look like zombies, they just look like flesh people. With the soda just oozing out of every orifice. And so yeah, like that happens, a few months pass, Sunset City has been quarantined off from the rest of the world. And you're just kind of living in it very casually. And do I have last year's complete list? Yes, here I can link it to you, Fennec. The game is very laid back. It's kind of when we get to one of the rougher aspects. There's a lot of meta humor. And I understand, it was early 2010s. That's when meta humor was, like, at its peak. But it is 2023. Hearing a character talk about how they're in a video game, and acknowledging the narrator, and acknowledging the tropes that they're going through, and the gameplay mechanics, and all the stuff going on around them, isn't funny. It's really not. And we talked before about Henry Stickmin, how reference humor can get pretty annoying. this is kind of an example of it, because you'll just die and then you'll come back in the DeLorean for some reason, or you'll come back in a TARDIS. I don't know why. It's... a lot of the humor misses for me. And it never really gets better. The voice performances and direction are great. I just don't think the jokes are funny. And y'all have heard me talk about the Bomberman one, the Bomberman joke that your character makes before. I'm not going to do it again. I don't know. A lot of the writing is very much just like saying vulgar things in a casual voice. It's Ryan Reynolds humor, essentially. And it doesn't do it for me. I don't know. And then it's like this crazy, insane, unthinkable thing happens in the world, and then your character goes in slow motion and says, "Oh, fuck." Like, what? I don't know. It doesn't do... It's all jokes that I've seen before, you know? And they never really lighten up on it. They try to have emotional moments. They don't work because they're immediately undone by jokes. And it's just humor. It's just constantly just throwing every joke at the wall. Some of them land. Oh, sugar, honey, iced tea. Dude, if Madagascar had that scene from the movie in it, it would have gone up a tier. Automatically. But that's a perfect example. Saying, oh shit, in slow motion is a joke from, like, the early... It was, like, outdated by the time Sunset Overdrive did it. It had been done to death. Sonic Boom did that. Granted, I think Sonic Boom was after Sunset Overdrive. But, I don't know. The dialogue and writing and humor, it's not for me. I'm sure there are plenty of people out there that lose their minds over it and love it and think it's one of the funniest things out there. And I get it. I get it. I could see the appeal. If I played this game like 6 years ago, not even 6 years, if I played this game like 8 years ago, 8 to 10 years ago, I probably would have thought it was hilarious. And you know what? I did. Because this is not the first time I tried playing this game. Long story short, I tried playing this with my friend Jonathan years and years ago. And I was liking it. And then you know what happened? He said, "Hey, I'll be right back. I'm gonna just get something to eat real quick." He never came back. He forgot. And it's not the first time he's done that. He did that to me with Borderlands 2 as well. He's like, "Alright, I'm just gonna lay down for like a quick second, maybe get some crackers, and then I'll be right back." And it's like, okay. I waited 2 hours for him. He didn't come back. He fell asleep. Never changed, Jonathan. But yeah, I'm not into a lot of the humor. There are jokes that do land, but they're too far and few between for me to compliment them, and I can't even remember them because they just get drowned out by all the jokes that didn't make me laugh. Now, that being said, the style the game has, outside of its humor, is pretty cool. I feel like you can kind of get it off of the picture there in the corner. Very much like a punk rock, you know, no rules sort of school for chumps sort of deal. It's got style, and I love the soundtrack for the game. It's very much like 2000s radio rock music. I don't know what you would call it, garage band music. And the better you play, the cooler the music gets, which is great. Honestly, it really is. Combat's kind of a little all over the place. There's so many different weapons. There's like 40 weapons in this game. It's cool, but a lot of them are reskins, and a lot of them don't feel that useful. I kind of just stayed with like the same 4 or 5 throughout most of the game, because like a lot of them just did not feel like they were worth using. And this especially sucks when your rewards for doing basically anything is either currency or... Actually, yeah, no, it's either currency or clothes. And most of the time, the currency, it's just buy weapons, buy ammo. Or you could buy maps, and the maps help you find objects around the world, which let you create and craft, like, passive things you can equip, and they're cool enough. I won't lie. Game's a little tedious with its collectibles. It is fun to traverse the world. And again, if you like open world, like open up the map, you know, just checking things off a list, get all this, get all that, do this, do that, find all the symbols, mark them off the map. I enjoyed it in this game for the most part, but there were some things that drove me kind of crazy. Things like the spray paint billboards, which are just so spread out. Some of the achievements in this game, oh my god. The blimp achievement. It's like, shoot down like 25 Zeppelins, but the Zeppelins only spawn on opposite sides of the entire open world. So you have to just... It's basically, you have to get to the other side of the open world as fast as you can to shoot it down. That's kind of neat, I guess, but 25 times? No. Break 200 giant vending machines. I played this game for, like, what, 80 hours, I think? And I cheated it in. I couldn't do it anymore. Okay, no, not 80. I played it for 40 hours. Okay, maybe I overshot it just a wee bit. But yeah, I got to a point where it's like, I just had to grind, like, vending machines for, like, an hour and a half. Because there's only one area in the game that has a lot of them in it. I cheated those two in. I'm gonna be honest with you. I couldn't do it. Stuff like maxing out 20 different weapons, it takes forever. Because I played the PC version of the game, which cut out the multiplayer mode, which was a good way of getting currency and a good way of leveling up weapons. However, even if you played the original, I believe those servers aren't up anymore, which is why they aren't in the PC version. Essentially, you would play multiplayer with friends, and you would play these sort of tower defense segments, where you would set up traps and defeat as many zombies as you could, defend, like, a base. I feel like base defense is more accurate than tower defense. And you would level up weapons and get currency for it. That's not there anymore. So I had to grind currency for, you know, buying maps. Even though I did every side mission in the game, I had to grind currency. Even though I did every achievement in the game, I had to grind, like, materials and currency. It's just weird. If I maxed out a weapon, I didn't use it anymore. I used as many weapons as I could. I didn't even get half of them maxed out for the achievement, because it takes so long to max out a weapon. It's a very grindy game when it comes to those little nitty-gritty things. But if you don't care about any of that and you just want to play, it's all optional, it's all easily ignorable. But it's worth mentioning for completionists. And I wanted to go the extra mile and max out every weapon. I couldn't do it. It took hours just to get the max out weapon achievement, and that wasn't even half the weapons in the game. There are a lot of other things related to your character, like amps or things you can get. A bunch of different passive effects, and depending on how well you do, depends on how strong they are. There are, like, badges you can get, like, oh, if you do this trick a certain amount of times, now every time you do it, you get more stuff for your combo meter. You know, that's all fine and dandy. It's a very good and very fun game. A lot of creative weapons. The movement is impeccable. I love it. I wish Sonic Frontiers had movement and levels like that. It's a really well-made game, and I hope that it gets the sequel that the developers have wanted to make for the past decade. I don't know if it will, because I know the licensing is all over the place, but as it stands, it's an A tier. Absolutely play this game. I know I talk negatively about it, but the good stuff is really good, and the bad stuff is only kind of bad. A lot of the bad stuff is subjective, like the humor. Humor's, like, that's the number one thing people say. Humor is subjective. But, last thing I want to touch on, the game just kind of ends story-wise. So there is a final boss, and you do, like, there's, like, this big grand final boss, and all the characters are talking to you, and you beat it, but nothing is resolved, and I think that's probably the funniest part of the game. Because the whole game, it's like, there are different factions, right? Because it's like a post-apocalyptic thing. You have, like, the college nerds that just stay huddled up in, like, a Chuck E. Cheese, and they don't do anything. you have these Boy Scouts and Girl Scouts. You know, just a bunch of troops that hang out at a museum. You have a bunch of LARPers that their mental sanity was broke when they saw the apocalypse was happening, and so they actually think they're in like a medieval world, which that was probably my favorite part of the game. It was fun. But what comes after that is like, game kind of just doesn't really acknowledge, I don't know how to put it. It feels like out of nowhere you just get set up for the ending. Also, hi, I hope you're doing well today. So you caught me in a bit of a ramble. Basically, the last, like, hour of the story with the cheerleaders is so weird. Because they almost play it up like you're supposed to know anything about these people, and they just come out of nowhere. And then you do you do what they want, and then you immediately do the final boss where all the characters come together for the big fight. And then it just ends even though no one is free. The whole game you're trying to get out of the city. You're trying to spread the word that Sunset City is a fucking zombie apocalypse, and that doesn't happen. It's so strange. You beat the bad guy, and it's like, let's throw a party, and the credits roll. And then DLC missions happen, which I'm not really going to touch on. They're fine. One of them is way superior to the other. Mission structure's kind of funny in those, but eh. I think they weren't forgettable, but it's very obvious that one of the DLCs is the sequel that never happened. Okay, we have... Oh my god, we're in, like, the final stretch. Okay, let's get another small one out of the way. Transformers Devastation. Platinum Transformers game. It's, I mean, it's a Transformers game. No, it's a Platinum game. I don't know what more you want. It's literally Bayonetta with Transformers. I don't know what you want me to say about it. It looks cool. I like that it uses Generation 1 Transformers. Star Fox was not a small one. You think? I thought it was. I think well, it got stretched out a little bit. But that's because I'm not good at articulating on the fly, you know? But Transformers Devastation, it's fine. If you want an action game where you play with classic Transformers, it's exactly what you could want. That being said, long story short, the weapon drops and equipment menu stuff, overly complicated for no reason. And I had a bug where every time I loaded into a new area, it would tell me Ironhide is now playable, and that was really annoying. Also, I didn't finish the game because it crashed and refused to reboot, no matter what I did. So I never fought the final boss, which is kind of unfortunate, but it's very straight to the point. First level, you've pretty much experienced the whole game. I don't even think the characters work that differently. They have different weapons, but for the most part, they all control pretty similarly. I gotta be honest, I feel like there are cooler Transformers games and cooler Platinum games. Maybe I'm being a bit of a hater with this one, but the most enjoyable part of the game was unlocking Grimlock and turning into a dinosaur, and just running around as a big robot T-Rex. That was the coolest part. Maybe if I had more of an actual attachment to Transformers, I would care a little bit more, but as it stands, it's very basic. It's baby's first Bayonetta. Alright, Mario Galaxy is another one that I kind of want to breeze through, because who hasn't played Mario Galaxy at this point that's in this chat right now? Let's be honest. This was the 3D All-Stars version of Galaxy. For the longest time, I thought Galaxy was kind of... I don't want to say dying for me, but, like, it was losing its magic more and more as time passed. I would replay the game, and I wouldn't feel much of anything. Especially now that, like, Mario Odyssey exists and Bowser's Fury exists. So I wanted to replay Galaxy. And just see, like, hey, maybe I do still love it. And you know what? I don't think I love it as much as I did as a kid. but it's still a pretty decent game. It's still pretty good. It's pretty good. Oh my god, hold on, my phone... There it goes. My phone wasn't charging, no matter what I did. The level design is questionable at times. It can be very bland. It's not a very memorable game, if I'm being honest. But it's fun to play. It's fun to run through. I don't know. A lot of it doesn't stick out in my mind. I can think of bits and pieces. And some worlds are memorable, like Honey Hive Galaxy. Everyone knows Honey Hive Galaxy. Good Egg Galaxy. I can remember parts of it, but not the whole thing. I don't know. I do love that the 3D All-Stars version made the spin a button instead of motion controls. That was nice. And I enjoyed going for all 120 stars. It just... you know, I'm kind of talking myself down here. It just doesn't stand out to me much compared to the other Mario games. Beautiful soundtrack. I will say that. Gorgeous soundtrack. Space Chunk Galaxy, Good Egg Galaxy. What's the breezy one? Gusty Garden. Gusty Garden Galaxy is amazing. Obviously, the Bowser final boss music is perfect. I don't know, it's just that moment-to-moment gameplay where it's like, it's fun, but it's not memorable. I can't really describe it any way else. But I still liked my time with it. Purple coin missions can suck it. Couldn't stand those. Thankfully, no one was there when I did, like... what was it? The Freezy Flame Galaxy Purple Coin mission, where I had 99 of them, and I fell off a cliff getting the last one. And I had to do the whole thing, like, 6 times. Oh, that took, like, an hour and a half. But Galaxy, it's still good. It's just... I feel like if it came out today, people wouldn't like it. Does that make sense? I feel like if it came out today as the big new Mario game, it would be considered, like, not nearly as good as a lot of the others. And a lot of that just comes down to the fact that it's not really a sandbox game. It's get from point A to point B. But 3D World is also get from point A to point B, and I can remember so many of those levels by heart. So, I don't know. Maybe I'm just a hater, but Galaxy... I still enjoyed it, but it didn't hit the same way it used to, and it looks like it's gonna stay that way. But it's still pretty good. If you're out of 3D Mario games to play, I mean, hey, you can't go wrong with Galaxy. Mario Super Sluggers, on the other hand, I don't care what anyone says, Mario Baseball is the best Mario sports game. That being said, kinda janky. I've heard that the GameCube one, which I didn't even know existed until I played this one on stream. I thought this was the first Mario Baseball. I've heard that the GameCube one is way better, but I don't care. A tier. I loved it. I loved playing through Super Sluggers again. The story mode, okay, realistically, story mode is probably closer to here. It's kind of whatever. It's a challenge mode, essentially. But when you factor in the multiplayer, it's just so much fun. Oh, I don't remember what it was called with, like, the music notes. The chemistry. That's what it is. The chemistry characters would have and the combos you could do with them. All the cool, wacky ways you could pitch and swing. Was that the one where I got wrecked by Junior a lot? I mean, I don't know if it was really necessary to bring that up, but yeah. I got destroyed by the Bowser Jr. rookies. And then I beat Bowser first try. Mario Baseball to me is just, like, I can see the appeal of strikers, I can see the appeal of tennis, I can see the appeal of golf. I don't care how lackluster a Switch Mario Baseball game is. I'm getting it day one. I need that in my life. So yeah, I'm objectively probably here, maybe even here to people that are hardcore fans of the GameCube one. But I think it is so much fun with friends and family that it's here. I would play this game so much as a kid. I've played it in more recent time with someone. It's still very fun. Obviously, the motion controls kind of suck, but guess what? They're optional. They're button controls. I loved it. All right, the final 5. Elden Ring, Crash Bandicoot 4, Multiverses, and Telltale's The Walking Dead. Did I say Mass Effect? I think I did. I'm kind of... God, I can feel my throat giving in on me. We're about to hit the 8-hour mark. What? This year was so much longer. Don't get me wrong, I love improving this, but I think next year, notes. Notes to keep me on track and just get my point across faster, for sure. Let's talk about multiverses. I'm gonna say right off the bat, do I think Multiverses is a dead game that the developers abandoned and it's just a Warner Bros. Cash grab and they don't care and it was dead on arrival to begin with and it's bad this, bad that? No. I think Multiverses is perfectly fine. Content droughts happen. And I think before I can talk about the game itself, I think it's important to discuss why it's fine where it is, and it's going to be fine going forward. Next year I should create the tier list on stream, then rank everything. Oh, if you mean like make the visuals on stream, that would be a 48-hour stream. Copium. I know that's like the meme thing everyone's gonna say. Oh, you're coping, you're coping. It's a dead game. Allow me to explain. And if I may, I would like to use a discussion I had with a friend of mine about it the other day. Because what happened was news articles came out like, oh, Multiverses lost 99% of its Steam player base, and everyone made videos on it, and now it's like the big thing everyone is just spamming everywhere. So allow me to pull up this conversation and kind of go over the points, because I feel like I articulated myself well enough in this that I would like to repeat it, if that's okay. So yeah, apparently the player base is less than 1% since launch for Multiverses. I feel like it's not fair to look at the stats like that. I don't. It's not fair to me. It was a free-to-play game that every major fighting game influencer, be it actual traditional fighting games or a Smash Bros. Competitive player or a Smash Bros. Content creator, you get it. They were advertising the game around the time of EVO, where everyone is thinking about fighting games. It was going to get an absurd influx of players, higher than it probably would have gotten otherwise. There were going to be hundreds of thousands of eyes looking at it the moment it launched, no matter what. And the fact that they had one of the biggest prize pools at EVO made people look at it. Right? I felt that that was fair. And then as I continue to say, I'm not going to pull it up on screen, by the way, because I don't want to give up their info, and I don't know how to censor it. What I say after that is, like almost every free-to-play game, let alone every fighting game, player bases dwindle. Look at so many free-to-play games. Even something as major as Team Fortress 2 doesn't have as many players as it used to. It still has a pretty largeable, sizable player base, but it falls off. Paladins, it fell off. Fortnite, I can't say because I don't know if they reveal their stats, but I know that it doesn't top the free-to-play charts on, like, consoles anymore. You'd rather buy games? I feel that, goat, man. Yeah. And in this case, a competitive platform fighter, you have a competitive-based game of a subgenre of a niche genre. It's literally a niche within a niche within a niche. Did I write this in MLA or APA? Discord.
I hope that answers your question. Now, I'm not automatically saying it's in a perfectly fine state. Like, oh, it's great. It's great where it is. It's going to be fine. It's not in a good one, like, not one that I would like, but it's far from bad. Well, it's okay. It's at the time of this, it's kind of in a bad state. Season 2 is coming to a close. It's going to end in about 10 days. And then Season 3 is going to start. As of now, it has been, I believe someone just made a post about it today. It's been longer since the last new character in Multiverses than the launch of Multiverses when the last character came out. Which I believe is about 4 months? Maybe even longer. The last character was in November. And it was Marvin the Martian. There have been no major content drops since then. And I do feel like the active player base, while I always expected it to be small, it's smaller than what it should or could be. That being said, even despite its size, a few things are important to note. Number one, Valve has said on multiple occasions that Steam charts are not fully accurate, and there have been cases where it only shows a third of the active players. Right? Number two, people pull up the Steam charts, but they need to remember that this game is on 5 other platforms. PlayStation 4, PlayStation 5, Xbox One, Xbox Series X, and the Epic Games Store. Also, yes, I consider them differently because I know they have to function completely differently for crossplay. And if you look at the stats for PlayStation 4, it's probably going to be different from PlayStation 5. Maybe. I could be wrong on that. Feel free to correct me if you know. So yeah, it only has 1,000 players on Steam. On Steam! That doesn't count the other 5 platforms, and guess what? If I boot up the game right now, I could queue up for any mode and get a match in less than 10 seconds. Now granted, and you'll notice I'm gonna flip-flop back and forth here, it's not that I can't make up my mind, it's just that this is a topic I've thought so much about that I want to give both sides the benefit of the doubt. Does that make sense? Kirby, yeah. A lot of Kirby music today. What was I gonna say? Oh, right. I said I can get matches basically instantly. To be fair, you only need 2 people for a match in Multiverses, whereas something like Overwatch, when it was having its big content drought, you needed 12. 11 other people of your similar skill level and specifically queued for the roles that you weren't playing. So if I queued up as tank, I would need to find 1 tank, 2 DPS, and 2 supports to fight another 2 tanks, 2 DPS, 2 supports, all within a similar skill range. And Multiverses doesn't do that shit. 1 person. Are they similar skill range? I don't care. I get a game. Sometimes I beat them, sometimes I don't. And then the points my friend brought up, it's below 1,000 players on Steam, on average. That's pretty bad for free-to-play standards. And they state that platform fighters aren't niche, Smash Bros. Is the best fighting game of all time. And you could call this copium if you want, Smash Bros. Is the exception. Most people really don't like platform fighters that much. Smash Bros. Is just, it has a large enough casual install base to be that size. Diamonds have been appearing in top 500 games. I didn't really bring up the matchmaking in Overwatch. It doesn't matter. It gets reset every season, and they change it every season. I don't know. But Smash is a single case. Multiverse is bigger than most other platform fighters, currently. Rivals of Aether, Fraymakers, Nickelodeon All-Star Brawl. It's got bigger numbers than all of those. The only one it can't really beat right now, and the only one it should really be compared to, is Brawlhalla, another free-to-play live service platform fighter. Comparing it to Smash, anything looks like a failure. Where do I rank this game? Okay, let me speed through the conversation, because I feel like y'all are going to start rushing me. Yeah, most people who buy Smash, they play it casually. Most platform fighters advertise themselves as a competitive game, which is why I stated a competitive platform fighter earlier. And most people into competitive fighters don't even consider Smash or other platform fighters as fighting games. It's really weird. And so that's why it's like a niche within a niche within a niche. And then they bring up a bunch of free-to-play games getting shut down this year and late last year. Here's the thing. I think the major reason for the lack of content was because multiverses got fucked last second. So many planned franchises had to be cut last second. And because they didn't push the game back, like, just a few to name. Godzilla, licensing issues. Lord of the Rings, Warner Brothers, they don't own them anymore. Harry Potter, that's just a pot of controversies waiting to happen. And then I wrote down Mad Max here. I don't remember what my evidence for that was. But I know Mad Max, it does have evidence that it was supposed to be in the game. And now, the rumored next character is supposed to be Pickle Rick from Rick and Morty, and then the Justin Roiland stuff happened. They just keep getting screwed over and over and over again. And there's evidence for all of these characters to be in the base game. There's Lord of the Rings music. Gandalf was reworked into Morty from Rick and Morty. It's really unfortunate. And so I have no doubt that if you have to cut stages, music, characters, movesets, gimmicks, ideas, mechanics, yeah, there's gonna be a content drought because they had, like, what, months worth of updates, just, they had to be cut. Game be cursed? It really is. People unironically thought it was... Yeah, oh, that's another thing Bob said. Shutting down modding was rough. Oh my god, I forgot about that. Because they felt that mods took away from skin sales, and so you can't mod the game or you get banned. Cosmetic mods, that is. I want to make that clear. Not like cheating mods. But yeah, I feel like it's cursed because people unironically thought, this is the Smash killer. It's getting way more updates. It's gonna eventually have more characters, which I don't know about that. It got cursed. And then what else do I say here? After, like, the stuff that had to be cut. Yeah, when free-to-play games don't get content, player numbers fall. So they couldn't get the content out. Obviously, things are gonna fall until new content comes in. Free online game needs money, so fuck you if you want visual changes. Yeah, I'm not paying $20 for a golden Superman. Sorry! And then lastly, I kind of end off on... I think it's going to be okay. Warner Brothers directly said in multiple interviews they wanted multiverses to go for around a decade. Like, they had a decade's worth of updates as an expectation. The biggest problem with multiverses right now is that the newest update, it got delayed by a month and a half. It was supposed to have already been out. I think once Season 3 hits, if by the end of Season 3 we're in this same situation, I'll give in. It was copium all along. But I have faith in the devs. Because something that isn't brought up here, it's an indie studio? Smash Bros. Has hundreds of people working on it. Multiverses has like 12. They're a new indie studio, and even if they are made of professionals, if the art direction guy gets sick for the holidays, which I believe is what happened because they said someone important got sick, they can't work on anything. They can't do nothing. And then the last thing I mentioned is some games take years to recover. Brawlhalla had no players for years, and then they got a few crossovers and a few big updates. Now it's the biggest platform fighter on Steam, and I believe it's the second biggest fighting game on Steam. And then I kind of end off the conversation like, hey, I don't want to be seen as a blind fanboy. I'm trying to be fair. I hope you'll see that I'm trying to be fair. I'm trying to view from multiple perspectives and find the silver lining in all of it. Because I think just saying, dead game, move on, is reductive. I hope that's the right word for that. But yeah, it's... Oh no, I do actually mention it here. It's a studio, indie studio, dozen people with the world's biggest spotlight pointed at them. People just have way too high of expectations. 8 hours? Dude, this is so much longer than last year. I gotta do notes next year. Yeah, and then I end off saying, and I think this will be a great segue into the actual game, Multiverses is the most fun I've ever had with a platform fighter. Yeah, now we actually get to talk about the game. This is probably my favorite fighting game of all time. Multiverses has some of the most creative, unique, and fun, wacky movesets I've ever seen attempted in a fighting game. And if you recall, back to Nickelodeon All-Star Brawl, I felt that they hurt the game by conforming to fighting game standards. And while Multiverses seems to be going in that route by listening to all their competitive players that are just willing to drop the game at any point, the actual moveset design, they don't give a shit. They just want to make something cool and fun. Here's Taz, the Tasmanian Devil. He has a sandwich. If he hits you with this sandwich enough, you turn into a chicken and die, and he eats you. Here's the Iron Giant. He's 4 times bigger than every other character. He's so big, he's a platform that his teammate can walk on. Here's Tom and Jerry, whose entire moveset is themed around being collateral damage. They're not even trying to fight people, you're trying to fight each other. It's so fun. Here's Jake with like the most just disjointed hitboxes of all time. He can shapeshift into a horse, a house, he can get a giant stretchy fist, he can just stun you with his buns and take you to the top of the map. It's great. And he can also eat you. There's a lot of characters that eat you for some reason. They're so well thought out and fun. Stripe is another one where it's like every time you hit someone with a melee attack, they get a target on them, and you can just shoot them from anywhere on the map. And so you just hit people with these crazy long chains and combos where you're swiping at them and shooting and throwing a saw blade and riding a skateboard and chopping on a piece of dynamite to blow yourself up. It's so fun. The characters are just fun. And like the whole game, it feels floaty when you first play, but the more you play it, the lack of shields and grabbing and ledges in Smash make this game so much more fun to me. You're just constantly on the attack. It's never about being defensive. If someone is being defensive, I don't care. I'm running at them and I'm killing them instantly because it's funny. I'm gonna play Gizmo from Gremlins, throw popcorn in their face, and shoot them with a bow and arrow, and they're just gonna implode because popcorn plus arrow equals a shotgun blast for some reason. It's so enjoyable to me. No other fighting game has ever made me feel this way, and like nowadays I'm starting to hate Smash more and more. It's becoming really hard to ever want to play it because I don't like the way that you have to play it. It feels like if you play it without items, it's just whoever's the bigger wuss wins. Whoever plays safer wins. Whoever's sitting in shield or spacing constantly wins, and that's just not fun. Multiverses, I hit someone with like a move that sends them all the way to the top right corner of the screen. They're off screen, about to die. I'm going after them. There is nothing stopping me from going up there into space and just killing them instantly. I still kick your ass. Yeah, but you and I play with items. That's fun. I like items. Finn's another character. I believe he's designed like Shovel Knight in Rivals of Aether. Hitting people generates coins, and you can open up a shop to buy items. Awesome. Bugs Bunny! If you crouch as him, he pulls out an Acme box, and it just spawns a random item to throw at someone, including assist trophies. It's just fun. And this isn't even talking about the fact that Multiverses is specifically designed in an entirely new way, which is 2v2 Smash Bros. It's designed around doubles. That's my pro melee player arc. That was Smash 4, and you will never see it again. You will never see that side of me again. Thank God. I'm so blessed for being past that I even crossed my heart, man. I don't ever want to go back to that side of my life. But yeah, Multiverses, it's specifically designed with team-oriented abilities in mind. Velma from Scooby-Doo can do the funny little skedaddle run, hold her teammate, and you just
use them as a battering ram. I love it. And this isn't even talking about, like, Marvin the Martian. It has all these fun, stupid ray guns, and you think he's going to be a zoner, and then he's, like, a rushdown character? Because all of his projectiles can chain into each other, and you could do all these crazy things. This really just comes down to the fact that the characters are just fun. That's what carries Multiverses the most. It's just fun. I don't care if it's lacking in modes or updates. I have fun playing it, and I still play it. Nickelodeon All-Star Brawl. I complimented that game so much. How many hours did I have when I initially reviewed it that last year? Like 20-something hours? Multiverses, I have 215 full hours. I have gotten every achievement in the game. I have maxed out every single character, and I still log in to just play for fun. It will always... If this game gets shut down, it's going to be Battleborn for me. It is going to be a game that I adored and loved so dearly, and nothing will ever give me that same enjoyment ever again. No first-person shooter or hero shooter will ever give me the same joy that Battleborn did. No other platform fighter is going to hit the same strides that Multiverses does. I love the fact that it's... Remember what I said earlier? A fun game can be competitive, but a competitive game can't be fun. Multiverses is a fun game. Their stages have hazards, and they want you to play around them in the competitive mode. It's fun. They do these goofy modes, and they do, like, these small, subtle changes, and it just shows that, like, they're making what they want to make. Okay, this is gonna sound so stupid. The last patch... So Taz, he has, like, a salt shaker and a pepper shaker. Hits you with it. It's like his jab. They made it to where salt comes out of the salt shaker and pepper comes out of the pepper shaker instead of salt coming out of both. It's like, that is the most nothing thing you could have ever put in these patch notes, and I love you for it. The characters, they have all these little details. I haven't even gotten to, like, the voice interactions are fun. Every character has their original voice actor for the most part. Even the ones that don't sound perfect. I didn't even know Iron Giant wasn't Vin Diesel. I just love the game. And I think the developers are passionate about it. And I think they have gotten scared to talk about anything. Because if anything Multiverses related pops up, it's just negativity, negativity, negativity. Dead game, dead game, dead game. Why are you even working on this game anymore? And I know what people are going to say. Oh, but you got negative when you streamed it. You got mad at Bugs Bunny. It's like, yeah, I got mad when I fought Bugs Bunny, and I said, wow, that character's annoying. You know what I didn't do? I didn't go on Twitter and spam the developers' personal tweets whenever they were just talking about things they enjoyed in life. I didn't contact Warner Bros. Support telling them to fix them because their game is so fucking broken. I didn't harass the devs. I didn't go on Reddit to make circle jerky threads where everyone agrees with the same thing, just talking about how much I hate this character and it needs to be nerfed. I didn't insist that this game's fucking terrible, I'm not gonna play it anymore, and then keep playing it. I just said the character was annoying and moved on. I didn't go to people's streams saying, stop playing this character, you know, you're not playing like a real game, you're playing just, people were awful about it. They were so weird. I contemplated getting into Twitter this year, and then I saw, like, Multiverses people on both ends, positive and negative, and it's just... These aren't human beings. I've always been self-conscious about, like, the way I treat people, or my own intelligence, and then I saw the Multiverses Twitter, and I feel so much better about myself. Is there anything else? I don't think there is. I love the game. I have faith in the developers. This isn't me being a super big fanboy. I just like it. And I play it because I like it. I don't think it's dead. And I don't think it's going to die. I'm willing to eat my words if by the end of Season 3 they announce that it's going down. But as it stands, I stand by Multiverses. I have faith in the devs.
I think they still have big stuff planned. They just got every bit of bad luck thrown at them. And people are just, they're looking for something to dunk on. Consider uploading your stuff to Twitter and just Twitter the way it is. Don't know if it's a good idea. I don't blame you. The weirdest people, by the way, and this isn't a Multiverses exclusive thing, I hate people that are like... Let's say there's an annoying character. In Multiverses' case, it was Finn the human, and he's still kind of annoying people. People will make threads like, guys, I play Finn the human, but I don't spam this move. And everyone's just like, oh, you're one of the few. You're one of the few good ones. Guys, I play Superman, and I do think he needs a nerf. Oh! He's speaking my language! I fucking hate online communities so much. I really do. I know you shouldn't only focus on the bad, but sometimes the bad just stands out too much. You know? It stands out too much for you to ignore it anymore. I fucking hate them sometimes. And I try to be the guy that's like, oh, well, not every community's bad. Like Overwatch. Yeah, it has a lot of bad stuff in it, but you can't just ignore all the good stuff. Sometimes you can. Depends on what we're talking about. In this case, we're not talking about online stuff anymore. We're talking about Crash 4. I just got water everywhere. Oh my god. I need to hydrate real quick. I went through that whole Multiverses spiel without a sip. Ugh. I am so glad I brought twice the amount of water I normally do. Because, whoo, this has been rough. Alright, Crash Bandicoot 4. It's about time. Do I just be blunt about it? I think I just be blunt about it. I think this is easily, by far, the best Crash Bandicoot game by a mile. I do. I've played most of them. I played the original trilogy. I played a little bit of Wrath of Cortex. Not a whole lot. I've played a bit of Twin Sanity. Tag Team Racing, you know. I've tried a bunch of different Crash games. I think this... I don't even think the originals come close. They're good, don't get me wrong, but this feels like the perfect sequel. I feel like if Crash never got another video game again, I'd be satisfied because it's just that good. Crash Bandicoot 4 is Toys for Bob showing up yet again for the third time today. It's their take on the Crash Bandicoot formula. And I'm going to say... How do I put this? I think I liked this game so much because I did not go into this expecting it to be like the original trilogy. I saw it was developed by Toys for Bob, and I went in with that mindset. I know how they design their shit. I know how they hide things. I know what to expect. And I loved it because of that. The bullshit collectibles, all the different ways you can replay the game, the different characters, the feel of it all. The art style is perfect. I have said this time and time again. Crash Bandicoot 4 is peak cartoony graphics, in my opinion. It is my favorite art style I have ever seen in a game. And I know this sounds like hyperbole or an exaggeration. It's not. I truly feel that way. It is my favorite looking art style. It just is. I think it's great. Both like the way the characters are animated, the way they're designed, the way the worlds look, the way it's just all what I wish I could do, essentially. I love it. And even the redesigns, I like most of them. I think Entropy looks rad. I think Cortex is a little goofy, but it works. Crash is perfect. Dingo Dial is great. Coco is different, but I still like her. It's just... It's perfect to me. Now, as for the game itself, linear 3D platformer like Crash 4, but like the Crash trilogy, it takes everything that I thought was good about the Crash trilogy originally, and it cuts all the bad stuff out. Annoying gimmick levels and vehicle missions, gone. Oh, excuse me. What else? I mean, that's kind of a big one, isn't it? Levels not really being doable because you have to wait until you get upgrades from later in the game. Those are gone too. I don't know. I gotta be honest. It's just Crash 3. I don't like Crash 3. I think it's easily the worst one. I know that's a weird opinion to have, but I think from worst to best, it's 3, 1, 2, 4. 4 is easily the best for me. I love the way a lot of the levels are designed. The themes could be stronger. I'm not big on the fact that they're just doing time travel again. And I get there's like a multiverse aspect, but it's still like mostly time travel. You go to like different timelines, if that makes sense, instead of just time periods. But you kind of quickly ignore it. I do kind of miss the days where games could just have like goofy, nonsensical worlds. You could just have this crazy sci-fi city, and then just down the street is straight up China. I miss shit like that. It was great. But a lot of the theming, I mean, it's fine. You start on the beaches, you go to like a pirate world, very heavy like Japanese-themed world, a Mad Max-themed world. You know, dinosaurs, the future. It's all pretty standard Crash stuff. I think the only ones that really stood out to me were, funnily enough, the final world where you go back in time to the first Crash game. Those felt like the most unique levels to me. And personally, I think the level design's great. This game is so much fun to just run through, either speedrunning through the time trials or just playing casually. I liked it a lot. I think Crash feels perfect. The little addition of like the circle beneath him whenever you make jumps is the best addition you could make. Really, because depth perception, that's always the problem with Crash games, isn't it? And a lot of platformers. This game, I didn't really have depth perception problems. I liked all the side content. I liked the side characters. Dingo Dial is hella fun. Cortex is fun. Tana's kind of whatever, but, I mean, she's unique. I like her grappling hook. I had fun going for time trials. All the post-game content, time trials, insanity relics, gems, unlockable costumes, flashback tapes, the end symbols, I don't remember what those are. The developer time trial relics, I've gotten a few of those by now, and they're fun to go for. And if I'm being honest, I like the game so much that I'm thinking about streaming it again, because it just got brought to Steam a month or so back. I'm not even kidding, I want to play it again. This time without Switch frame rate problems, because that always makes a platformer hurt. It's so strange to me, because I had almost no expectations, I feel, for Crash 4. I was excited for it, but I didn't really know what to think. And then I played it, and I adored every second of it. Boss fights were kind of weak, though. Please, please, do not, please. Oh, it's too late, Bob. I'm thinking about it. I never did technically finish it, because I didn't do all the flashback tapes, you know? Sure, I saw the credits, but I didn't see the true ending credits. I didn't even see the true ending credits. Something to consider. But no, Crash 4, excellent game. I can't tell if I'm ending, like, when the music wraps up, subconsciously or not anymore. Am I doing it intentionally? I can't tell. Alright, the final 3. Let's be real, we're saving Elden Ring for last, so I'll let y'all pick. Walking Dead or Mass Effect? You may not like it, but this is the trifecta of gaming. Shame we couldn't finish up the other ones. Yeah. I mean, I like the first 3. I like the first one quite a bit. Crash 2's great. Mass Effect? Okay. Mass Effect. Maddie tried so hard to get me to play this game for so long. Fun fact, by the way, this was the first game I actually added into the tier list. This little image here has been here way longer
than anything else. This has been here for months, I think. Mass Effect sees you as Commander Shepard, who is... How do I put it? You're a crewmate on the SS Normandy. You know, it's a spaceship. You go on a mission. Things go a bit awry. I fucking regret saying crewmate now. Things go a bit awry. Your space captain essentially has to step down. You become the new commander. You are Commander Shepard. And you have to go and tackle this story with, truthfully, one that I don't really care about. Oh my god. Well, the little chat box managed to finally fill up. You did it. Among Us did it. Among Us finally filled the box. What the fuck is that? Shadow given to Bob? Twitch has official shoutouts now? That's weird. Anyway, Mass Effect. So, the game is kind of a weird structure. It's a third-person shooter with RPG elements. Gonna be honest, most of them miss. I'm gonna say right now, the combat in this game is horrible. I'm sorry, Maddie. You know what? No, I'm not sorry, because she agrees. It's very clunky. It has a lot of cool ideas, like commanding your squad mates. Like, you have access to being able to command them at all times. They just don't work. I remember I had a teammate named, I believe, Garrus is his name. I said, hey, go over here. And he just didn't move because he was crouching, and he refused to move. I was like, Garrus, go over here already. And he just didn't move. And I was like, fine, Garrus, shoot this enemy that's in your line of sight. And then he died immediately. He didn't even shoot. Huh? Broken AI just, it didn't work. And so here's the thing, I was gonna play the game on like normal difficulty or hard mode or whatever. I bumped that shit to easy mode the first moment I had a real fight on my hands. The verdict is bad. Not the verdict, just rough combat. Mass Effect is not a combat game though. Its RPG elements miss pretty badly. However, the main narrative was a bit rocky, but I loved the writing in this game. The way Shepard talks with, in my case, my Commander Shepard was female, which was a mistake because that means I couldn't have married Tally. I didn't have the foresight for that. I forgot that this is a 2010s game. Same-sex marriage didn't exist back then. So I got stuck dating Liara instead. My Commander Shepard was female, and her crew, I love all of them. They're all, well, most of them. There's 2 crew members I didn't care for, and they're the only non-alien ones. You have Pretty Boy Mick, whatever his name was. I don't even remember. Caden? Was that his name? Caden? That sounds right. He's just like, I am a good soldier. I respect you, Commander Shepard. And he just, like, has a pretty face, and that's it. So he's boring. And then there's Ashley. She's racist, so I don't like her either. That being said, the alien squad mates, they're cool. Like, my personal favorite was Rex. He's a Krogan. They're like these big reptilian hulking aliens, and their species is dying out because they can't breed. And he's just desensitized to all the fucked up things in space. And so to actually have like a commander that he can trust and rely on is awesome. And even then, like, there's a moment in the game, and it's probably one of the coolest moments in the game, where he and you start fighting, and he's the only one that really has a moment like this. Because there's a way to save his species, but it's either stop the villain or save his species, you know? And he's throwing, not necessarily a tantrum, but he's really fucking angry because we're having to choose to kill the villain instead. And you gotta talk him down. And if you don't talk him down, you have to kill him right then and there. Or he'll just... I think you either kill him or he just leaves. Now, thankfully, I liked Rex, and I talked him down, and he stayed as my favorite party mate. And he has, like, all this cool stuff going on with him. Garrus is interesting. They're kind of like, not necessarily... They have, like, raptor-like features, mostly their legs. I don't quite remember what they're called. Turians? Garrus was probably my least favorite in terms of the aliens. I didn't really know kill him or let him leave. Tough choice. No, it's like if you piss him off, he'll start going on a rampage and trying to kill everyone at the base. So you have to take him out. Dude, Rex is like, I mean, he's had like hundreds of years of just bad stuff happen to him, his family, his species, everyone. I mean, people are basically racist towards Krogans in the Mass Effect world. I feel bad for him. But I loved him. And I'm so mad because I had a female character. I would have dated that man in a heartbeat. But, I don't know. Garrus was kind of whatever. He's kind of like the techie guy. He's kind of ashamed because the main villain is the same species as him. I don't even know if you call him... The same race, I suppose is how you call it. The main villain's also a Turian. That kind of gets to Garrus a little bit. But for the most part, he doesn't really have a whole lot going on. Liara... I liked quite a bit. However, Liara is also, like, the one character that can't die. She's very much about, like, understanding other species, being able to connect with them on a deeper level. Typical alien stuff, but I liked her for those reasons. Because a large theme of the game is the fact that just races and species don't understand each other. Most of the alien species in the game, they hate humans. They just don't get it. Hippie, yikes. Hey, that's my digital girlfriend you're talking about, Bob. Cool it. And then there's Tally, who I know is the fan favorite, and I like her. She's on a pilgrimage for her species, and she's royalty. She hopes to bring something back to her people as part of her pilgrimage to, you know, show that, like... Actually, I don't quite remember what... It's sort of just like a thing that their species does. They go on a pilgrimage, they bring something back to advance their own species and help the universe improve. And they're all cool characters. They're all... I love the amount of dialogue between them all. They'll talk to each other. You'll be in a mission and they'll just start having a conversation. You'll be in an elevator and they'll just talk about story events. And it's cool. I don't know. I just don't see a lot of games do stuff like that. Because it's not scripted, but it's not exactly unprompted either, if that makes sense. It's always contextually accurate to whatever's going on. And so they'll talk along your... excuse me. They'll talk a lot on the missions, and depending on who you have in your group, what choices you've made. They have so many different things they can say. And that's just like when you're out and about. They also just have a lot of dialogue when you're chatting with them. And there's a lot to learn about them. And I liked all of them. The other non-crew characters I did not care about. Liara's mother. Keith David. That's not the name of the character, that's the name of the voice actor. I don't remember what it is. Anderson. Commander Anderson. He was kind of neat, I guess. The Citadel. Fuck the Citadel. I let those guys die. Again, this is like a lot of choose-your-own-adventure elements. Fuck those guys. They didn't believe in me in the whole game. They were hostile towards me the whole game. They didn't believe a word I said. They begged for help, and I said, fuck you. I'm the new Citadel man now. And nobody knows it was me. Which, something I gotta bring up. I got really fucking mad at this game because of EA Play. Every time I booted up the game, it took me like an hour to get it working. I just log in, log out, log in, log out. My accounts are connected. They're not connected. It's a whole story. I don't know. I don't feel like summoning up. It's pissing me off right now. And so I decided, hey, I'm in a really pissed off mood. I'm gonna take it out by picking all the villain dialogue choices. And so I was just an asshole through the entire game. Except to Rex. I was nice to Rex. Rex deserved one nice person in his life. You know, his father tried to kill him and all just because, like, they wanted to talk things out. Poor guy. And so it was kind of fun just being a jerk the whole time. Oh, whoops, I never put this in the box. I had a great time just with those dialogue choices. Obviously, I wasn't rude the whole time, but the things that you can say in that game, oh my god. Now, something I am not a fond of with the dialogue. Dialogue options that don't match up to what your character is going to say. And the fact that this is a purposeful design choice because to my knowledge, the developer's words, what you think you want to say isn't what's going to come out of your mouth. And so when you pick a dialogue choice that's like smarmy sounding and then it doesn't come out smarmy sounding, it's like, oh, well, you thought it was going to sound smarmy, but, obviously no one can ever tell how it's going to come out when they say it. Fuck off. Just tell me what my character is going to say, please. It's so obnoxious. And I'm going to tell you now, Walking Dead does stuff like this as well. This game just does it infinitely worse, and it's really annoying. But, the world's cool. The amount of effort put into the writing, there's all these different planets you can explore, and I'm not going to lie, they're pretty barren. But I think it's cool that every single planet has lore and a backstory that you can read within the game, and it ties into so many different events that you can learn about. I'm talking, at least 50, 60 planets at minimum. There might even be more. That's a commendable amount of effort, and apparently it's all stuff that unfolds in Mass Effect 2 and 3. Which is another thing. This is the first of many. I intend on playing all 3 games, and they all link to each other. The choices I made in this game are going to carry over to 2, and I can't wait to see what that's like. As I said before, main story sucks. I didn't like the villain. I literally, I don't know how, but through me picking the jerk dialogue options, and I am not even kidding, I convinced the villain to kill himself. Huh? I convinced him that he was being manipulated, and he shot himself in the face. I was not expecting that. Based? The one boss fight I had with the guy, I froze him because you have, a bunch of weird JRPG-ass powers, and so I just froze him in time. I shot him in the face with a shotgun, and the fight ended in, 3 seconds. Low tier. That's exactly what I was thinking of. I said we don't mean the Reaper things. Okay, yeah, so basically in the story, I like the villain's motivation, because his whole thing is, there's a whole fleet of these things called the Reapers that are planning to just destroy all living life everywhere. And Saren, learning this, was like, well, fuck this. What's the point of living? I'm just gonna speed up the process. And so his plan is to just bring the Reapers over to just the Milky Way galaxy, I believe is where we are, and just get it over with. I get it. I kind of get it. I wouldn't do it. And I don't know how the third game's gonna end with all the Reaper stuff, but yeah, no, you just convince him, yeah, you're being manipulated by the head of the Reapers. I mean, you're holding a gun. You may as well just get this over with. I mean, that was your plan to begin with, and then he did it. I couldn't believe it. So much death towards the ending of the game. But you know what? A lot of the dialogue choices, yeah, you get screwed over, but they go in ways you could never expect. Now, as for where this game goes, I don't think it's quite A. It's very close. If the combat was fun, and if the planets were full of more things to do, because they're very clearly just, flat terrain, and then they just made a bunch of random hills and mountains, and you just go do, 1 or 2 things there, and then you leave the planet. They're very empty. Although there are a few planets that are, the main story missions. They're very pretty, they're very well thought out, and very well designed. But there's only, 4 or 5 of them total. Lastly... Oh, there was something I wanted to bring up. Oh, yeah! To anyone that's played this game, you're wrong. about the car you drive, that thing rules. When you're on, like, exploring the planets, you get this super bouncy, like, rover giant tank vehicle. That thing's awesome. I don't care what anyone says. I saw so many reviews, and my friend Maddie would tell me so many people felt like it just didn't control well. Should have made a series instead of games? Probably. But I'm sure Mass Effect 2 is more fun. But yeah, like, people say, like, oh my god, it controls like ass. It's just, you're constantly flipping over. I made it a goal to flip over. I couldn't do it for most of my playthrough. It was, I don't know, it was fun to drive. I liked it. One thing I will say to end it off, I did play with some mods. Most notably, there's one that makes, like, one of the most obnoxious side quests in the game a little bit easier. There's one that makes it to where you can sprint infinitely, because otherwise you can only sprint for, like, 2 seconds at a time, and it's very obnoxious. There's a couple others. Those are the main ones. Just quality of life stuff. Nothing that messed with game balance. Which leaves us with our last game. Love that video game sprinting. You know it. Telltale's The Walking Dead Season 1. Specifically Season 1, nothing else. Straight up, just gonna say it now, I have never watched The Walking Dead, and I have never read The Walking Dead. I've never seen gameplay of this game. I know nothing of it. I'm not gonna beat around the bush. A tier. Minecraft story mode for children. The Walking Dead sees you playing as Lee Everett, a person who had just been arrested for murder. And as he's being hauled off to prison, you're talking with the cop, and he's actually a very nice guy. He's a very genuine guy. Outbreak happens, and the totally not zombies just, you know, they go on a rampage, and the story starts. Lee takes in a little girl named Clementine, whose parents weren't home when all of this went down, and your hope is to keep her safe. And so through choose-your-own-adventure stuff, point-and-click stuff, dialogue options, all that jazz, you're hoping to get through it through an episodic structure where each episode is kind of like a couple months apart from each other, so there's always something new going on, and it actually makes sense instead of all of this happening in the span of, like, 2 weeks. Don't know about zombies. I think the show has different characters and stuff anyway. Yes and no. This game, the TV show, and the comics are all taking place simultaneously in different places. I know that there are characters in this game that show up in the show, and there are characters from the comics that show up in this game. It's very convoluted. I am going to say right now, one thing that's really fucking stupid is the fact that zombies apparently don't exist in this universe. I don't know if y'all knew that, but the reason they don't just call them zombies is because no one has ever thought of creating a zombie movie or a zombie game in the Walking Dead universe. But I gotta be honest, that's really funny to me. I don't know why. It just is. But no, they call them walkers in this dead, and obviously that's why it's called The Walking Dead. It's a very straightforward game. Obviously, in Telltale fashion, all of your decisions, well, most of them anyway, it impacts how the characters feel about you, how they're going to treat you. It's stuff that happens in the future, you know? And I think it's pretty good. I got pretty engaged by the end of the second episode. I feel insulted with this music playing. Like, I feel like my opinion is not being respected right now for saying that I like the story. Whatever, I'm gonna leave it. It's too much of a pain to fix. There isn't a whole lot to say without spoiling the game. It's pretty funny to have this for zombie talk. Oh, trust me, there's been a lot of fitting moments. It's not my playlist. I grabbed like a random 5-hour one. So, I don't want to spoil anything. because I really encourage y'all to play this game for yourselves. But I will go over a few things. I like how it isn't just dialogue options and QuickTime events. There are a lot of moments where you actually need to... 5 hours for 9 hours. Yeah, I kind of realized that mistake. There are a lot of moments where you need to react quickly, not necessarily to a QuickTime event, but like you need to grab something quickly, or you need to make... I mean, obviously, the big thing you gotta do, you're timed on every dialogue option in the game. That being said, I'm not doing that. I'm thinking about my decisions, and I'm pausing for all of them. I get it. Making a decision when you're being forced and rushed. Sometimes maybe not even making a decision at all. It makes things go in unexpected ways. It makes you respond in unexpected ways. And it's cool, but every single dialogue option in the game, all of them, can you just make saying nothing like a different button and then I can take my time and think about it? I know I can just pause, but still, I thought that was a little strange. Some story beats are a little weird. In episode 2, there's a moment where a character is having heart problems, and another character, named Kenny, who's that person on the right, is freaking the fuck out about it. He's having a panic attack because he's worried that guy's gonna die and then become a zombie. Because it doesn't matter if you're bitten, it's just if you die, you become one. And so he's, like, constantly yelling at you to kill this man who's just having, like, breathing problems at the current point in time. That seems really weird. I don't know why he does that. And, spoiler, he takes a giant block of salt and fucking crushes his head. And then an achievement pops up that says, too much salt will kill you. Huh? Was all that really necessary? I get that you gotta have drama, but like... I don't know. It felt like some characters would just act certain ways so things would happen. Lily. It felt like Lily would just be aggressive all the time just so she could get in arguments, and it didn't feel genuine. And then you got Clementine. Clementine's the most adorable little thing on the planet. And I won't lie, kind of sucks that there's a spoiler when you boot up the game. Because, yeah, if I play a collection game and I see that the character shows up in the final season, I know they're not going to die. But that's because Clementine, even though you don't play as her, she's kind of the main character. A lot of the game is about her. A lot of the decisions are about her. A lot of the choices you make. That's just the same as decisions. My brain is melting. But you get it. You get it. I feel like there isn't a whole lot more to say. I like how they would just fuck with you sometimes. Like, if you had to react to something, they would shift your buttons around and punish you for reacting on instinct instead of paying attention. As annoying as it is, that's really funny. Because, if you're fast enough, that's not going to get you killed. It's just to insinuate more panic within you. Oh. And obviously, like Mass Effect, characters can... Oh, I didn't even mention that with Mass Effect. Mass Effect, characters can die. Your party members can just die if you make the wrong choices. I guess I mentioned it with Rex. I won't lie, this game... I kinda don't like that it felt like some character deaths were forced. It feels like by the end of the game, if you have, like, a whole group, so many things happen to just, like, make them leave or kill them. Like, there's a moment where you have a walkie-talkie, and it's Clementine's special walkie-talkie. It's how you talk to her when she runs off. You drop it in a hole. I want to point out, you know where Clementine is. You are headed there. Your whole group is headed there. and you're willing to just keep moving forward. But no! The characters are like, no, man, that's the last thing you got that's related to Clementine. If anything ever happens to her, you're gonna wish you had that. I'm gonna jump in this hole full of zombies and get it back for you, even though it's like 10 feet down. And then he gets in there, he's like, oh god, guys, there's zombies in here, I gotta get out of here. And a second character's like, don't worry, I got this. And they go down there to help them. Zombies, zombie media, it's just zombie media. I can't get worked up about it. That's just the bullshit they pull. But oh my god, it's so annoying. Ugh. But you know what? It's a great game. I highly recommend it. I loved a lot of the dialogue, a lot of the writing, the voice acting is perfect. It really is. And like Mass Effect, it carries over into the other seasons, and I'm currently playing Season 2 right now. So I can't wait to talk about that when we get to next year. Obviously, I would love to give my opinions on more story-specific stuff, but I want y'all to experience it for yourself. And also, we got a big one coming up. If I end talking about a game one more time as the music wraps up, I'm gonna lose my mind. Why does that keep happening? I'm getting paranoid about it. I can't tell if it's coincidence or subconscious. Okay. Elden Ring. For context. My stream playthrough was completely blind. Once I finished it, I started a second playthrough where I used a guide, and I killed every single boss in the entire game, including Millennia again. And then I played the game a third time on New Game Plus, and I killed every achievement boss again. Or every remembrance boss, whatever. Remembrance, because I didn't go for like some of the weirder achievement ones. I have beaten the game 3 times at this point. I hope that is enough for you to trust my opinion, and if I criticize anything, you can't say mad cause bad because I beat it 3 times, and the third time only took me like 3 hours tops. And if I wanted to, I could beat this game in one sitting right now, before bed. I won't, but I could. Elden Ring. My history with Souls-likes is not a very large one. I tried playing Dark Souls 1 as a kid. I died to the Asylum Demon so many times, and then I finally killed it, and I never played it again, because I thought the whole game was going to be like that, not realizing that the Asylum Demon was a joke boss of sorts that was purposefully too hard, and you're supposed to run past him. Whoops. Cut to my teenage years, I tried playing Dark Souls 3. And I wasn't the biggest fan. And then I tried it again with a friend, and I didn't finish it. I only made it to like this. I don't even think I made it to the second major boss. And I tried it again as a young adult, and I still couldn't get into it. And so it took a while, and I couldn't really get the feel of the combat. It was very hard to get into. So little is explained. But shut up, Fennec. With Elden Ring, I want to say around 10 to 15 hours in, when I killed the first dragon, I got it. It clicked. I see the appeal, I see the fun, and I started loving it. Because I didn't really know how to feel about it the first couple sessions, but once I killed that first dragon, I got it. And it made sense to me, and with the help of friends, I understood mechanics. I knew what my stats actually did. I knew the things I was doing wrong. And now I'm like a semi-expert at the game. I know all the shit going on. I know the lore. I know what all the stats mean. I know how like a good chunk of the mechanics work. I didn't want to do my game ranking until I had a solid opinion of Elden Ring. And so Elden Ring, as a Souls-like, is naturally very difficult, but it doesn't have to be difficult if you don't want it to be. The moment you exit the tutorial, the world is so open. Every other open world I have ever played pales in comparison to the size of Elden Ring, in just, like, what you're able to go do right out the gate. Without killing a single boss, you can make it to almost endgame. Like, you start in Limgrave, and you can explore Limgrave, you can go to the Weeping Peninsula, you can go to Caelid, you can take a shortcut to Liurnia, or you can go to, like, this secret... There's, like, this secret crystal cave where if you die in it, you get teleported to a late-game area, and then you can start going and explore Mount Gelmir and the Altus Plateau, and it's just... It's so open right out the gate that you can just go find and grab anything you want. You can find, constantly, you find new sets of armors, weapons, spells, talismans, incantations, consumables. So many different people that you meet. It is such a feat. And I'm doing my best not to get into the negatives right away. It's important to acknowledge how amazing exploring Elden Ring for the first time is. It's unmatched. Not even, like, Breath of the Wild, I loved it the first time I played it, and I don't like it anymore nowadays. Elden Ring made me hate it even more. Finding the caves and the catacombs and the mine shafts and the chests and the people and just seeing all the cool designs of everything. Finding these teleporters that take me all over the place. Finding a fake chest that when I opened it, surrounded me in smoke, and then I just woke up in Caelid, which is just hell. It's magical. The world is so varied and expansive is the right word, I think. It's just sprawling with so many ideas and cool concepts and things to find and do. It's the most full an open world has felt to me before. Ugh, I need another sip of water. Put it in S. We know I'm biased. Let's wait. Let's wait, Vinny. No, I'm biased. I've literally spent the whole list talking about how I'm trying to be objective. If anything here is bias, it is probably either Sparks of Hope or Multiverses. Actually, no, I guess the whole S tier is kind of designed to be biased, kind of like F tier as well. Whatever, anyway, back to Elden Ring. The combat is very overwhelming. There's a lot of different mechanics and ideas at play, and it takes a while to get used to. God, how do I put this? There's a lot of problems that comes with having so many varied styles of playing the game. Most notably, constantly finding weapons that you can't use because of their stat requirements. This game has over 300 weapons. I used maybe less than 10 because respecking your character you can only do a limited amount of times, and hitting stat thresholds is very difficult. If I start as a melee character, I'm gonna end as a melee character. If I start as a magic character, I'm gonna end as a magic character. Because it's so hard to really mess with anything else because of just how much variety there is. And if you want an example at just how many different ways you can play this game, look up any Elden Ring challenge video. People have beaten the game with only summons, or only magic, only melees, only using shields offensively, only using, like, this one specific spell type where you cause, like, mist clouds, only using consumables that you throw at enemies. It's so well designed if you're so familiar with the game, but on that first playthrough, I won't lie, being a melee character was the worst decision I could have made. The amount of times that you will find spells, incantations, wands, more spells, and just all these talismans that don't have anything to do with what I'm doing because they're all fucking spell and incantation related. It was aggravating. No, I shouldn't say aggravating. It was demeaning. Not demeaning. Discouraging. I'll find the word eventually. It discouraged me from, like, wanting to continue to explore by the time I hit, like, the halfway point, because I was satisfied with my build, going out of my way to find stuff, while, you know, the journey itself was fun. The reward would take away from the journey. But to get back into positives, love the boss design for the first half of the game. Foreshadowing. I love the fact that the first proper boss is just a huge fuck you obstacle. Margit is so cool to me, because if you lose to him, and you're just getting one-shot by him, that's not the game just being hard for the sake of being hard. That's the game saying, hey, there's a whole world out there. Explore it! Find things to beat me! If you explore enough, you can find an item that stuns him for like 10 seconds. It's literally Margit's Shackle. You can find all kinds of different weapons, ways to summon. There's so much cool shit in the world. Go find it! Experiment, explore, and then come back here. Unfortunately, the game AI broke on me, and I played Ring Around the Rosie with Margit, and he didn't kill me. It's so, I mean, he did kill me plenty of times, but I killed him very quickly. Way quicker than I should have. And that was a very big recurring theme for the beginning of the game. Radon was another insanely cool boss. I killed him when I was like 30 levels lower than the average player, because I thought that was the second area. That's like the 5th area you're supposed to go to? Whoops. Some people complain this game has live pausing thoughts. I don't know what that means, necessarily. Also, I apologize if you can hear that thudding. They're fucking, you know, fucking open world games. Yeah, no, again, so the order they expect you to go in. Limgrave, Weeping Peninsula, Liurnia, the Underground, and then Caelid. Actually, no, Caelid and then the Underground. Sorry. So it was the 4th area. I did it second. When you pause the game. Oh, yeah! Yeah, no, you can't pause Elden Ring. I don't think you can pause any Souls-like game. Which, I mean, I kind of get it. It's annoying, but it's not a deal-breaker for me. It just sucks if it's like something actually comes up during a boss fight and you gotta accept that you're gonna die. Oh god, I can smell dinner. Oh god, we gotta hurry. Okay. Let's get into some of the larger thoughts. The world is crazy varied. I loved most of the areas. Thematically, all the areas were cool. Even, like, the areas I didn't like the mountaintops, they were cool. Obviously, like, snowy mountains are always going to be pretty. The Halig tree being this just massive tree that goes all the way into the earth, that place is cool. Faramazula, this tornado coliseum that got ripped apart with dragons flying around everywhere, awesome. Weeping Peninsula, it's... okay, well, that's just Limgrave, but it's kind of rainy. It's the Seattle of Elden Ring. It's not that special. But, I mean, hey... you know it. You know it's there. Caelid, again, it's just hell. It's red everywhere. The skies are black and red. There's murderous crows and, like, half-rotten dogs that are the size of buildings. There's these little shrimp monsters that are just piercing you with rotten abilities everywhere. There is a whole, just, lake of death. There's a boss in the middle of that lake, too, that you gotta go fight. It's hell! And most people would put that at the end of their game, but no, it's in the first half. You get to Liurnia. It's this, like, kind of swampy marsh for a majority of the world with this huge magical Hogwarts-ass palace in the center of it that you could just see from everywhere. I mean, y'all have seen the trailer shot, right? And, you know, I hate to do this because this is what every game does. Right? If you see it, you can go there. But it's really true here. It really is. I'm trying to find the promo shot. Okay, here it is. The moment you defeat the first major boss of the game, the first demigod, Godric the Grafted, you're greeted to this. This is Liurnia. You can go everywhere here. And this isn't even all of Liurnia. There's the beginning of the Altus Plateau down here. The inverted Divine Tower is here. The swamp. There's an Everjail right there. There's a church slightly off-screen. Obviously, the minor Erd trees. Raya Lucaria. The fucking Turtle Pope. It's so cool. And obviously, they get away with this a little bit because, you know, the whole game is just one major island with a few smaller islands that you can teleport to. But you can go everywhere. If you see a cool building, if you see a massive structure. I mean, hell, the first thing you see when you boot up the game is a castle shrouded in fog. I didn't even know that that was Stormvale, the first major castle you go to. And I will say, those major locations, which I believe are referred to as legacy dungeons, because they're designed like old Souls games, best parts of the game. Stormvale. Awesome. Oh god, what was the one in Caelid? Redmane? Redmane was cool. Consecrated, or not, the Mountaintops of the Giants, that castle kind of sucked. Raya Lucaria. Awesome. Lendale was the peak. That was the best part of the game. Volcano Manor, that was also a cool place. They're all cool. They really are. But it doesn't last forever. The exploration, the combat, the boss. Actually, let me talk about the bosses for a little bit first. I don't want to get into the negatives yet. The bosses are such amazing spectacles. The way you chase after dragons on horseback while slashing at them as they, you know, come into the ground, or you're avoiding, like, their giant fire breaths that are just covering the entire ground. Some of the weird-ass boss designs, like the Godskin characters, where they're just literally wearing, like, this pale white, clearly dead skin as clothing, and you don't even realize that it's flesh unless you get really close to them. And they use all this crazy black magic and these weird abilities. Godric the Grafted having this design of, like, hundreds of limbs just attached to him, and he'll graft himself to get... Because he, you know, he wants to be a god, but he's kind of shitty, and he's kind of a little piss baby about everything going on around him because he's not Elden Lord. And so he just grafts to just make himself objectively stronger in hopes of overtaking the throne. Halfway into his boss fight, he grafts the head of a fucking dragon to himself and just has a dragon for an arm. That's just so cool. Estelle, the natural born of the void. He's like this weird bug-like creature where he has a giant scorpion stinger made up of galaxies and these huge dragonfly wings and these mandibles attached to a human skull. Radon, obviously, he's one of the biggest bosses in the game, and he rides this tiny little horse. He has a lot of fun story stuff related to him about gravity magic, how he mastered gravity magic purely so he could still ride and love his horse. You get him low, and, like, his whole thing is like a festival. It builds up to it. The characters you've been meeting throughout the game all grouped together at this one place for the Radon Festival. And it's just a mini army of all the characters you've met or fought fighting Radon in this giant, huge desert. And then halfway into the fight, he rockets into space and comes down as a fucking meteor. It's so cool. Oh my god. Renala? The place she takes you to, like the never-ending ocean with the moonlight lighting everything, is so cool. Even some of the smaller bosses you would find. Unfortunately, we didn't see this in my stream, but Patches, funny-ass character. Love that dude. You hate fantasy names? Oh yeah, no, this game is so aggravating with them. With its R's and M's. Margit, Morgott, Godric. God, I can't even remember some of them. There's like Radagon, Renala, Ronnie, Renee, Raya, Lucaria. Like, there's so fucking many. There's so many R names. Marika, Margit, Morgott. I'm sure there's more. Godric, Godfrey. Horalu, which... that one's pretty unique. But even just, like, going with more of the main bosses. Horalu turning into a fucking Tekken character and just trying to grab you? That's so cool. He's just trying to grab you, like, the whole fight, and he's fighting with his bare hands. Awesome. Speedrun for this game seems awesome. I love watching Elden Ring speedruns. They're super fun. Any kind. There are so many critiques of this game online that start the way I start. But everyone hits a point. Everyone hits a point where the game stopped being fun and it stopped being challenging. And it became hard, not for the challenge, not to just for the sake of being hard. And there's so many I could go into the design of it all. I kind of don't want to because it's draining. There's plenty of videos out there that just look up Elden Ring critique and all of them will say the same thing. Now for some people, this doesn't hit until the final, like, 2 or 3 bosses of the game. This, for some others, it hits in the final area of, like, basically Lendale. At a certain point in the game, it changes completely. Others, it's in Farum Azula, the second to last area, the penultimate area. And for me, I thought it might have been the area before Farum Azula, which was the mountaintops of the giants and the fire giant. I gotta be honest with you, it was the halfway point for me. Other people, it was 2/3 in. Other people, it was like the last 20% or the last 10%. I feel like once you go through all the areas, you take the lift up to the Altus Plateau, and you enter Lanedale. And you make it through. It's the coolest area in the game. Even though it's just a city, it's not even like that unique. It's just really well made, and there's so many cool secrets regarding it, with a whole, like, sewer section, and so many buildings to go in, and so many cool, awesome enemies. And then there's Morgott. And after Morgott, who's a decent boss, I don't really remember much about him because I killed him first try. The game gets a difficulty spike. Remember how I said I was underleveled for a lot of those big early game bosses? I was overleveled for Morgott. And I got my ass handed to me in the following area. And there has never been... I gotta level with you. Everything after Morgott to the end of the game is such a drop in quality. It is the biggest drop in quality since Sonic Frontiers. Genuinely. It is constant reused content. Constant just... let's take an early game enemy and then multiply its health and damage by like 80. Reused bosses over and over and over again. Barren wastelands of areas. There's so little cool, unique stuff going on. in the last half of the game. And you may argue that everything after Morgott is not half the game. You may argue that that's just like 25% of the game. I feel like it's half, personally. It's the Mountaintops of the Giants with the Fire Giant, Fair Missoula with Malekith, who was one of my least favorite bosses in the game. Even though I don't think he's that bad, I just don't think he's fun. The Halig Tree with Millennia, the Ashen Capital, where you just have to fight like 3 bosses back to... I'm gonna put that out. Everything after Morgott is just a boss rush. You go through, boom, Fire Giant, Godskin Duo, Malekith, Sir Gideon Ofnir, which that's a whole thing I could talk about. What a waste of a character. Then you have to fight Godfrey, Horalu. Then there's the final boss who's 2 in 1, so you gotta fight Radagon and the Elden Beast, and it's just a boss rush, and none of them are fun. They aren't fun. Big roll that wears thin fast. Played it 3 times in a row for some reason. I played it 3 times in a row for 2 reasons. 1, so people can't call me bad. I've not mastered the game. I can't beat it without leveling up like some people can. But I can beat it consistently, and I know the bosses. They're in this brain. I could maybe beat 1 of them or 2 of them blindfolded if I wanted to, based purely off of sounds. Possibly. Really took Get Good personally? Yeah. Because here's the thing. Also, the second reason I did it was because I wanted every achievement, and you have to get 3 different endings for all the achievements. Here's the thing. Maddie and I both want to play every From Software game for 2 different reasons. She wants to play it so she can criticize them without people just calling her bad. I want to play them and complete them to have a complete understanding so I can criticize them. There's kind of like a difference here. Maddie already kind of has a set-in-stone opinion. She just feels like that opinion... Oh, I shouldn't say what she feels like. That's not nice. From what I can tell, it seems like she just wants that... I don't want to say validated. It feels like that opinion won't be validated until she beats them all and gets all their achievements. Does that make sense? That's my perspective on how I think she views it. She is more than welcome to correct me. I don't want to speak on her behalf. That's the impression I get. I want to do it so not only could that I kind of... Oh my god, I'm stumbling over myself. Not only can I say that I did it, I can understand the appeal of, like, the difficulty and the design of it all. And I want people to listen to my opinion and trust it or understand it in the same way that I trusted and understood other people's opinions on these games and finally gave them the shot they deserved from me. That sounds so pretentious. You know what I meant. I gave them a shot they deserved after years of just not giving them a true chance. I feel like I'm kind of rambling on that aspect of it all, but I feel like if you watch my streams and you go back and you find the stream like where I killed Morgott, I was so happy and so excited. You look at the end of that stream, I'm so pumped, I'm ready to keep going. Go to the end of the following stream, I am defeated. I'm not having fun at that point. If the game ended at Morgott, if you know what, you could still have the bosses. If you just had to go through an elevator and it's Fire Giant, and then you fight Malekith, and then you fight Horalu, whatever, cool. But it felt like so many of the areas and bosses were just overtuned. And here's the thing, I want to point out, I wouldn't care as much about the difficulty spike if it was more gradual. But I reached a point that I had to wonder, like, what was the point of my build? I felt like I wasn't playing the game properly anymore. Because what was the point in making this hyper-defensive, like, shield that blocks all physical damage, heavy armor set, super beefy melee weapon, all these, like, defensive talismans and consumables and whatnot, if the boss is just gonna two-shot me? If I activate all that stuff and wear all that stuff and use it all, now instead of killing me in 2 hits, he kills me in 3. why even have the health at that point? Why even have the healing at that point? I would almost rather just die in one hit. I don't care if it's, like, baby whiny mode. It's just, like... I don't know. Healing against some of the late game bosses are not fun. Malekith is a perfect example. He will dash, like, towards you, spring to a column, and then, like, leap off of that column and slice and fly through the air. Like, 1, 2, 3, and he shoots these giant projectiles. If any of it hits you, you lose, like a quarter of your max health, and you take damage over time. He's still not done yet. He swoops in, does like 10 360s while slicing everything up in his path, and then he stands still for half a second, and that's the only time you can hit him. And if you don't hit him, he's gonna leap into the air because he's not fucking done with his combo yet. It's not fun. It's not even a case of, like, difficulty, because as I was gonna say, I don't know if I said it properly. If it was more gradual, I wouldn't care as much. Because by the time I hit... Like, by the time I could kill Fire Giant, I was ready for Farm Azula. But that whole, like, time between Morgott and Fire Giant just didn't feel fun. And then that time between, like, Farm Azula and Malekith, that didn't feel fun either. I don't think they intend to change the way that these games... Wait. Oh, the way that they make these games the way that they are. But here's the thing. I hear nothing but people say, like, Elden Ring is the exception. I hear other people say that the first 3 Dark Souls games, which, by the way, this is basically Dark Souls 4, are way more fair and balanced. Elden Ring has so many, like, weird choices with its bosses. Like, delayed attacks, you will get bosses that'll, like, raise their hand very slowly, unnaturally charging it high, and then bring their arm down. Oh, but he's not actually swinging. Now he's swinging, and you get hit. You got fucking hit, because guess what? Human reaction and assumption. What's that? You're human? Fuck you. What do you think of that? You have... God, and then there are the bosses that have, like, unavoidable damage. Like, Moog has unavoidable damage, or they have, like, unreactable attacks. Godric is one of the coolest bosses in the game. If you're standing next to him, he can just instantly hit you in, like, less than a quarter of a second, which is, like, below the average reaction time of a human. It's literally not... It's just not fun. There were so many cool bosses in this game that still, like, shredded my health, or they had crazy large combos, but they were still fun. Renala was one of my favorite bosses in the game. I thought Estelle was cool. Lord Placidusax, I would argue that's one of the most balanced bosses in the entire game, and it's right next to Malekith. He's harder than Malekith, but he's more fun to fight. I don't know. And I haven't even gotten into story stuff. I'm not going to get too much into it. Long story short, there's a lot of cool writing and story stuff. The lore is cool, but it's all, like, figure it out yourself, which... I get it. I'm not into it, but I get it. That being said, there are a lot of different things I would love to talk about. There's so many things I wanted to talk about with this game that it's just, I don't think I can get into because my throat is killing me. I think I'm going to cut the 3rd segment of this stream because it's just going to take too long. But I want to go over one character, which is Sir Gideon Ofnir, of the Lost Round Table. Or the Lost Table of Grace, whatever it's referred to as. Gideon is a character that you find, like, the first time you go to the big, like, main hub, right? Told them my throat was going to be deceased. Yeah, no, I mean, that's what happened last year. And last year was only, what, 6 hours? You know, last year was 5 hours and 50 minutes. You were spoiled last year. Again, that's why I got twice as much water that I normally would bring. So, Sir Gideon Ofnir is the head of the round table. And his whole idea is that he wants to be all-knowing. He is literally Sir Gideon Ofnir, the all-knowing of the lost grace of Round Table, whatever the fuck. He has such a long name. And he's cool because he's a semi-guide for people that are lost. He only tells you of, like, the main story objectives, but he points you in the right direction. This would have been the perfect character for people that are new to Souls-likes, in my opinion. And I know this talks about something else entirely. This is an entirely different discussion. I get that it's an open-world game, it's about figuring things out for yourself, but it would have been so nice to have someone to point you in the right direction of things. Most notably for quests. Quests are so random. More than half the quests, I don't like them. I'm gonna say that now. I think the characters are neat, and I think their stories are neat, but the actual things you do for them are fucking stupid. Alexander, Alexander Warrior Great Jar, he's awesome. I love him, he's charming. You find him in Limgrave, and he's pretty obvious. He's on the bridge to Caelid, and the only entrance to Caelid without teleporting to it. So you're going to run into him. And so he's stuck. He's stuck in a hole. You get him out, and he's like, thank you. I'm headed out to the Caelid Wilds across that bridge over there. And it's like, oh, cool. I know where he's going. He's like, maybe we'll meet up again someday. I'm like, yeah, cool, maybe, sure. And, you go to where Caelid and Limgrave branch together, and there's a cave. And you go in there, and it's Alexander, and you meet up with him again. And he's like, there's a dead end in this cave. He's like, oh, there might be another way around. Maybe check the other side of this hill. But besides that, I'm not sure if we can really get through here. And you go around the hill, and you open the door, and he's like, wonderful. I hope, if throughout your journeys, we meet together at Redmane Castle to take on Radon. So not only is this a side quest that's actually, telling me, where he's headed to, or what he's up to, and how he feels about things, because he's excited for this festival, but it's also pointing me to the story. It's cool! Bach is another one, which we'll come back to Alexander in a second. Bach is another really well-designed side quest. I say another, but Alexander kind of takes a turn for the worse. Bach has all the details there. If you really pay attention to how he talks, the stories he tells you about his life in the mountains with the demi-humans, how they used to treat him, you'll know where to go and what to do. And there's Bach, he says, he lost all his stuff. It was taken by, at a cave at a beach. Go to the beach, on the shore, go through the cave, get Bach his stuff, take it back to him. He's now your tailor. As you progress through the game, your seamster. Or seamstress. I think seamster. But his mother was a seamstress. I can't remember which one he prefers to be called. As you progress through the game, he kind of gets closer to you and talks to you more and more. And your sidekick, of sorts, Melina, your maiden, after you hear Bach's story about his home, Melina says that Bach, your seamster, he probably wishes to be told he's beautiful by someone, because he's a demi-human. Them shits is ugly. They're so fucking ugly. Oh my god, they're like rat pig people, but they're malnourished. Ugh. Disgusting. Now here's the thing. Bach's side quest can go one of two ways. If he finds out, rebirth is a thing. I could be reborn as a beautiful human if you give me this. And if you give that to him, it's the bad ending, essentially. But if you listen to him, he talked about his home. He wants to be told he's beautiful. He misses his mother. You go to Mount Gelmir. There is literally a demi-human village, and there is a house. If you go inside, you find an item that literally just says, "You are beautiful." When you use it, a voice plays. And when Bach hears that, you get the good ending, and he gets a happy ending, and we love him. More quests like Bach. Alexander, once you beat Radon, he fucks off to nowhere. He doesn't say what he's up to. He doesn't say where he's going. He doesn't even say what his plan is. He doesn't even tell you what area he's going to. You just have to find him. I never saw him again in my original playthrough. Now, my second playthrough, I went out of my way to do all 30 quests in the game. Most of them, it's just find them in this random place. 50% chance they died getting there. And just, I don't know. Even Ronnie's side quest, like, with context clues, I was able to do most of that on my own. But I feel like Sir Gideon Ofnir could have been the perfect thing for something like that. He's all-knowing. He wants all the knowledge in the world. Who's to say he hasn't met all the people that you do the side quests for? What if I went up to him and I was like, hey, do you know anything about Alexander, the Iron Fist Jar Warrior? And he's like, oh, yes, I know that fellow. If I had to guess where he's going, he's probably feeling a bit nostalgic. Boom. That doesn't tell me where he is. It doesn't point it out on the map. It gives me a hint, and if I have explored the game enough, I know exactly where he is. He went back to his home, Jarburg, where a bunch of Jar people live. If you're wondering why I never found that in the stream playthrough, it's because I didn't find Jarburg. But still, but it wouldn't be obvious because there's so many Jar places in the world. Caelid has a coliseum with a giant jar, and when I say giant, I mean like skyscraper. That thing's fucking huge. Giant jar. There's a bunch of trees with jars littered around them. There are whole buildings of jars. Like, I wouldn't give it away automatically, but when you put the pieces together, it would have been cool. And I wish Gideon Ofnir, the all-knowing, lived up to his name. Instead, he's a crybaby bitch boy that gets mad that you're doing his job better than him, and then he fights you right before the final boss. How many hours on Elden Ring? 215. More than Multiverses. Oh, actually, wait, hold on. Multiverses is 215.4. Elden Ring, 215.2. Okay, I've technically played Multiverses more. Look, I have a lot of scattered opinions on the game. But the main thing, I don't like the difficulty spike. A lot of the... And, like, I could talk about, like, the reused content and everything. The fact that it... Like, the catacombs and the caves and whatnot, there's so much. It's just such a massive game. And you would think I hate it. You really would. If I only talked negatively, you would think I hate it. But, objectively speaking, and going by the way I've categorized things, similar to Skylanders, I've ranked this in advance. It's one of the few things I ranked in advance. Everyone should play it once. I have a lot of qualms with it. There's a lot of stuff I disagree with. But at the end of the day, it was this game that made me understand an entire genre. It was this game that really opened up my eyes to how great an open world can be. Because other than Sunset Overdrive, any other open world game that I would play, actually even including Sunset Overdrive, they're empty. And don't get me wrong, Elden Ring has empty things in it. But Everjails, dungeons, like the heroes' graves, all the different characters and side quests you meet, all the different... Dude, the going into the elevator and showing up underground, because, like, every elevator in the game is just a few seconds long. Taking one that's, like, comically long, it takes like, almost a full minute for the elevator to work, and then you just get this entire second map. Unmatched. Truly. There is so much to love about the game. And I would say, at the very least, play until you beat Morgoth. There's so much more good I could say, so much more bad I could say. But I know for a fact that dinner... Oh. Well, I was going to say it's almost ready, but it's ready now. Okay. So here's what we're going to do. This is the list done. Again, I could probably say so much more. I don't want to fucking hear Bob on Battlefield right now. I'm drained. I don't know how much better this is, but I'm taking it. I don't want fucking happy-go-lucky Bob on Battlefield. You're a starving cat on the side of the road. Same. Except mine is for food, not content. No, y'all are the content pigs. You are eating this slop up for 9 hours straight.
food speedrun come back for part 2. All right. So look, this is it. This is done. Let me look it over. Is there anything I want to change last second? Not really. I'm pretty satisfied with this. This took so much longer than last year. And we're not even done yet. Because... Fuck, what was that song called? Ah, there it is. Similar to last year, we have one fairly quick segment. And personally, I loved it last year. Because obviously, I forget to talk about a lot of games aspects. And so just to have a little moment to go over everything again. You know, just maybe some qualities I may have missed. What the... Oh. I was wondering where the eyeballs were. I loved this year of games, and I'm very excited for 2023. But it just wouldn't... It wouldn't be the same if I didn't do my shitty version of my own little awards show. I forgot to fucking turn off the tier ranking. I was trying to get the music set up, because this is the song we played last year. Dude, of course y'all knew I was gonna do this. Come on. So we have 15 categories. Some new, some reworked. We're just gonna go over them fairly quickly. If you're wondering, something new to this year. This year, we have nominees rather than just a winner. That way I can kind of say, like, hey, I like this and this and this and this about this game, but this one I feel does it the best. Right? So, we have soundtrack, self-explanatory, audio design. This could be anything from, like, sound effects, the way the audio works throughout the game. Maybe they have, like, a bunch of dynamic audio, things like that. Voice acting, the cast and performances. Writing and narrative, I believe they were the same last year, but I have now split them up. If you don't know the difference between the two, narrative is like the overarching story. Writing is like, well, the writing. Does that make sense? If I have that wrong, please correct me. But afterwards, we have protagonists. Protagonist or protagonist. Ooh. It could be multiple or singular. And then, my favorite open world. Pretty self-explanatory. I played a lot of open world games this year. The game I found to be the most replayable, ignore the shitty grammar here. I wanted to stick with the theme of, like, my blank. My favorite innovative, for example. I know I could have said innovation. I thought innovative was very funny. Writing is even more general than narrative. I mean, that's kind of the idea, is like, narrative is just how I feel about the main plot, whereas writing is all the small stuff. Innovative is basically, what game did I think was the most innovative? That's what it is, essentially. My favorite little details, what game that I feel had the most, like, care and attention put into it. Open world going Elden Ring? I mean, you never know. Visuals and graphics. Okay, that one's obvious. I literally said it in the stream. If you weren't listening, then, hey, it's a surprise to you. My biggest surprise. This is a game that I thought I was going to hate, but I ended up loving. Stream game. That's a game that I feel like streaming it enhanced it for me, and it made the experience better. And then the last two are games that were not on the tier list at all. My favorite game I didn't play is my favorite game in 2022 that I did not play. What could it be? Last year, for example, it was WarioWare Get It Together, because I didn't play it last year because I didn't own it. That's my favorite category, if you're wondering. I fucking... This is one of my favorite ideas I've ever come up with. I don't know why. I love it. And then lastly, what game am I looking forward to the most in 2023? So I will say, I did not think this one through, because it's going to constantly, like, mess up. We're actually not going to start with soundtrack, even though it's the first one, because it's
kind of has its own set of special rules. So starting off, audio design. In fact, we're going to just zoom in, because it'll be way easier to do it this way. So, for best audio design, or my favorite audio design, Sunset Overdrive, Cuphead, Crash Bandicoot 4, Overwatch 2, and Ultimate Custom Night. Sunset Overdrive, the dynamic music as you play better and the music and sound effects swell and get more impactful. That's cool. Crash Bandicoot 4, I needed a 5th game to put on here. Cuphead, obviously the audio in Cuphead is great. It really is. It's perfect. It is occurring to me that I should probably move chat. I don't feel like doing it, though. Overwatch 2 completely overhauled all of its audio, and it's very good. There are still some audio bugs in the game. Far as jets come to mind, it's very obnoxious, but it's just solid. And then Ultimate Custom Night, which I'm not gonna really hold back. Yeah. Ultimate Custom Night absolutely gets best, my favorite audio. The whole game is audio themed. As I said before, FNAF just is audio to me. It really is, just because I can meme on FNAF, I can watch Let's Plays, whatever. The moment it's just me alone playing it, and the ambience starts, and the sound effects, and the way, I get anxiety. I love it. I really do. So absolutely, it's Ultimate Custom Night. My favorite cast / performance. Oh, excuse me, performances. So this, again, it's the entire cast, not a specific person. So I nominated... Oh, that's the wrong... Whoops. Mario plus Rabbids Sparks of Hope, Nickelodeon All-Star Brawl, Bugsnax, Skylanders Giants, My Time at Portia, Multiverses, and Lego Marvel Superheroes 2. To sum them up quickly, I'm losing my mind here, by the way. Maybe we'll do it in under 10 hours, we'll see. Bugsnax. All the characters and the snacks themselves are insanely charming with their voice acting. Lego Marvel Superheroes 2. The fact that they have almost 300 characters almost fully voice acted is insane to me. Multiverses, and Nickelodeon All-Star Brawl. All the characters and character interactions are wonderfully done. It's perfect fan service. Giants has so many amazing voice actors in it. Voice actors that are a part of it. I love them all. My Time at Portia is very amateurish, but again, it's so charming to me. The amateur aspect of it is really charming when it comes to its voice acting. And then Mario plus Rabbids Sparks of Hope, I fucking love every single one of the Rabbids voices. However, it's Bugsnax. Not only are the main characters beautifully done and perfectly voice acted, all the Bugsnax themselves are amazingly done. To the point where I couldn't tell who a lot of the people were. I didn't realize it was Roger Craig Smith and Yuri Lowenthal until I almost beat the game. That is mental to me, that I could not pick up on that. And then, the Bugsnax, Christina V being in the game, that just inherently makes me happy. There's so much good voice acting in Bugsnax. I can remember how almost every Bugsnax sounds. It's so memorable. Okay, favorite writing. Again, this is kind of just general writing. Elden Ring with its dialogue and lore. It's just very cool and well thought out. Crash Bandicoot 4, and I'm going to tell you now, Crash Bandicoot 4, Henry Stickmin, and Mario plus Rabbids Sparks of Hope, they're just funny. I just think they're really funny games. I think they're well written comedy-wise. Obviously, none of the emotional bits really hit for me, but I just think they're really entertaining. Bugsnax with its character development is great. And then obviously, Mass Effect, Walking Dead. I will say, and I'm sorry, Bob, it's not one of the comedic ones. It's Mass Effect. The sheer effort that went into the writing by giving literally every single planet story purpose is insane to me. I gave this game a D? No, I didn't. What?
I gave Mass Effect an A or an B. I think it was a B, but very close to an A. And him? Yeah, okay, let's move on. Let's move on. Let's move on to this one. Narrative. I'm gonna tell you now, there is no nominees. It's just Walking Dead. Literally no other game this year had, like, an actual story that I liked. Elden Ring kinda came close, but it's all left up to interpretation. Game doesn't really mean writing isn't peak. True! That's actually very true. You could have... That's another thing. You could have games that are just not really highly ranked, but would be, like, you know, higher up. My favorite protagonist, that could be fucking the Until Dawn character. You don't know. It's not, but it could be. Protagonist nominees. Let me be a little more specific. Mass Effect is Commander Shepard and her crew. Henry Stickmin is Henry Stickmin himself. Bayonetta is Cereza, Luca, and Jean. The Walking Dead is just... It's Lee and Clementine. And then Mario plus Rabbids Sparks of Hope. Rabbid Mario, oh, he's the protagonist in my heart. It's kind of all the Rabbid characters, like all the original... Like Rabbid Mario, Rabbid Rosalina, Peach Luigi, Beepo, and Genie. That's what I consider the protagonist. Oh, and Edge, of course. But for me, I think what kind of beats it out is 2 in a row. Lee Everett and Clementine are just... I love both of them so much. Bayo 1, not a bad guess. That probably would have been my second pick. Because Bayonetta 1, like, the Bayonetta characters are so charming in the first game. But no, the growth that Lee and Clementine both go through together and separately, it made me happy. It made me feel emotions. You know, it made me happy, it made me sad, it made me angry at some points. They were very good protagonists. Alright. Open world. Actually, well, okay, we're gonna do soundtrack. Here's the reason why soundtrack is different. It's because there's an extra element to it. Don't worry, it's not that big. Quit making fun of me for making this too long. You can kind of see here. So, soundtrack. These are the nominees. Mass Effect, Sonic Frontiers, Skylanders Giants, Bowser's Fury, Cuphead DLC, Sparks of Hope, Metal Gear Rising, Sunset Overdrive, Multiverses, and Bayonetta 1, 2, and 3. Soundtrack easily has more in it than anything else, right? I would like to point something out that's different about this one. So if y'all remember, last year, I did like a top 12, and it worked. It worked decently well enough. However, this year I did something a little similar that I kind of enjoyed a lot more, and if you watch the VOD, you will find this in the description. And that is, also, blind warning, because it's a bright white Google page. Boom! This is my favorite song from every single game. Because all the soundtracks have something to appreciate, for the most part. Bowser's Fury owns? Hell yeah, it does. All of those soundtracks are great. But if you're curious, these are my favorite songs specifically for each game. This is probably what would have played if I'd done game music for, like, the playlists, like, while I talked about them. There's some extra notes about them, and then these are games that I didn't put on there. I was very mean to Metroid Dread. I probably shouldn't have been, but I was. So yeah, I don't expect y'all to read that now. That's gonna be linked later. Here, if you want to read it now, there you go. But yeah, Mass Effect, I feel like I don't need to give the details on this. They're just all good soundtracks. So here's the thing. It depends on if you want to count this or not. I chose the winner as Bayonetta as a series. Here's the thing. These games have so much music. If you combine all 3 games, it's like over 600 tracks, and it's like almost 24 hours worth of music. It's too much for me to go through, but it's all... Oh, excuse me. It's all good. Now, here's the thing. Because, Fennec just called it cheating. If you don't accept that answer, it's sparks of hope. Yoko Shimomura, Grant Kirkhope, and Gareth Coker were perfect. This game got me copyright claims. Shut the fuck up. Wait, did it? I know SpongeBob movie got me copyright claimed. Because Movie Game has a claimable track for some reason. Oh no, Bayonetta did. Right, because they play fucking Frank Sinatra. All 3 games got me copyrighted, by the way. Fucking Frank Sinatra. So yes, I'm going to set it as this. The Bayonetta franchise. By the way, I did not make that logo. That is a fan-made logo. It's a very good one, though. But if you don't want to count that, then it's Sparks of Hope. Alright, we're going to speedrun these next few because I am starving and I want a hot dinner. Open World. These are all the open world games I played. Elden Ring, Sunset Overdrive, Sonic Frontiers, LEGO Marvel Super Heroes 2, Bowser's Fury, and Genshin Impact. You're welcome to take your guesses, but for me, it was Sunset Overdrive. Sunset Overdrive, to me, is the best open world, and this was very hard, by the way. It's the best because I can't see it as not an open world game. I could, like, Elden Ring, you could take out a lot of stuff. Like, Liurnia, that entire swampy segment in the just the middle of the world, that didn't need to be there. Most of the underground was, as much as I loved it, there was a lot of pointless stuff in there. There's a lot of empty space in Elden Ring's world. And I know people are going to say, well, Sunset Overdrive, that's also kind of empty. But the idea of Sunset Overdrive is the movement. And you can't have that incredible movement without the way the open world is made. I can't see Sunset Overdrive working as any other kind of game. Replayability. Cuphead, Luck Be a Landlord, Baba Is You, Super Mario 3D World, Bayonetta 3, Skylanders Giants, Crash Bandicoot 4. I'm gonna level with you. I don't remember what I put here. But I will say this, I did ban live service games because those are specifically designed to have continuous updates. So Multiverses, Genshin Impact, Overwatch, they could not be here. It's one of the few rules I had for this. Crash? I think that actually might be it. Let's find out. Ah, it's Crash Bandicoot 4. Probably because it felt like there was... I could come back to this game a million fucking times. I love this game. The game I found to be the most innovative... Multiverses, for its 2v2 format and evolution of the Smash formula. Bayonetta 3, for its unique combat with you controlling the demons and swapping between the 2 characters. Skylanders Spyro's Adventure, for popularizing toys to life as a genre. I couldn't remember why I had that there. Metal Gear Rising, because the cutting mechanics are funny. I don't know why I put Bloons here. Huh? I didn't put that there. I think that might be left over from something else. No, I labeled it as a nominee. What the fuck? I didn't put that there. And Baba Is You, which is wins. It's probably the most creative. It's so innovative. There's nothing else like it. I think the word I wanted was innovation. Oh yeah, no, I talked about that earlier. I just think this is way funnier. If I put my favorite innovative game, it would make more sense. But something about my favorite innovative, and it just... Like, that's it. I just thought that was really funny. Little details. Walking Dead, for all the different foreshadowing and hidden dialogue and whatnot. Mass Effect, for the extra detail put into all of its story elements. Skylanders Giants, for all the love and care. Excuse me. Put into all of its different playable characters. Cuphead, just because that's the fucking definition of little details and polish. And Elden Ring, just because something at that grand scale. The fact that I can't think of a single plot hole is insane to me. And the fact that everything is interconnected, it's unreal. That being said, it's Giants. The care and attention that went into every character feeling special. Maybe I'm biased, but that's enough for me. It's those tiny little things with each little character that really stand out to me. And it's one of the biggest reasons I love Skylanders as a series, because every character is special. Visuals, okay, if you want the nominees, here they are. Crash 4, Elden Ring, Sparks of Hope, Multiverses, Bayonetta 2, Cuphead. You know what it fucking is if you were paying attention. If you weren't, or if you skipped to this part on the VOD, sorry! No build-up. I don't need to talk about it. You know, it's my favorite art style ever. I adore it. For my biggest surprise, again, these are games that I did not expect to like. Sunset Overdrive, because the humor really just put me off even the first time I played it. Overwatch 2, because of my history with Overwatch. Henry Stickmin, because of how I feel about Newgrounds humor. Star Fox Guard, because I thought that game was a meme. Genshin Impact, because I also thought that game was a meme. And Elden Ring, because of Souls-likes. I think the one that ended up surprising me the most, though, was Star Fox Guard. See? You can have, like, weird, underwhelming games get an award. Why not? Just because, like, I did not expect to enjoy it. At least I expected minimal enjoyment at least to enjoy the other games. I thought that was going to be a meme I played for 30 minutes. But no, I quite liked it a bit. Alright. A game that I felt was enhanced by me streaming it. Bugsnax, Sparks of Hope, Spyro's Adventure, Elden Ring, Overwatch 2, Super Mario Galaxy, Crash Bandicoot 4. Mario Galaxy is kind of a weird one. I don't know why I put that there. I made a lot of these late at night, so whoops. For things like Elden Ring, streaming pushed me forwards. I don't think I would have finished Elden Ring if not for streaming. Overwatch 2, streaming it felt great. It felt like taking a weight that never even existed off my back. SSA, just because, I mean, come on, that's where all you guys came from for the most part. And then stuff like Bugsnax, Sparks of Hope, and Crash 4, they were just fun times. They were some of my favorite streams, personally. But, objectively speaking, I would not still be streaming if it wasn't for this, most likely. Spyro's Adventure brought so many people and got me so comfortable with just being able to talk more without needing another person by me. And it helped increase my confidence a lot. And it absolutely deserves it. It almost went to Elden Ring, because I wouldn't have finished Elden Ring otherwise. And it almost went to Sparks of Hope, because I adored Sparks of Hope just that much. It's probably my favorite thing we've streamed, game-wise. But Spyro's Adventure objectively deserves it. And that is all the games that were actually present in this year's list. Now, the last two categories, and unfortunately, I'm cutting the last segment. I'm going to do it off stream, because I can't keep going. I got 8 minutes to wrap things up. Whew. So, number 14. My favorite game I didn't play. Again, a game that came out in 2022 that I did not buy or play. Vampire Survivors, Cult of the Lamb, Pokemon Legends Arceus, Rogue Legacy 2, Tinykin, Splatoon 3, and Xenoblade Chronicles 3. Vampire Survivors, I didn't play it because everyone was telling me to, and there were just other things I wanted to play more. Cult of the Lamb, I don't know why I didn't check it out. It looked right up my alley, especially with the developers behind it. Pokemon Legends looks like everything I've wanted out of a Pokemon game, but I don't know, I still don't have it. I don't know, I just didn't get it. Rogue Legacy, I've never talked about it before. I fucking love the first Rogue Legacy. Xenoblade Chronicles 3, Xenoblade Chronicles 2 is one of my favorite games of all time. Splatoon 3, I just didn't feel like playing it, but it looked good. And Tinykin looks awesome. Surprised I haven't played Xenoblade? I am too. And it's not hard. It's not hard at all. You knew. You guys knew. If you were wondering, the runner-up was Tinykin. Tinykin is like a Pikmin game, basically. It's great. I want to play it so bad. We're going to play it next year. Yeah, no shit. Yeah, I knew that one was going to be easy. You need a couple softballs. Come on. All right. This was actually the first award I made for this year. I'm sorry I made you listen to this music for 23 minutes straight, by the way. The last thing we're going to talk about, the most anticipated game of 2023. And it should be noted,
Hold on. It should be noted that I'm not excited for a lot in 2023. There's very few things. But a few Google searches, looking at my wish list, there are some things that I'm just... They stood out to me. And they're very weird. They're very different. But I can't wait, and I hope... Excuse me. I hope we get to play a lot of them. So, Payday 3, the Mario plus Rabbids Sparks of Hope Season Pass, like all the DLC with Rayman and the new story, Pikmin 4, and here's the thing, I know y'all are gonna point it out. Don't point it out. I'm gonna talk about it in a sec. I know what you're thinking. I know what you think. Shut up! I just said don't mention it. Let me finish. Crash Team Rumble, Advance Wars 1 and 2, The Carters 2, and then, yes, the last 2 games, Cosmic Shake and Pizza Tower. I know they're out. I wanted to do this months ago. Alright? Even then, neither of those 2 were the fucking winner. Obviously, you guys know I'm excited for the Sparks of Hope DLC. Pikmin 4, who isn't excited for it. Advance Wars, I'm curious about. Especially Crash Team Rumble, I'm also curious about that one. That could be anything. Cosmic Shake, it was wonderful. It was actually my most anticipated game of last year, and then it didn't come out last year. And then Pizza Tower is something I've kept up with a while, and I'm so curious about. I can't wait to play it. And then for those wondering, The Carters 2 is a Crash Team Racing spiritual successor. It's very fun. There's a beta right now if you want to go try it. It's very fun. Is it Cosmic Shake? No, Cosmic Shake was last year, and then it didn't come out last year. The winner is Payday 3. I love Payday 2. I've never really talked about it, but Payday 2 is one of my favorite games that I've ever played. However, it's a very janky game. It's a very weird game. And it got a balance overhaul a while back that... Hidden lore. It got a balance patch that kind of ruined the game for me. It's not bad. It's just when you've been playing a game one way, it's hard to adapt. And I'm excited for Payday 3. I hope to God it's not developed in a fucking racing game engine. Please be good. And that's gonna do it for me today. I'm so fucking hungry. This was so much... I said 8 hours max, and we're approaching 10 hours. For those wondering, the last segment would have been this, where I rank them all from worst to best. I can't. I can't do it. I'm gonna do this off stream, and then put it in the Discord, and then probably link it on the VOD. We'll see. But yeah, I appreciate you all stopping by, and I hope you enjoyed. One last look. Here are the awards. Right. Here is the tier list. Just last second. And then lastly, which this is what we opened up with. Here are the content goals I'm hoping to hit in 2023. Thank you all for watching, for tuning in. I can't believe you guys actually stayed here for a majority of the full 10 hours, essentially. Although, truthfully, it's closer to about 9 hours and 50 minutes, because we do have that 7-minute opening, but thank you. This is going to be a nightmare to set up, in terms of, like, setting it up on the VOD with all the timestamps and everything. That's going to be a pain. But I'm happy to have done this, and I want to do something like this every year. And I know I said I would do this way sooner this spring break, but I'm happy y'all were patient, and y'all waited with me. Next stream is Giants. I know you've been waiting for it. I'm gonna get the figures out, and we're gonna do it. I'm so fucking ready to end. Okay, Raid, I don't care. Pick someone. You have 30 seconds, or I'm picking. If the stream hits 10 hours and nobody has picked one, then I'm picking. You know what? I kind of want to leave this in just so we can say we hit the 10-hour mark. Y'all want to do that? You know what? Here.
I'll keep this part in the VOD for fun. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 10 hours. Funnily enough, still 2 to 3 hours shorter than the last time we did this, because last year we also finished Spyro's Adventure on the same day. Moist Crickle. I'm not rating a big streamer. Alright. I'm picking. I hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your nights and evenings. This was fun. As draining as it was, this was very fun. Oh boy. Doesn't work a bit. Oh, my countdown was off. Of course it was. I feel obligated to raid, but I don't know who to raid. Fennec, you got like a... Oh, you know, I might just do shift. Go watch SpongeBob. I kind of want to watch SpongeBob while I eat dinner. I fucking love watching shift whenever I'm just doing things. Have a wonderful night, everyone. Take care. I have nothing more to add. I hope you enjoyed. No big streamers. Shift is an exception. Shift is cool. Have a lovely night, everyone.